rhetoric, such as references to bloodthirsty, or in German, Schweinejuden, Jewish pigs.
That's a different word. You added Jews. I didn't even know he did. But in any case, let's get started with the USA Today piece. 25 minutes long. It's not that long. They just kind of cooked my ass, and we'll move on from there. I don't think they cooked my ass necessarily. They cooked themselves, but they were very contentious. Let's take a look.
The conflicts in the Middle East are changing the way at Israel. But the political debate is also leaving the door open for extremist views to enter the mainstream, from the far right.
I think that Jews are causing a disproportionate amount of problems in the United States.
To the far left.
You f***ing baying pig! You f***ing bloodthirsty, violent pig dog!
Anti-Semitism.
That's right off the jump. Like, that's a hatchet job. Okay? Right off the rip. That's a hatchet job. Like, comparing me to Dan Bilzerian, you're not going to make anybody, you are not going to be able to get people on your side with this. So the question I have is, who is this for? Did Jonathan Greenblatt write this article? Did you write this specifically for a couple people, like the last remaining people in this country that care about this sort of stuff, like genuinely care about anti-Semitism, but also at the same time are like very, very pro-Israel? Like, who is this for?
Is resurging around the world, and it's reaching dangerous levels.
2025 was one of the most violent periods.
And right on cue, you got Jonathan Greenblatt.
We've seen in memory. Over 200 acts of violence committed against Jewish people.
I'm Will Carlos, and I've made it my mission to examine how extremist movements are gradually becoming mainstream in America. This is extremely normal. I'm here in Tampa, Florida, at a campaign rally for James Fishback. He's a long shot candidate for governor on the Republican ticket, but he's attracted many young men with far-right beliefs over a specific issue: Israel.
Look, you can love Israel, you can hate Israel, but last time I checked, this is the United States of America. I have a crazy, radical, maybe it makes me an extremist, but here's a very simple statement. No American should ever die for Israel.
Like, here's the other side of this story. When you show someone, this is controversial opinion, but when you show someone like James Fishback, who is actually anti-Semitic, who is like unbelievably racist, but then while you're making an argument about his anti-Semitism, you show him making like a coherent point, you don't end up making that coherent point look anti-Semitic. You just make him look not anti-Semitic, or even worse, you make everybody go, wait, if that's anti-Semitic, I'm anti-Semitic. This is something that a lot of the anti-extremism space has not been able to identify, unfortunately. And I think partially because so many of these guys, myself included, like I've been doing this for years, right? You know this. I've been working in combating extremism, far-right extremism, my entire life, okay? And I used to be friends with a lot of these people. I used to see a lot of these people as my peers. One of the craziest things that I realized is that a good deal of the combating far-right extremism space was straight up only doing this because they were using it as a valid way to identify anti-Israel anti-Semites. Okay, straight up. This doesn't mean the entirety of this anti-right-wing extremism movement and all of these like civil rights advocacy organizations are like the ADL, but many of them are like that. It's unfortunate, but it's true. A lot of the big donors to these institutions, I thought, were legitimately invested in combating fascism, no matter where it was coming from, even if it's the fascism demonstrated by Zionism. It's a very sad state of affairs that turns out a lot of these like anti-far right guys simply were just looking at Nazis because Nazis were some of the most common and most visible aspects of the anti-Israel movement in this country for the longest time. It's sad. There are people who have obviously been fired or have quit their jobs at the ADL, who at once was billed as a civil rights organization. You can dispute that. understandably dispute that, but there were people who I think genuinely believed that the ADL was supposed to be combating anti-Semitism, but also combating numerous other forms of far-right extremism. But when Israel is the far-right extremist country, and your job is specifically to defend Israel and to take out its most prominent critics, some of which are going to be Nazis, some of which are going to be actual anti-Semites, but because your primary focus is combating anti-Zionism, well, you can't really be a genuine ally in the fight against far-right radicalization. You're actually fomenting far-right radicalization. You're actually defending far-right radicalization. It's just if it's Jewish supremacist, if it's pro-Israel, then you don't see it. As a matter of fact, you like it. As a matter of fact, you defend it.
The main thing is the way he goes and stands up for America against Israel. He's the only politician doing that.
I feel like we're not allowed to criticize them at all, and then any criticism is just immediately shut down as anti-Semitism.
I think that the average American is fed up. They are fed up as they were 5 or 6 years ago when folks in the Democrat Party would criticize any opinion contrary to DEI or affirmative action as racist. And now, if you criticize Netanyahu, if you criticize the fact that we're sending $5 billion there, we're spending $200 billion per the Pentagon's request on this war that, in the words of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, says is because of Israel's preemptive attack, that is deemed as anti-Semitic.
But the popularity of Fishback's attacks on Israel isn't just specific to his belief in the country's financial and military dependence on the United States. He's also gained a lot of fans in the far-right Gen Z group known as Groypers for his use of phrases and rhetoric that have been labeled deeply anti-Semitic.
If you wanted to set up our kids for failure, you would feed them the absolute goy slop in our cafeteria.
Goy slop is an anti-Semitic internet slang term combining goy, a Hebrew Yiddish term for a non-Jew, and slop, meaning low-quality food. Originating...
We will never have a serious conversation about Zionism or even combating anti-Semitism because of the way that Jews were historically viewed in the Western world as a marginalized identity, as a minority, versus what Israel represents, what Zionism represents, or even like the contemporary Jewish existence. Like, is there systematic discrimination against Jews in the United States of America or broadly in the Western world? No, of course not. Is there actual anti-Semitism, specifically anti-Semitism growing in the Western world? Of course, yes, that is happening. So this is the problem. The problem is that, like, we can't have a normal conversation about even something like goy slop because on the one hand, it is a terminology that neo-Nazis use all the time. Okay, it's a signal. It's a signal to say, like, I know this thing. It's also funny, but that's besides the point, right? But here is the problem. The way that, like, goyim is deployed in Israel is very different than the way that it was mass adopted by the neo-Nazi movement in the West. So if you're bracketing Jews as a contemporarily marginalized identity that receives tremendous amounts of systematic discrimination in the same vein as like black or brown people, right? If that's your assessment, which many of these groups do, many of these advocacy organizations do that, to the average person, your point across at all, because it's also not true, right? It's just not true. And that's the problem. Is shoe on head a factor? Why you cloth like these days? I have no idea what you're trying to say, but I hope you have a wonderful Friday, my friend. Cloth like this? In any case, the worst part is that even those of us who oppose anti-Semitism and understand the role Zionism plays in exacerbating it have to ultimately accept that anti-Semitism will probably continue to rise even if Zionism is dismantled purely due to the lingering personal effects that 75 years of Zionism have created in the broader public conscience. It won't go away overnight, even if Israel ended tomorrow. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So I always figured it just meant non-Jewish. I mean, most people don't use it as a derogatory term, but some do. Because being non-Jewish in Israel is being second class, which therein lies the problem, because it's topsy-turvy. Historically, we have been taught for understandable reasons, about the systematic marginalization of Jews, the pogroms, the Holocaust, right? Like marginalization that has led to tremendous amounts of violence that Jews have faced, right? Expulsions, death, destruction of their culture, all this stuff. Now, of course, in contemporary society, there's nothing of that sort, right? Especially in the post-World War II universe that we're living in, there is no systematic discrimination, or rather, even the systemic factors of discrimination that existed in the post-World War II universe in the United States of America have gone away, right? Like there was a reason why Jews would create their own law firms, Jews would create their own advertising agencies, Jews would create their own like secondary market that doesn't exist anymore, right? Like their own publishers. That was because they were outcast systemically from the regular, the regular WASP firms that were dominated by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants for the longest time. So that's not the case any longer. And it hasn't been the case for, I would say, the last like 4 decades, 5 decades at this point. I don't know what the actual turning point is, but it's like clear that that doesn't exist. Like the systematic discrimination does not exist any longer. And yet a lot of these advocacy organizations that want to defend Israel will make it seem as though this systematic form of discrimination still exists. Like, are Jews non-white? Is that what's going on? Are Jews being treated as non-whites? For some, that is the case, right? There are some people out there who look at the primarily Ashkenazi Jewish population that lives in the United States of America and say they're not white. But those people are usually, let's be real, anti-Semites. Okay? By and large, for the average American, Jews are white. They don't see Jews as anything but white people. It's in most respects, it's seen as, like an Irish guy or a Polish guy, right? Maybe a special kind of white at most, but still white. So that's a real issue in identifying anti-Semitic markers and then having this kind of approach to it where it's like, well, someone says goy slob, it's like anti-Semitic. It by and large, usually in most circumstances, the person utilizing this terminology is probably anti-Semitic in the Western world. But there's also the other side of this.
Around 2016 on 4chan, it's used to describe processed, unhealthy food or low-quality media, alleging a conspiracy that Jewish elites are promoting these products to make non-Jewish people unhealthy and submissive.
Well, I meant to be funny.
Okay, but
I meant to be funny.
Why was
in the same way, growing up, my mother, who was born in South America, would call what my dad would make gringo slop sometimes as a kid. So, I mean, was that a...
Yeah, it's also... As we already know, the Groyper movement is the most diverse movement in this country, ironically enough. Like, with the exception of, I think, having, like, black people in it, the Groyper movement is, like, fairly diverse. Probably more diverse than, like, maybe even a DSA meeting. James Fishback is, of course, carrying the torch of that diversity, being, a visibly non-white person who is unbelievably white supremacist.
Conspiracy against every single Hispanic person in the United States? Of course not.
Well, no, but goy slop, as far as I understand it, the idea is that this is food that is being foisted on non-Jews by a sort of Jewish cabal to weaken them in some way, right? I mean, that's the conspiracy. That's what you were tipping your hat to.
I don't know that conspiracy reflects what I actually spoke about, which is our public school cafeterias are feeding kids absolute garbage with high fructose corn syrup, high sodium. Well, that's not particularly punchy or funny. And so I'm going to do things that are funny, that are punchy. I wish we would spend less time talking about word choice and more time talking about the issue that we have an obesity crisis in my state. We have a hunger crisis in my state.
Like, this needs to be delicate. You need to be delicate. If you're looking at anti-Semitic dog whistles and like objectively anti-Semitic people, you have to be a little bit more delicate. And I hear him, I hear what James Fishback is saying, and I see the way he's defending himself as a nod, right? This is something that anti-Semites do all the fucking time. Like, to be like, oh, what are you talking about? I'm brown. How dare you accuse me of such a heinous smear? Except the problem is, if you are going to turn around and say, this is the other side of this argument to try to find some fucking ideological parity where none exists, you are going to give him credence. When you slap the other side of this as Hasan does this too, okay, you're giving James Fishback credence. You're giving him legitimacy. No one is going to fucking take this argument seriously. No one is going to comb through his assessment, especially when like the worst things you can say about what James Fishback has said about like, international, it's not necessarily like international Jewry or more like objectively and obviously directly anti-Semitic shit, and simply things that he has said that he can easily say, oh, like, I'm just joking here. You know what I mean? Especially in this day and age where TikTok has basically taken the 4chan terminology and made it appropriate for mass consumption. It gets a lot more difficult to identify who's actually doing the fake, I'm not an anti-Semite to fuck around, and who actually isn't an anti-Semite. There's also the other side of this where you're boosting their popularity. You're offering them more legitimacy.
I agree with you, but respectfully, I think you made that the conversation when you used that term.
Perhaps.
Okay, fair enough.
Perhaps, but I don't regret the use of that term whatsoever. What I think we have to do is spend less time trying to police language and more time actually getting to the issues.
Anti-Semitism has of course been around for centuries, but it's seeing a resurgence, particularly in America, around the same time that the Israeli government has invaded and attacked Gaza, in response to the Hamas-led terrorist attacks against Israel on October 7th, 2023. That conflict has been deeply unpopular among Americans, many of whom see Israel as having taken a disproportionately violent response. But here's the thing. While a lot of Americans blame the current Israeli government, the backlash...
Do you regret having the policy of not having covered or platformed Nick Fuentes in the past that is shutting him down, given how much prominence he's gained now? No, it was the appropriate thing to do at the time, but it's over now.
...has also come against Jews in general, across the globe, and especially here in the US. And this scapegoating, blaming Jews at large for the actions of the Israeli government, has been seized upon by internet-savvy influencers with extreme views.
I'm just going to come out and say it. Like, I think that Jews are causing a disproportionate amount of problems in the United States.
Jews are money changers, bullshit artists, psychopaths, charlatans, grifters, manipulators.
That's also led to outward minimization or even full denial of the Holocaust, one of the most tragic events in human history, which led to the deaths of more than 6 million Jews.
Ever since the Holocaust, the alleged Holocaust of roughly 6 million Jews, give or take some millions.
There's so many problems with it, and to exterminate that many people in that period of time.
Like, you can't front load this level of anti-Semitic commentary that's like directly anti-Semitic commentary and then be like, and on the other hand, here's Hasan. And then the only thing you can point to is me being like, yeah, it'll be really funny if, and then I use the term inbred one fucking time over the course of 10,000 hours of fucking commentary, many of which prominently features me combating anti-Semitism while simultaneously talking about anti-Zionism. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
Simply put, there weren't enough ovens.
Let's talk about the Holocaust. Do you believe the Holocaust happened?
Do I believe that the German government killed innocent Jews? Yes.
Do you believe that, the number that's always cited is 6 million people. Do you believe 6 million people died in the Holocaust?
So, I tell you the truth,
I haven't seen this other side, but now it's beginning to make sense to me why he asked me such dumb questions. I don't know if he featured all of our interview because we talked for like an hour and 30 minutes. And now I'm beginning to realize why he asked me those questions as well. And I was like, yeah, of course. What the fuck are you talking about? And I couldn't comprehend the way this was pitched to me. And I knew that it was going to be a rat fuck. But the way this was pitched to me was like, I'm in this space. I've combated far-right radicalization. I've combated anti-Semitism. And therefore, like, they're trying to get my perspective on like the growth of anti-Semitism broadly. Okay. And the interview that I conducted with this guy, we talked extensively We talked extensively about the dangers of anti-Semitism and like how it's working on the far right, how it's growing on the far right. And then he would ask me questions like this. And I found that very odd because I was like, why the fuck would I deny the Holocaust? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just couldn't, like, I can't remember because this was a long time ago, but it's just like very strange that at the time, I thought it was like an odd interview.
I've spent more of my time thinking about the history of Florida, the history of our state, how we can make that great. I haven't spent a lot of time studying Holocaust history. I know that time and again in US history, we've been told one thing only to have it debunked later. What I can unequivocally tell you is that the genocide of Jews by the—
You're in the video for like 2 minutes. He talks about you more than you're in the video. Yeah, I think there's a reason for that. We did an extensive sit down. That was long as fuck. We talked for hours. We talked for an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. We went way over. If he only put 5 minutes in there and mostly just talks about me, that's because they couldn't get anything out of it.
German government was a tragedy. It should never happen again. I'm not sure why we are talking about the Holocaust in 2026, to tell you the truth. I don't think we should crack down on legitimate speech. I think we should absolutely condemn any form of religious hatred, including against Jews. But there always has to be...
So isn't that a good thing then, that we talk about the Holocaust? If we want to ensure that these things don't happen again and we want to keep, religious
But when we
hatred...
talk about the Holocaust in the context of having a debate about Israel or Benjamin Netanyahu or AIPAC, why would that be relevant?
I think it's relevant because it's all within the context of Israel defending itself, right? And Jewish people defending themselves, which is what they claim the war is about, right? Is about defense, and it's about offense for defense, and it's about ensuring that there isn't another Holocaust and that they don't get wiped out again, right? Or almost wiped out.
So this war doesn't appear that is in fact the case when upwards of 80,000 civilians rather, have been killed at the hands of the Israeli government in Gaza. We have to have a real conversation about what is happening in the Middle East. There's this often question, does Israel have a right to exist? No country has a right to exist. People are endowed with the right to exist.
You don't want this guy being the fucking credible guy here, unless you are directly trying to present anti-Zionist speech as being inherently anti-Semitic. And I'm sorry, I think that's precisely the point for this piece. They're showing a guy who's objectively anti-Semitic and a grifter and a snake who was like, hanging out with Barry Weiss a couple months prior to his congressional run where he decided to be a groiper. Okay? When you have a guy like that also make coherent points, when your perspective on Israel is coming from an out and about like neo-Nazi, okay, you're not doing a service to Jews. You're certainly not actually combating anti-Semitism. You think you're doing a good job fighting back against anti-Zionism to present it as anti-Semitic, because here's an anti-Semitic guy, right? Here's an anti-Semitic guy making the same points that someone like myself makes, right? All of a sudden, you're like, see, these guys are they're all anti-Semitic. Anyone who says anything about Israel that makes these realistic points that have been made not just by James Fishback or not even just by myself, but points that are indistinguishable and dare I say identical to what Norm Finkelstein has said about Israel, to what Ilan Pappé has said about Israel, to what Avi Shlaim has said about Israel, to Gideon Levy's assessment. Half of the people that I just mentioned also currently live in Israel. Ilan Pappé and Norm don't, but Ilan Pappé is Israeli. Avi Shlaim is Israeli. Gideon Levy is Israeli and lives in Israel still. Gabor Mate is a Holocaust survivor who has also said these exact same things that James Fishback is saying. So it's important for, I think, people who care about anti-Semitism, who care about right-wing attitudes growing in society, who care about anti-Semitism growing in society. Okay? What? Yeah, let's make the 9/11 guy the face of the level-headed anti-Israel movement. Bro, I love you, but we have to get rid of the parasitic state of Israel and stop the genocide. We need to bring regular normies on board against Israel. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response.
Through self-defense, through self-determination. I don't believe that these...
Dog, you just looked at James Fishback, a fucking groiper, and I'm criticizing making a groiper the face of the anti-Zionist movement. And you literally said he's the normal guy? That's what you... Are you okay? I'm the 9/11 guy? Who do you think who do you think is more normal or closer to the average person's perspective? Me or the guy who's like Byron Donalds is black?
Israeli government has a permanent right to exist regardless of electoral outcomes, geopolitical considerations, the will of the people. But Jewish people anywhere in the world, but especially in the United States of America, absolutely have a right to exist.
This talking point about Israel's right to exist and self-determination has become one of the most hotly debated issues when it comes to Israel and Jews as a people. The key term here is Zionism, which refers to a movement and belief that Jewish people have the right to self-determination and a state of their own. It serves as the foundation of Israel as a country after the Holocaust. But people I spoke with across the country on the left and the right use that term Zionist in a sort of automatically derogatory way. They define Zionism not as...
Yeah, this was a conversation that took place with me as well, and I think I did a pretty good job at responding to it. Let's see what they put in.
Self-determination to existence and safety, but instead equate Zionism with Israel's expansion into the West Bank and Gaza. Young people at right-wing political events and...
Yeah, I wonder why people on the left would equate Israel and Zionism, the underpinning ideology that developed the nation state of Israel, which is a settler colonial expansionist state that started off with the ethnic cleansing of 750,000 indigenous Palestinians. I wonder why people would equate that. I wonder why academics would equate Zionism with exactly what Zionism is and was and has been. Making this argument as though it's like a crazy thing to say in 2026, when prominent Jews who live in Israel, academics are finally coming to terms with this reality, and they're trying to basically game it out in a way where they're like trying to slowly but surely get people to comprehend what Zionism is by talking about what Zionism, in air quotes, has become. Omar Bartov is the, of course, person that I'm talking about. Omar Bartov is a Holocaust scholar. He's Jewish. He's Israeli. He wrote a book about what Zionism has turned into. Now, many people will look at that and say, what do you mean what Zionism has turned into? This is what Zionism always has been. I see something positive in that experience. What I see is a guy who's lived his whole life in Israel as a Jewish guy who is a prominent Holocaust historian coming to terms with the reality that Zionism has become, and maybe always has been, a right-wing fascist ideology. Obviously, it takes some time for people like Omar Bartov to basically come to terms with that reality. It's just cope, but it's healthy, okay? It's healthy cope in some respects, because that means that like certain things that you never could discuss, certain things that would immediately outcast you, no matter how prominent of an academic you might be as a Jew, are now being openly discussed even in Israeli society. Now, has it taken root in Israeli society, this ideology that like the founding ideology of the settler colonial state has maybe merged into something fascistic? I don't think so. But ultimately, there is a movement in the positive direction, a movement in the direction of truth. Okay? That's it.
Left-wing protest.
The reason why I'm bringing all that up is because, like, I'm not alone in this assessment. This is the assessment of many scholars. Okay? This is the assessment of many scholars. This is the assessment of a lot of thoughtful people who've poured their whole lives' work into this. Even people who come from that background of assuming that Israel is actually a force for good, a place for Jews to feel safe, a place where, you know, the Holocaust can never happen again. Like, even if they've grown up with this mentality, they're finally recognizing that it's fucking bullshit. It's not just, you know, random scary Muslim guy or 9/11 guy in the way that some dumb fucks were trying to explain it in the chat. It's the assessment of many Jewish scholars as well. Not that it matters. It's the assessment of many humanitarian rights organizations and many scholars in general. It's a fucking right-wing ideology.
Tests alike told me they're not anti-Jewish, but they are anti-Zionist. One of the most popular and controversial anti-Zionists is the leftist political commentator Hasan Piker.
So don't tell me that when you're peacefully trying to coexist with Israel, they let you peacefully coexist. Because what is going on in the West Bank is nothing but violence.
Piker has amassed more than 6 million followers across his social platforms with his blunt and aggressive reactions to right-wing politics, and particularly against Israel's current leadership. And he's recently entered the political battlefield, stumping for progressive politicians like New York City Mayor Zoran Mandani, Pennsylvania Congresswoman Summer Lee, and US Senate candidate for Michigan Abdul El-Sayed on college campuses like Yale.
Donald Trump let the Israelis drag the U.S. into this newest war with Iran after 3 years of bipartisan support for the genocide that Israel was committing on a different front of Israel's multiple ongoing wars of aggression. Zionism is the ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is exterminationist in principle.
Dude, this suit was so small. It's like, it's embarrassing. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at how tiny this fucking suit is. Tiny suit. Thank God I've grown from this. And by that I mean I've gotten smaller, but my suits fit better. Holy shit, that's so bad. It looks like I got chicken legs on.
Born out of the wrong assessment that this was a land without people for a people without land. It required the extermination of the indigenous population, and that's precisely what has happened since its inception. And its final iteration of that, it has been the Gaza genocide that we watched unfold.
Would you acknowledge that that's a very different definition to what many Jews would consider Zionism?
Of course, people that want to support Israel are going to look at that and say, well, Zionism to me means something entirely different. Zionism to me...
But maybe it just does. Maybe it just does mean something different.
Yeah, but right? At the end of the day, it's still this ideology that is responsible for not only the inception of the Israeli state, but its current version.
When Hasan Piker...
Yeah, like, I don't care what people think about it. Like, I don't know why this is a decent counter argument, right? Like, oh, well, a lot of Jews think Zionism is something different than what it actually is. It's like, okay, but what is it actually, right? What is it actually? Which... in this interview, I also brought up Omar Bartov as well. I said, like, actually, that's not even true. There is, like, now a reconsideration of what Zionism has become. And I think a lot of people are fighting back against their social conditioning, even Israeli Jews, like prominent Holocaust scholar Omar Bartov has, like, now officially come to terms with this evolution of Zionism. Now, we might have a difference in opinion on what Zionism always was versus what Zionism has become, but we have no difference in opinion of what Zionism looks like in modernity in 2026. What Zionism looks like in 2026 is the expansionist Greater Israel Project and its continuation, okay? That's it. But the issue here is we can't have a normal, sincere, adult conversation. We can't do sober analysis if you got charlatans like Jonathan Greenblatt who take this difference in opinion and turn it into something insidious, right? It's so fucking frustrating. It's so stupid.
Proudly says he's an anti-Zionist. Anti-Zionism is a form of anti-Semitism. It's the idea that Jewish people, unlike Muslims, unlike Christians, unlike all the people in the world, don't have a right to a state of their own. That's what it means.
Jonathan Greenblatt.
Like a guy who's combated far-right radicalization in a civil rights organization being like, what do you mean? Why can't Jews do manifest destiny in the same way that Christians did? Big dog. For years and years, your entire job was to literally combat white nationalists who fucking said America's a Christian nation and we need to fucking make sure that it's a Christian nation. What do you mean? This is directly antagonistic to the way that the ADL has billed itself as a civil rights organization. This is also antagonistic to the ADL's commentary and criticism over the likes of Nick Fuentes. This is why I say there is not a lot of difference between Christian supremacists and white supremacists. They are just fascists for their own in-group. As a Zionist is a fascist for his own in-group. Okay? That's it. Jonathan Greenblatt is a fascist for Jewish supremacists. Nick Fuentes is a fascist for white Christian supremacists. What he considers to be white Christian supremacists, which of course, one can contest whether or not Nick Fuentes even fits that bill, considering that he is a in-the-closet gay Mexican, but also a white supremacist. But regardless, these are both fascist ideologies. They're both supremacist ideologies. It's just the in-group and the out-group have swapped.
Is the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League. The nonprofit was founded in 1913, and its mission is to combat anti-Semitism and broader discrimination around the world. Today, the ADL uses technology to
So I'm sorry, but if you're doing this, if you're promoting the ADL in this way, I think you're doing a disservice as a journalist to combating extremism. The ADL is an extremist organization, okay?
track and monitor increasing anti-Semitic rhetoric on social media and hate speech and violence against Jews across the globe.
I've spent a lot of time talking to young people, and their idea of Zionism, it's almost like if you talk to sort of young people on the left and on the right right now, they see this word Zionism and they see not just sort of self-determination, but they've come to understand Zionism as expansionism.
So I get that we have to try to understand the next generation where they're coming from.
Dude, it's a settler colonial enterprise. Of course it's expansionist. What are we talking about? The question, if we're being serious, the question is it appropriate or not? If you don't see the Arab indigenous population as human beings, you look at it and you say, well, this is taming the barbarians. This is civilizing this uncivilized area. And ironically enough, I did have this conversation with this guy. I hope he fucking featured at least some of it. I talked extensively about Jabotinsky, Theodore Herzl, early Zionists, and their assessment of what they were doing and their openness about how this was a colonialist project. I don't think that they featured any of that in this conversation. Where the fuck is the full cut, man? Release the full conversation.
At the same time, there are absolutes. They can look at things in different ways, but Zionism is the right of Jewish people to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. That's it. That's all it is. So you can be upset with Prime Minister Netanyahu and some of his policies, but he didn't invent Zionism any more than you could be upset with President Trump and some of his policies. He didn't invent kind of America or patriotism. Piker and others exploit the broad misunderstanding of what that word means, and they promote misunderstanding by using it as some kind of slur or trying to suggest it means something that it doesn't. My Zionism, and I am an unapologetic Zionist, I believe Israel has the right to exist.
The ADL has monitored anti-Semitism from the left and the right, but Greenblatt says they have seen increasing use of anti-Semitic rhetoric from the left over the conflicts in the Middle East. Piker has been a specific concern for the ADL. On their website, you can find a roughly 10-page research analysis of moments that they say Piker has used blatant anti-Semitic rhetoric.
You f***ing baying pig! You f***ing bloodthirsty, violent pig dog!
Pig dog is identified as an anti-Semitic.
That's not even a real anti-Semitic dog whistle, by the way. That's not. It's not. And that's really fucked up that they had to invent an anti-Semitic dog whistle to make it seem like I'm saying anti-Semitic shit. That's how fucking easy it is, dude. They did a make it up after the fact moment. They used their prominence as an institution that fucking combats anti-Semitism to come up with a new dog whistle post hoc to make it seem like I was saying some anti-Semitic shit.
Insult, often used in conjunction with other anti-Jewish.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I guess in many respects, this should be expected. Also, I wasn't saying that to a Jewish person. Regardless, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. It's fucking bullshit. It's so funny because, like, one of the only people, I mean, there is literally a conversation that I had with Donny O'Sullivan on camera. Okay? A conversation that I had with Donny O'Sullivan on camera where Donny, and as we're on our way to the DNC, starts asking me about how I call Republicans. I tell him I call all matter of like right-wing reactionary people hogs or sometimes inbred. Okay? And he's like, don't you feel like that's mean? And I'm like, well, they're mean. Their whole worldview is nasty, right? So it's literally out there. The numerous instances, including on CNN, where I have, and that was featured on a CNN piece. So like, it's literally out there in these other mainstream media platforms where I've straight up been like, no, I fucking, of course I call it hog. It's pejorative, but it's also affectionate at the same time as well. The thing is, they still do this, right? They still do this, but it doesn't work. So why are you still doing it? Like, what utility do you get out of trying to strike down one of the only motherfuckers out there who still takes the time out to try and combat anti-Semitism? I will never understand it, okay? I'll never understand it. You are destroying your legitimacy. You're destroying your legitimacy. The conversation in and of itself is already stupid. Even if you were bringing up an anti-Semitic person, like an actual anti-Semitic person, they can just turn around and go, look at fucking Randy Fine. Randy Fine is justifying current existing forms of violence. You want to fucking call me an anti-Semite. Most people are basically at that point where they just don't give a shit. So I always find it strange that they hyper-focus on a person who does give a shit. And the irony here is this doesn't make people look at me differently. This doesn't make people look at me and go, I guess he's anti-Semitic. I guess this entire time I was wrong. He's just an anti-Semitic guy. You know, I feel really shameful about supporting him all these years when I heard him combat anti-Semitism. They look at this and they go, I guess James Fishback is not a fucking anti-Semite, or a secret third option where they go, we like it. Who cares? That's the current environment, and none of these fucking assholes are aware of it because they can't pull their goddamn heads out of their assholes. It's lodged up their own asses. They don't even realize that, like, a normie, the average American, does not give a fuck about anti-Semitism. It's so stupid.
Such as references to bloodthirsty, or in German, Schweinejuden, Jewish pigs.
That's a different word. You added Jews. Fuck. I didn't even know he did.
Do you regret any of the things that you said?
I've spoken for 21,000 hours on contentious subjects from a perspective that most Americans are not privy to. So I'm sure that there are things that I've said in heated moments because it's a very contentious environment. It's a medium that requires interaction. If they serve in the military and then they get their fucking untrained, inbred is shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny. When I'm calling like a settler or something inbred, it's not different than me calling a neo-Nazi inbred. Is it nice? No. Is it kind? Absolutely not. It's vulgar, for sure. I understand that. But it's not saying like all Jews are inbred or anything like that. That's not what I meant. That's not what I mean at all.
You see how Piker is essentially saying the same thing that James Fishback told me? When he chooses to use a word like dog or inbred to define a specific racial group, Jews, he says it's just colorful language. Like Fishback calling cafeteria food goyslop. It's just crude language that gets taken as...
You're a fucking idiot, dude. I'm sorry. You are so fucking dumb. One, you added Jew in there to say like Schweinejuden, like Jewish pig, right? You added that in there. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not even speaking German. I'm speaking English. And secondly, you're such a fucking moron, dude. You are so stupid. If your goal is anything, like, here's why this is so dumb. Number one, this doesn't delegitimize me. It legitimizes James Fishback. So if your goal is to combat anti-Semitism, you're already fucked up, Okay? You're already fucked up. You're platforming anti-Semites and you're making them look fucking reasonable. That's number one. Number two, if your goal is to defend the nation state of Israel, you already fucked up. It's not going to happen. Most people hate Israel for good reason. So now you got prominent anti-Semites looking like they're fucking reasonable in this conversation. Why would you do that? Why would you fucking do any of this? It doesn't make any sense. Who is this for? It's not 2016 anymore, man. People know. People know what's up. Oh my God. It's just like, this doesn't even work to defend Israel. That's the other side of this. It doesn't even work to defend Israel. No one watches this and goes, well, I'm going to really reconsider my position now. No, it just makes people go, I don't give a fuck about this. It's woke one, but for Israel supporters, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because for the last 3 years, people have seen a genocide unfold on their phones, okay? They saw it every day. And then they saw the Israeli state that was conducting this genocide turn around without a shred of irony and go, you know what's really the problem? My feelings. My feelings. When you tell me that this genocide is wrong. No one is going to take this seriously. Just give it up. Give it up. It's over. Give it up. Find a new method. This is the old method. It's not working. As a matter of fact, not only is it not working, it's actually backfiring. This is what makes people more anti-Semitic. This is what foments anti-Semitism. Because people go, I don't care. I don't care at all. And as a matter of fact, I like it. Okay, that's how they respond to it.
Anti-Semitic.
I think defending being vulgar is a silly exercise. It's like trying to explain a joke. It's never going to be funny. It's already over. I'm telling you sincerely what I believe. I'm not precious with my language is what I'm saying.
But critics like Greenblatt.
Yeah, you know what's really fucked up too? I remember this conversation. I literally told him, I know this is exactly what neo-Nazis do. And I had a meta conversation about the fucking piece that he ended up creating. The meta conversation that we had was, this is how anti-Semites get away with saying anti-Semitic shit, which is why you have to be extra careful and not conflating prominent critics of anti-Semitism who are also anti-Zionist with anti-Semites who claim to be anti-Israel, but are simply using Israel's unpopularity to slam in a much more nefarious subject, a much more nefarious goal to say this is how all Jews are. Because without realizing it, you yourself end up playing into that narrative. That's crazy.
Don't buy that.
Hasan can say whatever he wants. We bring the receipts. So I'm not going to judge him on what he says to you in a conversation. I'm going to judge him.
I just this is what's so funny about it. It's just like, if I wasn't such a stubborn person, if I wasn't so fucking autistic, I would have given up on this shit a long time ago. I would have been like, yeah, whatever, call me anti-Semitic. Who gives a shit? Plenty of people have already gone there, okay? Because the reality of the matter is the most consequential element here is Israel's foreign policy, what it's done in Gaza, what it's done in Lebanon, what it's doing in Iran, and how much Israel's foreign policy melts into American domestic policy. Americans realize this. They're frustrated by it. They hate it. They don't want it, okay? So all of these conversations about anti-Semitism are completely secondary to the real material harm that Palestinians have experienced, the real material harm that Lebanese people are experiencing currently, the real material harm that the Iranian population has experienced, and even the secondary consequences of that to the American society that broadly is frustrated with this unlimited tax dollars going to Israel and want it to change, and then get yelled at for being anti-Semitic, for being, the demands that they see about deplatforming, and the success that they see about deplatforming on numerous fronts. They hate that shit. They hate it. So for them, anti-Semitism does not have any weight any longer. Okay. For the longest time, anti-Semitism held a lot of weight. Okay, when you called someone an anti-Semite, that meant something. Now it doesn't mean anything. And it's because of this. And they're still doing it.
On the basis of what he says to his audience day after day after day. When you call Orthodox Jews inbred, when you describe the Jewish state as evil, as Hamas, a terror organization committed...
No, I didn't say it's as evil as Hamas. I said Israel is far more evil. It's more evil.
to slaughtering Jewish people anywhere in the world. It says it in their charter.
Yeah.
Those are their words.
He's agreeing with Jonathan Greenblatt. What the fuck's wrong with this guy? Yeah, I know. There's a piece of this that I saw. Bro said I'd debate him on anti-Zionism if he simply concedes that Zionism is good and legitimate ahead of time.
Others have called out Piker's support for Hamas, the Palestinian militant group responsible for the October 7th attacks in Israel. He's described the group as the lesser evil in the ongoing conflict. The original 1988 founding charter explicitly called for the destruction of Israel and the killing of Jewish people worldwide. An updated version of the charter in 2017 removed references to the destruction of Israel.
Yeah, they did the PR. They did the PR thing, okay? They did the PR method. Like, dog, Hamas as an operation, as an organization, openly says their operations are only in occupied Palestinian territory. It's a nationalist group, okay? It's a fucking nationalist group. They have no ambitions beyond the occupied territories. That's it. Its primary focus has always been the end of the occupation. Now, in 1988, when it was a fucking an Islamic charity, a Muslim Brotherhood cutout, yes, it had anti-Semitic language in its foundational charter. It's not the same fucking organization any longer. Not that it matters, because no one wants to talk about why Hamas even exists or why it became a militant resistance front, why it became the leader of the militant resistance front. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that Israel killed all the Christian Palestinians, the secular Palestinians, the socialist Palestinians over and over and over again and reduced them into nothing. And the only group that survived that process, that culling, has been these guys. That's it. What the fuck are Palestinians supposed to do? If their goal is the end of the apartheid, the end of the occupation, yeah, they're going to fucking be like, all right, whatever. You know, I don't even agree with these guys on domestic policy. I don't agree with the way that they view the world, but I do agree with one thing. We got to fucking end this occupation. If that's your primary focus, you're going to find yourself taking up arms alongside them, which is precisely what happened.
They're declaring to confront what they call the Zionist project and upheld armed resistance.
What is this? The Nazis called Jews Jewish vermin. If you call a Jewish person vermin without adding Jewish, are you playing into the historical slur or not? Is this guy trying to fucking debate this shit? I'm using another example to explain the principle. Clearly, no way did I say he said that. Dog. I don't even use the term pig dog now because I'm like worried that people are going to think it's anti-Semitic because they just decided that it's now an anti-Semitic terminology. Having said that, if we're actually having a real conversation, a sincere conversation about it, no, pig dog is like red alert communists talking about fucking fascists, okay? Fascist capitalist pig dog is like the most common fucking utilization of it in modern pop culture. It's a new, it's such a not real issue that even fucking Jake Tapper didn't know what it was. Most people don't know what it was. They're like, oh, maybe I guess it's supposed to be an anti-Semitic term. I don't know. I'm supposed to assume that this is anti-Semitic. If you're supposed to assume that something is anti-Semitic, then it's probably not. Okay? It's stupid as fuck. As far as being pro-Hamas, okay, as far as being quote-unquote pro-Hamas, I made it very clear, okay? There are condemnable actions of the Palestinian resistance group. Thank you. There are actions that are condemnable at the end of the day, but you have to match them up to the systemic violence that Palestinians have experienced in the same way as analyzing the Nat Turner Rebellion as opposed to the systematic enforcement of chattel slavery. Which one is far worse than the other? Okay, because the reality of the matter is the standard of violence is always set by the occupational forces, the occupying forces, the settler colony. Okay, and resistance groups match that level of violence. And as violence towards civilians increase in frequency and its regularity, the magnitude of violence increases, so does the violence as a form of militant resistance. Okay, these guys didn't just come out of the gate swinging like this. That's why it's almost a cliche at this point where people say, look, the first intifada was fought with stones, the second one with bus bombings. Okay, it has evolved over time because the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. It's an unbelievably violent endeavor. You cannot just fucking section off certain aspects of society into these little pockets and bully them and kill them with regular frequency, with impunity, and arrest them permanently without a real trial and then assume people not to fucking fight back. Of course they're going to fucking fight back militarily. Just because one is state violence and the other is violence against said state violence, oftentimes in a defensive posture and sometimes in an offensive posture, doesn't change that dynamic at all. So whenever people talk about like, oh, you're supporting Hamas, it's like, I believe the Palestinian people have a right to resist militarily. And it's not just my belief, it's international law. Okay? Some of that takes the form of war crimes. Absolutely. But even when you're making an assessment on the war crimes, you have to look at what they are responding to, the systematic violence, the unbelievable amount of war crimes. Israel's existence is a war crime. Okay? Is one ginormous war crime. That's the reason why I don't fucking stand down when I say like lesser evil. When I do the Hamas is the lesser evil. I'm a lesser evil voter, that kind of thing. Okay? Zohar Mamdani reveals that Taylor Swift has already paid the cost of permits and public resources used for her Madison Square Garden wedding at Hasan the Hun. Okay.
You said that you supported Hamas like 1,000 times over
Hamas
Israel.
is 1,000 times better than Israel.
Yeah.
The numbers probably have increased now that Israel is doing what it's doing to Gaza in Lebanon as well.
But aren't you just justifying violence with more violence, though? I mean, like that's. No. And if ultimately the goal is peace and a diplomatic solution to this.
Yeah, I think this was the one moment where I got so mad at him that I don't know if they put that in there, but I straight up was like, dude, you think my statements and not the maintenance of an apartheid for 75 years, now 80 years, is what makes a path towards peace impossible? You think it's not the expansion of the settlements projects over the course of the last 4 or 5 decades now that has rendered the two-state solution impossible? It's my statements here in the United States of America. Get the fuck out of here. I'm analyzing what's going on.
Then doesn't it set back that cause by expressing in very stark terms support for a group that is engaged currently in acts of terrorism?
I think Israel is doing acts of terrorism. I think America is doing acts of terrorism.
But you can be against both, can't you? I mean, you can be.
Well, of course, I am. Right. And I have said that like any kind of targeting of civilians is a war crime. It's heinous. It's completely unacceptable. It's not an endorsement necessarily of militant resistance.
Sounds like an endorsement.
It's not an endorsement of militant resistance.
Well, let's be clear about
it. But it's a recognition. But it's a recognition of their desperation.
I think you could ask.
I should have said it's not an endorsement of all tactics of militant resistance, for the record. I should have said that. That was wrong of me to say. It's not an endorsement of militant resistance. It's a recognition of their desperation. I should have said it's not an endorsement of all of the things that militant resistance does, because there is a level of endorsement that I absolutely stand by, right? As far as like the permissibility inside of the boundaries of international law, and even beyond that, I'm much more understanding of like the desperation as well, because I think it's more important to recognize it. Having said that, as far as like militant resistance endorsed by international law that is perfectly defensible, things that Hezbollah does against the Israeli occupation in Lebanon is endorsable. It is literally valid. It is not a violation. Israel is violating international law in that situation. And the same goes for targeting military infrastructure, for targeting members of the military. When people say stuff like, oh, this guy was kidnapped from a tank, for example, you can't make that argument. You're not kidnapping someone from inside of a tank. A tank is a military asset, okay? That's not kidnapping. That's taking a prisoner of war, okay? It's very important.
A lot of people who are kind of spouting anti-Zionism, like, does Israel have?
Yeah, always justifying murder. If you say that a prolific serial killer is much worse than a person who has killed only one person and that person happens to be the serial killer, you're obviously justifying murder. That's the argument. On the one hand, you got the fucking Zodiac killer. On the other hand, you got the guy whose parents have been victimized by the Zodiac killer, going and finding the Zodiac killer and killing them. And you go, well, I guess you endorse violence. It's so stupid. And most people understand that this is stupid. That's the problem for these guys, which, brings me back to my main point, which is that this is an unbelievably dumb way to go about this when you try to both sides the situation, when you try to fucking pair me up with people who don't make this assessment, who are cynically actually trying to launder anti-Semitic commentary into mainstream discourse, and they've succeeded. Part of the reason why they've succeeded is because of this dumb shit. If this is the only way you can combat anti-Israel sentiment, you're always going to fucking lose. And not only are you going to lose, you're also going to refuse to recognize that the bottom fell out of any kind of any kind of combating of anti-Semitism in this country. The bottom fell out a long time ago. These guys don't realize it, so they just keep fucking pumping this narrative over and over again. Oh, look, like even this guy is who's saying he's simply combating Zionism is actually saying that all Jews are violent, and he's violent too. He's violent towards Jews. Did you not realize he's violent towards Jews? But why not endorse militant resistance? Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you fucking brain dead? Are you fucking brain dead? I literally just said, I misspoke. I should have said, I don't endorse all forms of militant resistance, but that doesn't mean I don't endorse militant resistance. But of course, there are fucking dumb fucks who heard me say that and not my commentary beyond it. There have been a million instances where I've told you what my position on this is. Why? Why are you so dishonest?
Well, sure, we're okay with Israel as it is. We're just not okay with certain things that the Israeli government is doing.
That is totally legitimate. Like for someone to say, like, I'm okay with America, I just don't agree with what President Trump is doing.
Right.
Or I was okay with America, I didn't agree with what President Biden was doing.
Right.
That's normal. Mm-hmm. But when there are people who say that the country is more evil than the terrorists who blow up.
Yeah, dog. Sorry, sucks to suck. But yes, the people fucking resisting against 80 years of apartheid and occupation and blowing up little babies in their fucking homes and inside of their incubators, murdering them inside of their incubators is worse than the people fighting back against that. Sorry. Yeah, he said, I hate Rose, but respect Rhodesia in principle. I hate Adolf Hitler, but respect Nazi Germany in principle. See how stupid that is? It's dumb. It's dumb as fuck. And even the silliest person, even the dumbest person can understand how fucking stupid this sounds. Especially because, let's be real, this is the other side of the story. And I've said this for years. If you've been in here long enough, you know this. You've heard me say this. It is far more difficult to explain to an American the concept of and principled anti-Zionism than it is to educate an American on anti-Semitism and make them anti-Semitic. Okay? And these guys make that far, far, far more difficult to create an environment that is safe for Jews, that actually fights back against anti-Semitism, while simultaneously is principled in their anti-Zionist, anti-fascist, anti-genocide stance. Okay? That's it. Americans understand simple narratives. And it's a very simple narrative to say Jews control the media, Jews control finance, Jews control American foreign policy, Jews control American domestic policy, especially when you have prominent Jewish people that like, look at this, look, like this right here is creating anti-Semitism. You're sitting inside of a fucking mass surveillance room, okay? And you got this dumb fuck being like, yeah, all these people that criticize Israel, like, they just don't do it the way I want them to do it. Here is us surveilling them all across the country. What do you think people are going to look at this and think? They're going to go, wow, there is a real fucking headquarters where they're doing, it's like a villain lair. There's a headquarters for finding Americans, identifying Americans and surveilling Americans to make sure that they're not doing wrong. What do you think the average cornbread Iowan is going to think when they fucking see this? If they encounter this image alone, frame one, they're going to be like, oh my God, this is cartoonishly evil. It's like a fucking villain lair where you're mass surveilling. Yeah, ADL got a whole ass bat cave. Are we going to talk about this?
Buses and try to intentionally kill civilians. Like, something's wrong with that. I think that's kind of...
Yeah, you know what's wrong? You know what's the difference? You know what's the reality? There is, from the perspective of those who are killed, functionally no difference between a bus bombing and an American missile that blows up an entire city block. As a matter of fact, the American missile that blows up an entire city block kills more people. Okay? That's it. The underlying hidden premise here that is not so hidden is that Jonathan Greenblatt doesn't think victims of Israel are human beings because he is a supremacist, because he's a fucking fascist. That's it. That's the big difference between someone like myself and someone like Jonathan Greenblatt. I think Jews are human beings and so are Arabs who are not Jewish, okay? That's the difference. He doesn't. He only thinks one group is valuable. That's the problem. He only recognizes the humanity of one group. I recognize the humanity of both groups. That's the problem. So fucking disingenuous.
Kind of a warped set of values. I really do.
It's clear that the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East are changing the way that Americans view Israel's government and America's decades-long relationship.
And here's the thing, like, this is also a not so subtle disciplining operation, right? To be like, there's only one appropriate way to fucking, there's only my way to criticize Israel. You have to criticize Israel my way. And it's like, well, you don't get to have any legitimacy in this process. You know that, right? You don't get to have any legitimacy if we've heard the way you talk about Israel, okay? At most, I'll listen to fucking Peter Beinart and I'll have my reasonable disagreements with him, and that's fine. But you don't get to have a say in this, Jonathan Greenblatt. That's it. That's the problem. Like, why do you think you get to surveil the way people criticize Israel? Like, what the fuck is this nonsense? Why do you think you get to have a say in the way people criticize Israel? Like, most people don't give a shit about this. Most people don't have this consideration. Why would they have this consideration?
With Israel. But it's also very clear that anti-Semitism is reaching extremely...
Can Peter Beinart be considered anti-Zionist? Yes, I think Peter Beinart is great. We have some disagreements, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day because I think he's a legitimate voice who recognizes the humanity of Palestinians, right? Like, he might have his old guy concerns, with the way that I use my language, right? Like, we've had a long, extensive conversation about, we've had a long and extensive conversation saying that Zionism is Nazism. Like, he takes offense to that. But at the end of the day, that doesn't get in the way of us, coalescing around a peace and emancipation for Palestinians. So it's fine. Those are some disagreements that we have. It doesn't matter, right? It's secondary. He is someone who is, at the end of the day, a person that's invested in the emancipatory cause, right?
I'm grateful that I spent...
Yeah, brilliant take from Peter Beinart on pro-Israelis who kept calling anyone that said Israel was withholding food from Gaza anti-Semitic, immediately shifted their talking point when Israel officially and publicly withheld food to, of course, Israel has to withhold food. What are you, crazy? You think they should be feeding their enemies? Their standard is what Israel does is right, and it should never be subject to any international or American pressure, and they're the terms of which you have to defend that change. That's what I mean by a position of worship rather than a position of support, which I think is de facto idolatry. This clip from a lecture I attended Peter 2 weeks ago in Vienna.
Part of my
Peter here highlights the argument that Israel supporters used to justify apartheid against Palestinians are identical to those used by South Africa's apartheid regime. There are people who are trying to kill us. Apartheid is protecting us from those guys. How well did equality work for the rest of Africa? When you look at Congo, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, do you see flourishing liberal democracies? We understand what Africa is like.
Dangerous levels, evident by the real-world violence against Jews.
We've been dealing with anti-Semitism since 1913, but we've been systematically tracking it for almost 50 years. In 2025 was one of the most violent periods we've seen in memory. Over 200 acts of violence committed against Jewish people in 2025, out of a total of 6,200 some odd anti-Semitic incidents. Synagogues, schools, offices like this one, literally, they're fortified like citadels with bulletproof glass and security guards and alarm systems. But the truth is, every Jewish establishment, every place where Jewish people walk or where they shop or where they socialize, you can't live behind, barbed wire and walls, which is why ultimately anti-Semitism is everyone's problem.
Whether you're on the left or the right, anti-Semitism is indeed everyone's problem. And that's true even for Jews who are somewhere in the middle, supporters of Israel who are outwardly opposed to Prime Minister Netanyahu and his government.
Either Israel is always right, and you can't
Oh my
criticize
God,
it,
here
or
we
is-
go. Jeremy Ben-Ami. I would love to have a combo with him. See, I would love to have a combo because, like, Jeremy Ben-Ami at least is going to be a little bit more reasonable than fucking Jonathan Greenblatt. But I'm down to have a conversation with him. That's another guy who I'd love to talk to and explore the boundaries of his ideology and maybe the clear contradictions within liberal Zionism. Oh my God. But once again, this makes no fucking sense. You don't get to dictate how people fucking criticize Israel. You can complain about anti-Semitism, but I would say, as someone who is a steadfast advocate against anti-Semitism, you probably shouldn't put me in the fucking crosshairs. You can keep doing it if you want. Not saying Jeremy Ben-Ami does this, because I think he has disagreements with what I've said about Hamas and whatnot, but the J Street guys won't go so far as to say Hasan is anti-Semitic, at least in public, okay? At least on camera, right? But like, obviously, Jonathan Greenblatt traffics in this ridiculous nonsense on a daily basis. Here's the thing. Nobody gets the cat's out of the bag, right? Israel is a pariah state. You don't get to fucking determine how people talk about it any longer, especially when the violence that Israel has contributed to in daily Palestinian existence and daily Lebanese existence is far greater than the hypothetical violence in the future that you are trying to prevent by claiming that like anti-Semitism is going to grow and that there's going to be violence that happens in the future. Because one is happening right now, the other one is potentially going to happen in the future. And then to package that argument up with what I'm doing as like also increasing that likelihood of violence in the future is fucking insane. It's insincere. And it's also leading to more anti-Semitism.
Always wrong, and the truth lies somewhere in the middle. And so does the majority of the largest group of American Jews, and their opinions lie in the middle. Our organization is here to advocate for that, to try to change American policy and also change the public conversation, to have space to have that difficult conversation.
J Street is a liberal Zionist advocacy lobby group based in Washington, D.C. The group describes itself as the political home and voice for pro-Israel, pro-peace, pro-democracy Americans. J Street opposes the current Israeli government and its policies, but it also doesn't support the more extreme opinions of far-left commentators like Piker either.
I happen to be what's called a liberal Zionist. I believe that in the founding of the State of Israel, there were certain promises made and certain commitments made about the type of state it was going to be, that it would provide equality for all, regardless of their race and their religion and their gender, that it would be a light unto the nations, that it would pursue.
Yeah, what makes this funny is pre-October 7th, the ADL praised me for fighting anti-Semitism in my chat and in AOC's chat as well.
To the rule of law and equality under the law. And that, to me, is my Zionism. But the debate over what Zionism is has been going on for 130 years within the Jewish community. And this Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich right-wing vision of Zionism is not what I mean when I say I believe in Zionism.
I'm curious as to whether you...
They fully just dropped discussing Fuentes and Fishback. This video is only about you now. I know.
Think the majority of the conversation that's going on about the relationship between America and Israel is of that format at the moment, or is it being dominated by more sort of shrill or louder voices? A very difficult part of what you do must be attempting to counteract the Nick Fuenteses of the world. Do you think that they have a lot of influence in how people think about Israel?
Well, I think you can look at the polling and you can see the influence. The more that your 30 seconds of a soundbite can get just clipped and sent around, the more you're going to have an influence these days. This is not limited just to the anti-Semitism question or the Israel question, but folks on the right and folks on the left using the most outrageous possible language and having no
folks
desire
on the left
to have an hour-long conversation that gets into nuance. And
that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Challenge for Jeremy Ben and me. Let's do it. Live streamed, no censorship, no editing, no cuts. Love to have you on the broadcast. Would love to have you on the broadcast for as long as you want to talk. We can have a conversation about this. Would love that. Bullshit. I did fucking 2 hours with the guy you're talking to, and he put like 3 seconds in it to just chop up my fucking statements and be like, see, he's just the same as James Fishback. That was insane.
Areas of gray and shades of gray.
I sat down with James Fishback and talked with him for an hour, and I said, look, you say you want to have this conversation about Israeli influence in American politics, but then you go and you use terms like goy slop, which is a specific anti-Semitic dog whistle, and you know exactly what you're doing. Obviously, the criticism and the virulent language that somebody like Hasan Piker uses, I would argue, is certainly not helpful. And I pressed him on that, and I pushed him on that, and I said, every time you say I'm 1,000 times more in support of Hamas than I am of Israel, yes, it gets views, but it also sort of cheapens this conversation, and it takes the focus away from the more reasoned debate. Both of those sides are not helping when it comes to having this conversation. I think
that's bullshit. Yeah, also, Fishback is evasive about the Holocaust. Why the fuck are you talking about goy slop, my man? You pressed them on the Holocaust. Perhaps it's because Perhaps it's because you gotta hit it on like, oh, well, he says he's just joking. But when he's evasive about the Holocaust, he's not joking, right?
That's fair to say, right? We spend a lot more time, who's more dangerous, Nick Fuentes or Hasan Piker, and which words matter more or less. And that's interesting, but I think from a human point of view, how are we going to make less people die over the course of the years and decades ahead? J Street and I will spend more of our time trying to talk through, well, what should American policy be? How do we get the Israeli government and the governments of the Arab countries and the leadership of the Palestinian Authority, how do we get them to begin building on a different path towards actually ending this conflict so we stop having the people on the right and the left going at this way? And so many of us in this middle space are trying to show to young people that there are voices on the other side and try to elicit a little bit of empathy to try to match the anger and use that empathy to say, okay, there's a human being on the other side of this. It's not some horrible monster, a figment of your imagination. It's a human being with a family, with kids, and a desire to raise their kids in peace. And that's who's on the other side of all of this.
It's an important point about the dangers of clippable moments overtaking real, nuanced discussion on ending the conflicts in the Middle East. But you could also argue that the damage is already being done here in America. Politicians like Fishback, and even some on the left who've used anti-Semitic talking points like defeated Democratic congressional candidate Maureen Galindo, are making headlines and drawing crowds with their vulgar, punchy lines. And supporters like the Groypers, who agree with Fishback's extreme rhetoric about Jewish people, are going to the polls and casting their votes. So what can be done? Well, for our part, with this series, we hope to cut through the vulgar and short clips.
Yeah, you really did. You really did that by fucking clipping me from a 2-hour fucking conversation where I addressed virtually every single counter without even hearing Ben-Ami's take, without hearing Jonathan Greenblatt's take. You asked me about these opinions. I delivered to you my perspective. And you fucking straight up only use like 2 minutes, man. That's nasty business. God, what a fucking hack job this was. Holy shit.
With real conversations. And we also tried to have another real discussion with two of our subjects to hopefully build some kind of new understanding. I asked Hasan Piker and Jonathan Greenblatt on camera if they would sit down for a conversation with each other, with me moderating. Piker said yes immediately.
Wild idea. If we could broker it, would you sit down with him?
With Jonathan Greenblatt?
Yeah.
Oh, I would love to.
Okay.
I would love to have a conversation with Jonathan Greenblatt.
I'll pose the same question to him.
Greenblatt was a bit more cautious.
We've talked a lot about Hasan Piker here. He claims he's tried to sit down with you guys and tried to talk to you.
When
you
was
said
that?
earlier, I don't know. He's claimed, that's his claim to it. Would you sit down with him? Would you sit down with him and me in a room and have a conversation?
Look, I'll sit down and talk to anyone. My only red line is if you dehumanize others.
Mm-hmm. Has he crossed that line?
Well, yeah, and saying that, Zionists, the things he said about Zionists, I think absolutely cross the line and create the space where it seems legitimate to murder Jewish people.
Okay? I've never said that. Shut the fuck up. I don't think that. I've never said that. You're a bitch.
So, if he would acknowledge the legitimacy of Zionism.
This is the nefarious part. Okay? This was clipped, and I made a joke about this, but this is the nefarious part, because he starts out with like he dehumanizes Jews. I don't, right? And then he turns around and goes, bro said I'd debate him on anti-Zionism if he simply concedes that Zionism is good and legitimate ahead of time.
The Zionists have the same right as everyone else, even people whose views we don't like. That would be an important step forward.
The offer still stands.
The shit, dude. Totally ridiculous. Yeah, you can only disagree with me if you agree with me. It's crazy. Yeah, why the fuck does... Dude, Israel defenders are on a level of entitlement I have never seen in my entire life. Where it's not just like the nation state, it's now the underpinning ideology that also should have extra special rights. You know what I mean? It's crazy. We've moved past like, does Israel have a right to exist, to like, does Zionism, you have to concede that Zionism, an ethno-religious supremacist ideology like Nazism, has to be considered legitimate and good before we can even argue on why it's illegitimate. That's insane, dude. That's insane. What do you mean? I've never seen such nefarious propaganda. He rat fucked you in the article from today too. Nick Fuentes to Hasan Piker, click by click. Anti-Semitism goes mainstream. Yeah, I see that. He literally compared me to Nick Fuentes and James Fishback. And then puts an annual study by Tel Aviv University found that 20 people have been killed in anti-Semitic attacks, like implying that I'm responsible for this. It's such a nasty, nasty fucking hit job. And the irony is, it doesn't work. So who is this for? Who is this for, if not a handful of people who are like terrified of Israel becoming a pariah state, who still have this mentality that like it can't do anything wrong? No wonder the channel gets 1,000 views a video for 8 million subs. Holy moly, that was such a horrible, entirely biased journalism. Anyway, let's get to Israel and Iran. Obviously, the MOU is dead in the water now, at least according to Donald Trump. The situation is active. It's fluid. We're going to be monitoring that. We'll get to the Ann Widdecombe news later. But before we do that, let's start with Israel telling the United States of an Iranian plot to assassinate Trump. New report says. Maki Zanin, thank you for the 20 gift subs.
On the conflict with Iran and a stunning report that the country was planning to assassinate President Trump. The Wall Street Journal reported Thursday that Israel shared that intelligence about it with the U.S. All this coming as tensions between the U.S. and Iran remain high after the latest air and missile strikes. Charlie D'Agata has more from Washington. Charlie, good morning.
Good morning to you, Kelly. The fighting this week has been by far the most serious escalation we've seen since the U.S. and Iran signed the framework last month that was supposed to lead to a more permanent peace agreement. And although last night was quiet for the first time in
Hey, are you happy Israel's now going to get a pro-AIPAC now that you led the mob in cooping the voters of Maine? Oh, damn. We got Graham Plattner dead enders in here. That's crazy. Here, if you're 100% in support of Graham Plattner, I mean, there's a reasonable suspicion in his background, considering that his brother-in-law was and it still is, I think, a FDD guy. So, if the credible allegations were not enough for you, there's at least like ample suspicion that you could have due to his brother-in-law.
days, that fragile ceasefire is barely holding together.
Are you talking like bad empanada now? No, I'm not. Here's the thing. I think I had a fairly reasonable assessment with Graham Plattner, which is why it pissed off everybody, right? I looked at the red flags. I pointed to them. Nowhere near as much as like his Reddit posts and Reddit history, especially like detailing his experiences. I chalked that up to like, a hoorah grunt, greatly embellishing and thinking that was hot shit and cool. Okay. And I took a very centrist approach to the Graham Plattner situation, recognizing the red flags while also simultaneously saying that he was a far better option with the readily available information at the time. Far better option than Janet Mills, and also far better option than Susan Collins. For that reason, a lot of people got mad at me and they said, no, you should actually write him out across the board. You should write him out immediately. It turns out those people were vindicated when new evidence came out. Okay? When new evidence came out. Now, here's the thing. I wanted to also identify certain red flags myself. What is this? Been watching you for years and always thought you were always smart, but this is some audience captured shit. No. It's ironic because everyone says that. And they've said that for years and years. And it's really funny because most of the positions that I have, well, all the positions that I have are just my genuine perspective. But a lot of the positions that I take on issues such as this one, when there is like, nuance involved, end up pissing everybody off because most people just want black and white. Most people want unconditional support or unconditional enmity. And it's interesting that my cautiously optimistic perspective, where I always hedged my my approach to Graham Plattner, the demands that I made to his team over and over again, that were very favorable initially, and became not so favorable after I started calling out some of these red flags, including the tattoo, including his background, including his CV, Blackwater tours. And try to get a better assessment on like where he was. Was he actually a real anti-war former veteran, or was he actually simply playing a role? These are the questions that I had that I wanted to figure out. The campaign stopped talking to me after that. It just, they avoided me like the plague. And some people might say, some people, yes, he's got skeletons in his closet, but this was just objectively a coup against 150,000 voters in Maine. I think that even if you were to believe that the Democratic Party did everything that it can to Graham Plattner, I don't think you would like the results of leaving Graham Plattner on the ticket, because there are always going to be people who saw that he had a credible allegation and decide not to vote for him, can't find it within themselves to vote for him. Many women, for example. And that's perfectly valid and it's perfectly reasonable. And so at that point, it doesn't even matter. Even if you're making this like cold heart analysis, an immoral analysis or an amoral analysis, it still doesn't matter, because Graham Plattner is credibly accused of rape by a former partner. Okay? And the unfortunate reality is he's running as a Democrat, right? Unless the political piece falls apart as much as it already has, I don't think it has fallen apart. I don't think it has fallen apart as much as you think it has. So, dead enders straight from r/politics, Bernie bro smears. Wait, what? I've called Joe Brandon dead enders and Kamala Harris dead enders as well. What are you talking about? It's just that you can actually consider a group of people who are still riding with a person after the person is like openly admitted that they're going to drop their campaign a dead ender, because that's what it is. Once the campaign stopped answering, you should have called that out immediately. I mentioned it over and over again, but it doesn't matter. HasanAbi been wearing the suit too long. He's got DNC consultant brain. You were wrong about Kamala in 2024. You're wrong now. The establishment are pros and the left is easily manipulated. Go look at local Facebook and news posts. Mainers are not buying this allegation. This is how the left loses. We do centrist work for them. What evidence? Contemporaneous conversations between the victim and other people, third parties, is a fairly reliable metric for assessing the accuracy of a claim. It's certainly enough to charge someone with. It's not enough to convict. There would probably be, it's very difficult to convict someone on in this current criminal justice system, contrary to what men's rights activists and numerous other people say. But there is definitely enough to charge this person. So unless there is new information that has come out that shows that there isn't any timely conversations between Graham Plattner's victim and numerous other people, unless there's like new information that I'm not privy to, which even then I'd have to make a new assessment. The number of red flags, the additional things that he has said, paint a picture that I am uncomfortable with. I don't know why people are saying there isn't any contemporaneous evidence. Unless Politico invented third parties that Graham Plattner's ex spoke to, like the ex-boyfriend, unless they invented that, which is, fairly far-fetched. And to be fair, yes, Politico is owned by Axel Springer, who is an unbelievably pro-Israel person. So, that is real. There's a demand for a loyalty pledge to Israel from Axel himself. I just don't think that I like your assessment has to reach a certain standard. Like your hypothesis can't be more far-fetched than the readily available evidence. Anyway, don't know why we're going back into the Graham Plattner allegations here. instead of talking about what's going on currently. Israel telling the American government that there's an Iranian plot to assassinate Trump.
Fight between the U.S. and Iran entered a dangerous new phase, pushing the prospects for peace even further out of reach. This latest back and forth kicked off after U.S. officials said Iran fired on 3 commercial vessels earlier this week in the Strait.
So Axel Springer is the German media group that owns Politico. Okay. Axel Springer was a massive Zionist. New owners claim, according to Times of Israel from September, new owners won't make Politico employees sign pro-Israel mission statement. But Axel Springer, the German firm that bought the U.S. news site, was such a staunch supporter of Israel that they would require the staff to place support to the Transatlantic Alliance and Israel. Okay?
Strait of Hormuz, a key shipping channel, particularly for oil. The Iranians want to control the strait and have shown they are willing to do it.
I think the new CEO is also just as insane, though, regardless. Look, Matthias Döpfner, CEO of Axel Springer, declares himself a Zionist to the World Jewish Congress and then calls for censorship of social media and the expulsion of anti-Semites from wherever legally possible. He insists that all European countries open their borders to Jewish immigration in the name of diversity. Europe must become more Jewish, Döpfner says. Now, some of this stuff is not that crazy. Like the way that this account is framing it is making it seem like it's this weird thing. But it is philo-Semitism. There is a classic German philo-Semitism that I don't know what it is, but there's a classic German philo-Semitism that you can clearly fucking spell out here. Okay?
An idea and a goal that only Jews can embrace. I'm a goy.
I love when these guys come out and they'll go to the World Jewish Congress and be like, well, I'm a goy. So with your stupid goy brain that I have, I still understand how important Israel is. I am the stupid goy. And I have the stupid goy brain.
And I'm a Zionist. With all my heart, out of conviction, and with passion. First, we need a zero-tolerance policy towards open hatred of Jews.
He's also known to reframe former Waffen SS slogans into Zionism slogans. He's fucking nuts. Yeah, I will never understand. Like, we gotta investigate some of the Germans and their attitude towards Israel. In the same way that, you can only like do an autopsy analysis to like study the brains of football players to figure out like what level of CTE they had. That's how I feel about some Germans. Like the way that they approach the situation is so wild. And it's like, this is weird, like idolatry, fetishization. It's just not something that you would experience in the real world at all.
All anti-Semites in word and deed, regardless of their origin, must be expelled wherever legally possible. British politician and Conservative Party leader Kami Badenoch put it clearly and courageously, I quote, anything that's inciting violence against Jews has got to go, quote end. We need this statement and its consequences not only in Britain, but in every democratic country. Second, Europe should introduce preferential immigration and citizenship for Jewish families. In the US, approximately 7.7 million Jews live. That is 2.2% of the population. In the EU and the UK combined, it is roughly 1 million. That is 0.2% and 10 times less.
Please don't center their Germanness when you've got the same exact type of guys running around all over your country. Yeah, the reason why I center their Germanness, by the way, that's got to be a German anti-Zionist, one of the, 15. So I'm going to treat this with respect because you guys are fighting a very different battle over there. But in the United States of America, this kind of attitude certainly exists as well. Mike Huckabee is like one of the torchbearers of this movement, right? But the difference is we can identify where that's coming from, and it's centered around evangelical Christian Zionism. Whereas in Germany, it does actually turn into this like national humiliation, this national understanding, or rather the national shame that they feel, where they actually get to offset the guilt of the Holocaust away from any kind of like European anti-Semitism to these nasty Arabs, right? This modern behemoth. The Arabs have taught us how to be anti-Semitic, is what they say sometimes. So I think it is. I think it stems from Germanness for sure, like modern Germanness, the modern understanding of a German nation state, their shared history, their shared culture. It's this strange offloading of the guilt of the Holocaust and the anti-Semitism that led to the Holocaust to the Muslims, to Islam. It's very odd. And that's the reason why I center Germanness around it. Rather than in the United States of America, I don't think there is that same level of guilt. There is a level of guilt for sure. There's a level of guilt amongst Americans for the famous story of the boats that were sent back to Germany that had Jewish refugees, right? Like that certainly exists in American culture, but to the degree that you see philo-Semitism from Germans does not exist in America at all, with the exception of white evangelical Protestant Christians. I think it's mostly just rooted in anti-Semitism. Yes, of course, philo-Semitism is the other side of anti-Semitism. Zionism is by far the most convenient for if anti-Semitism nowadays, right-wingers of Europe could just hold on to their anti-Semitism by indulging in Zionism. I think that's part of it, yes.
Than in America. It is in Europe's own best interest to change that, and it is more than a gesture. If the idea of a multicultural society is to be taken seriously, then there is a
Bro, your German takes are not that good, man. Germans are the best at educating their country and culture about history. France and the UK still glorifies many of its atrocities. I don't think Germany features a tremendous amount of education on its, the actions it took in like its African campaigns. That's number one. And number two, what I'm talking about is quite literally a fixture of German culture, with the exception of like my German chatters in here. The tying of Zionism and Judaism and the highlighting of Israel. I mean, Germany literally paid reparations, right, to the state of Israel for reparations. Not true at all. I'm not German, but spent there. Okay, dude. Well, then maybe dial it back. Germany is one of the most aggressive in its approach to combating anti-Zionism. Like out of all the European countries, it's literally the most aggressive. It's far more aggressive than the United States of America, because the United States of America, there's still the First Amendment, so that like plays a formative role in restricting what the government can and can't do. They're obviously trying to get that away, or they're trying to destroy that. But there is an ideal, there is an understanding of Judaism, or a fetishization of Judaism and a philo-Semitism that exists in Germany that I have compared to the way that Americans identify with like native culture. There is a similar fetishization of indigenous culture in the United States of America in the aftermath of the genocide of the indigenous populations that you see in Germany. The only difference is historically the Holocaust is far closer to modern German existence, as opposed to the indigenous genocides were, 250 plus years ago, and continued onward for throughout, the early frontierism. Having said that, the fetishization and the otherizing, or like the fetishization in general, is like identical almost. I literally write about this shit, man. It's terrifying. Yeah. It goes beyond the material necessity to have a colonial outpost in this resource-rich region for Germans. For Americans, like, their foreign policy decisions revolve around that. They don't give a fuck, right? There is no like, oh, we really fucked up with our mistreatment of the Jews or anything like that. It's pretty open as shut. What you see is what you get. They see it as a reliable colonial outpost. and its reliability is actually being called into question now. So there's obviously disagreements there in the State Department. There's always been some people in the State Department that have seen Israel as a massive national security threat. So the CIA and other functions of the state are of two different minds, and they are oftentimes butting heads with one another. Whereas in Germany, there is this higher prioritization of Israel due to the collective guilt of the Holocaust and how it's like formed into this idolization of the state of Israel, for sure. It's different. I don't know how else to describe it other than to say it's different. They feel it. Yeah, the Germans feel like there is a moral obligation to always defend Israel that goes even beyond capital. Of course, capital still plays a role in this. Capital always plays a role in this. Capitalism is the international organization of the economy. It's the only game in town. So, when you think about Axel Springer, for example, of course they have investments in the West Bank. Of course they have investments in Israel. Many of the pro-Israel Christians, of course, have a financial entanglement with the apartheid project. That's real. But what I'm talking about is like this this attitude that you see from German society. This attitude that you see from German society by and large that goes beyond the normal expectations. Having said that, I mean, German society is polled with regular frequency, and even German society by and large has recognized the atrocities that Israel is committing. It's just that you will never hear that from a person with a fraction of power. Even in the United States of America, there are people who are getting elected, for example, on anti-Zionist tickets. Whereas I feel like Die Linke is the closest that you can get to like a party with viability and not one of these like fucking 18-person Marxist-Leninist formations that exists in Germany. I'm talking like a viable party, a serious party that operates within German politics. Die Linke is the furthest left, right? And Die Linke still will, Die Linke only recently was able to come to terms with an official statement on Israel's genocide. And even then, they immediately paired that up with like the growth of anti-Semitism happening in Germany and other places as well. So I don't think that there is like appropriate representation within... Brother, you cannot be calling Die Linke a serious left party. I'm not. You're misunderstanding my point. It's a social democratic party at most. I'm saying that it's the furthest left party with any real viability. Okay? I'm not saying that... Guys, this conversation started with how cooked German politics is. Okay? Why does everybody always forget that I'm using the term viability very deliberately here? Okay? Please, this is a nuanced perspective. What I'm trying to say is there isn't a real recognition. There isn't a real recognition. There isn't any real proportional representation of German societal attitudes towards Israel in German politics. Okay? That's all I'm saying. You look at Germany, modern Germany, and their society, their attitude towards the nation state of Israel, and it's unbelievably negative. And yet there is no real party out there. There's no real party out there that actually abides by this attitude. You know what I mean? So like even Die Linke, which is supposed to be like the leftmost party with any serious viability, is nowhere near as close to the public sentiment on Israel in Germany. It's just not. There isn't enough representation of people, full stop. Yes. Israel is a great example of this lack of representation. Okay? Maybe explaining when you say viable, you mean it in the context of whether or not like a pregnancy is viable or not? No, viability is in like it's a serious party with like a decent amount of representation that can win seats. Okay? That's what viability means. Viability in the American electoral system is also implied. Like it's not like an American Communist Party, for example, but instead like a candidate that is viable as in has a tremendous amount of support within striking distance, could potentially win. That's what viability means. Anyway, how the fuck are we talking about Germany? Oh my God. All right, I'm done. I'm done talking about Germany. Let's get back to Israel telling the United States government that Iran wants to kill Trump.
Disadvantage right now because they don't think President Trump has the will to sustain a campaign against them.
President Trump himself said this week he wasn't looking for the war to go on, calling the strikes retribution for Iranian aggression.
I think anything that happens is going to be over very quickly.
The strikes may be punitive, but they're also strategic. U.S. officials tell CBS News they've hit more than 170 Iranian military targets along the strait in the hopes of loosening Iran's hold on the waterway. Iran fired back, targeting key U.S. allies in the Gulf, including Kuwait, Qatar, and Bahrain.
This is not anywhere near an end of the war. This is just entering kind of a new phase.
In Iran, this all comes as crowds gathered for the funeral of the late supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei.
The German left is currently focused on you because they think the DSA will end up like Die Linke. Fuck no. There's 0% chance the Democratic Socialists of America would ever end up like Die Linke because the Democratic Socialists of America are outcasts from the normal political process. And the more it becomes a fixture in normal American politics, the more we run DSA candidates, the more they, in an uncompromising manner, and the more they, put up a fight, the more they develop some sort of caucus or political power within the Democratic Party, the more radical they would become, not less. Why would they become less radical? I mean, we shall see. We shall see. I have a lot of confidence in this new slate of candidates that we've worked to get elected, some of which are, many of which are Democratic Socialists and some of which are adjacent, right? DSA has always recognized the genocide. DSA has always had a far more radical approach than Die Linke ever could come to terms with.
Mourners pictured holding a banner that read, "Trump, we will kill you." The conflict has prompted extra security measures for President Trump in an unexpected switch. He left the NATO summit in Turkey this week in the old Air Force One, as its replacement, gifted by the government of Qatar, was sent out of the region without him. Now,
yeah, I wonder why. Perhaps the runway to develop with all of the anti-missile systems and the evasive capabilities of a regular Air Force One, the refueling capabilities of regular Air Force One, the all of the technical capabilities of a normal Air Force One plane is very different than a normal civilian plane that you got from Qatar. Okay? So there is no way that you could redesign a normal Boeing plane that you got from Qatar in 4 months. Normal, at most, the best you can do is, I guess, check it for bugs and then put a fresh coat of paint, which, by the way, controversial opinion, but I really do like the paint job. I will say that. I think this paint job is actually pretty solid. So that's 1 point to give to Donald Trump. I know he chose this. It's clean. It looks fucking dope. But I will say this. There's a reason why he chose not to fly back with this one. Okay.
Now, sources tell
the reason why he chose not to fly back with this one is because he's now scared that Iran is going to lob ballistic missiles at it or something. So now he's flying back with the OG Air Force One.
CBS News, it was on the recommendation of the Secret Service. The old plane is equipped with sophisticated
look at this paint job, dude.
Military defenses and secure communication systems that the new Air Force One lacks. So
The Trump administration says the president remains committed to finding a resolution with Iran, but called the recent attacks on the vessels in the Strait of Hormuz terrorism. Nevertheless, a U.S. official tells CBS News talks with Iran will continue. Vlad?
All right, Charlie, let me ask you about what we're learning about that report regarding a new Iranian plot to kill President Trump, and why is it coming to light now?
The big question, the timing is unclear because, you know, there have been active plots in Iran to assassinate President Trump since at least back in 2020. That's when the president ordered the strike that killed Iranian Al-Quds force commander Qasem Soleimani. And you saw those banners during the funerals for the supreme leader calling for the death of Trump. Why Israel is raising this plot now is unclear. You may remember Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, helped convince President Trump to launch the war after that famous visit to the White House in February. The two spoke again yesterday. The reminder of the assassination plot may be an attempt to convince Trump to keep up attacks. Vlad?
All right, Charlie, thank you very much.
Now, as you can see, I'm joined by Professor Michael Clark, because are we returning to all-out war between Iran and the United States? Intensifying strikes across the Middle East overnight. There were US attacks on dozens of sites across.
What about all the other public assassination attempts? Well, there's a difference between, like, first of all, do I think that there is a credible assassination threat? I suspect that there's always a credible assassination threat. The whole point is, he gives them an opportunity. He gives them an opportunity to strike if he's in the old plane. You know, you're the president of America. You're fucking around with numerous nations. Like, it makes sense that there is, like, credible threats to your life and your safety. It's a little bit different than, you know, the possible attempts on your life from, like, a radical centrist at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Right? But yeah, when you're flying around, when you're flying around on a fucking plane that doesn't have the same evasive maneuvering capabilities as the previous Air Force One does, when you're flying around in a plane that doesn't have, like, anti-missile systems in it, when you're flying around in a plane that doesn't have the same, like, nuclear bunker facilities that the Air Force One normally has, and the capacity to get refueled even, retooling a civilian Boeing plane takes, like, almost a decade. Okay? You got to do it right. It's the president. It's the most important person in the country, the most important person maybe on the planet from the perspective of the people, the engineers working on it. So I know he likes the new plane. He likes it a lot. He thinks it's great. He thinks it looks cool. And the interior is much nicer. But, you know, that's the reason why he just chose not to fly around in that, clearly. Anyway, Michael Clark is back to talk about the intensified strikes between the U.S. and Iran. Look, I think it's pretty obvious what happened here. I already talked about this extensively. I gave you my perspective on this. I'll just give you a quick update on it. It's still the same. It's now becoming increasingly clear, and more clear, that the MOU was bullshit, and it was just to allow some respite for the strategic reserves that were near critical levels. I believe it was like 1 to 4 weeks away from reaching critical levels where if you actually go below a certain red line in the strategic reserves, you have the capacity for those salt caverns where a lot of the oil remains to collapse. Okay? That still remains. That issue still remains, and it's going to come back again. Iran knows this. Okay? Iran obviously understands this reality. And that was what they were hedging their bets on. So Donald Trump came in, wanted to give the markets a moment to breathe, right? Released the sanctions on Iranian oil. They had already released the sanctions on Russian oil prior to this as well. And the oil reserves were not going to recover, but at least it would stabilize the market a little bit. It would make things a little bit easier, right? It would give America some level of leverage. On the Iranian side, they recognize this. They get a moment of respite, or they can go back to rebuilding their infrastructure. They can go back to rebuilding their munitions facilities that have taken a significant amount of damage. They can get Chinese shipping and Chinese components. So they can go back to, like, rebuilding their drones to re-up and rearm, basically, in that short period of time. And that's precisely what took place. So I think that the Iranian side is aware that the MOU was dead in the water. Maybe some of the reformists thought that there was an opportunity for a deal. But I think the IRGC was already, like, the hardliners were already aware that this wasn't going to stick, right? Hold on. So for those of you who are wondering what I'm talking about with the salt caverns, okay? Underground salt cavern collapses threaten energy stockpiles like the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Cavern failures cause pressure drops sinkholes, and potential aquifer contamination. Maintaining brine levels and internal pressure is critical to preserve the structural integrity of these vital petroleum and gas reserves. The U.S. stores its massive energy stockpile capable of holding up to 714 million barrels in hollowed-out salt caverns along the Gulf Coast. However, the technique of solution mining used to create these caverns leaves them susceptible to structural vulnerabilities over time. So if you go beyond a certain red line of oil inside of these salt caverns, you have too little pressure, potentially have them collapse, which would destroy the rest of the oil, the oil stockpile, the strategic reserves that we have. Okay? The Department of Energy manages and monitors 4 major sites across Texas and Louisiana to ensure that these reserves remain structurally sound and mission ready. Truly the most Amerifat problem, I guess. For the record, they're capable of holding 715 million, but once you go below 150 million barrels of oil, okay, once you go below 150 million barrels of oil, the pressure drops to such a degree that those salt caverns could technically collapse. Okay? We need 150 million barrels of oil in the salt reserves that we never take out of those salt reserves, because if we do take them out, if we go beneath that level, then there is a likely scenario where these salt caverns collapse. Okay? Do you understand? Here's what it looks like, I guess. The Bryant Mound Strategic Petroleum Reserve Caverns in Texas. Okay? So the capacity is 580 million barrels and not 720. Yes. Well, it could also not collapse. So, you know, I guess that's what it is. But yeah, here it is. Did anyone see that? Analytica Camilla says, did anyone see that piece by The Economist where they apologize for being wrong about oil prices? It's one of those rare, well, honestly, not that rare cases where not only were they not wrong, investors were /are just detached from reality. The Trump admin suckered the stock market with the laziest cycle of pump fakes I've ever seen. Every few days, they'd have an official go and tell Barack Ravid that we're making great headway on the whole ceasefire thing, and investors believe them every single time, even though Barack himself pointed out that he was just literally reporting on what they were saying, but it's quite obvious that they're trying to bullshit everybody. Meanwhile, the global oil market's neck snap from the war whiplash. The U.S. strategic petroleum reserves are basically empty. They can't dip below 150 million barrels without having the caves where the oil is stored collapse, and the White House started creating literal communist-style gas stations. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the White House creates communist-style gas stations, because the strategic reserves, if they diminish to that degree, it's over. Okay? You hit a hard limit. And that's where things get really fun. Once you hit a hard limit, and if you start seeing real structural integrity failures, okay, all of a sudden, you don't have any fucking oil. And when you run out of oil, when you run out of the strategic reserves in its entirety, or you start seeing structural collapse in these strategic reserves, the problem compounds far beyond not being able to receive, the problem compounds far beyond simply going to a gas station and seeing the prices, okay? The prices will obviously skyrocket where gas is readily available, but we're talking about the electrical grid. We're talking about the entire American, the American electrical grid potentially turning into the Cuban one, okay? So, here's the issue. And I covered this yesterday as well. Here's Eric Nuttall. The U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve is now 19 million barrels away from the estimated minimum operating levels. There very soon will no longer be a safety buffer to protect the world from the further losses out of the strait. Okay? You now, when you reach 300 million, you're now reaching a red line where there's only 150 million to go until complete structural integrity failure. Okay? And every single day, it's getting worse. Every single day, the problem compounds on one another. Okay? This is the reason why Donald Trump tried to do a fake out with this MOU so that Iran could sell its oil on the market. And this would give confidence to the investors. This would give some confidence to the investors. It would offer a moment of respite so that the American oil would, stop burning as many barrels as they are. However, it simply pushes the problem later down the line. And the more you push this problem down the line, the more you push it in the direction of the midterms. So I don't even understand what Trump is trying to do, because the problem doesn't go away. If they were to now go back to war, waging war as we have, right? There is no guarantee that a military intervention is actually going to force the Iranian hand to bend to America's needs, to Israel's needs, okay? And that's just our strategic reserves. I don't know what it looks like in Japan, for example, right? Because the massive stockpiles that Japan has, they've also tapped into in order to make sure that there aren't critical shortages. Because, again, I repeat this over and over again, the reason why oil is a global commodity is because it is perhaps the most important commodity for survival, for normal everyday existence. Everything runs on oil. Everything runs on oil and gas. And it has inelastic demand, right? You can artificially reduce demand, as some of these countries have, like the Philippines have artificially reduced demand. You can try to go back to different fossil fuels like coal, which Thailand did, right? But ultimately, you still need oil, okay? That's not true, HasanAbi, you fucking idiot, says COO of Antifa. America runs on Duncan. Okay, fair. Well, other countries don't run on Duncan, they run on oil, right? So that's the reason why the price is priced out globally, because countries will do everything they can to get it, because in the absence of it, their grid fails, okay? Every other country turns into Cuba. And there's also a lot of, spot traders. There's also a lot of shadow fleets all around the world that are operating. Some of the oil tankers that are doing regular trade also famously have, additional millions of barrels of oil that they're selling to make a quick buck on the side. This has also allowed the market to not be as volatile, because a lot of people understand that this is how it goes, right? Having said that, there is a hard line. There's a hard limit that you reach. And once you reach that hard limit, everything collapses. It's no longer just a higher price at the gas pump, which will definitely happen, but it won't be, 50 cents or $1 more. It will be $10 more. You'll start seeing lines of cars at every gas station around the country. You'll start seeing rolling blackout. Artificial reduction in demand in a country like the United States of America will collapse the largest consumption engine on the planet. This will have tremendous impact on the global economy. Okay? 70s oil crisis tenfold. So it's no longer just about Americans feeling shitty about paying extra money. We're now talking about complete collapse. So the reason why I'm bringing up all of this is because that's leverage that Iran has, right? If we know about this, then obviously the Iranian government knows about this as well. That's part of the reason why they can play hardball. Iran was able to, through blood and through sacrifice and through their drone production facilities, they were able to successfully gain tremendous leverage as they now control the Strait of Hormuz. The MOU, in the language that they interpreted, in the language that they used on the MOU, implied that they would open the Strait of Hormuz as long as all of the vessels that were transiting would transit through the Iranian side. But of course, there's the Omani coastline as well. Iran has allowed the Omani coastline to also operate. But America made a big show of force. They tried to get as many ships as possible through the Omani coastline. And Iran was fine with it for a little bit because they got respite from the American blockade, the secondary blockade that America had implemented, right? And so now it's I don't want to say a Mexican standoff. It's an Iranian standoff, basically. Okay? Iran's put a gun to the head of the global energy markets, and America has put a gun to the head of the same global energy markets. And it's now about who gets to buckle first. The new standoff. America, for some weird fucking reason, has decided that it's more beneficial to try to force Iran by bombing civilian infrastructure again and again and again. This didn't work in the last 130 days in Operation Epic Fury, Part 1. So there is no reason for this to work in Operation Epic Fury Part 2. Okay? Iran knows this. So inevitably, America is going to have to go back to the ceasefire table. America is going to have to go back unless they just collapse everything. And I don't think they're going to do that. Iran has all the cards. America could only escalate further and try to diminish Iranian strike capabilities. But as long as Iran can like lob these drones at civilian ships that are transiting millions of barrels of oil through the Omani coastline, which is fairly easy to do. They can do this with their go-fast boats. They can do this with their drones. So they control the Strait of Hormuz. You just can't outperform the geographic limitations here. It's 21 miles wide. The only parts that ships can transit through are either the Omani coastline, hugging the Omani coastline, or hugging the Iranian coastline. They're not going to be able to get away with attriting the Iranian strike capabilities in the water, especially because Iranians already have additional cards that they haven't even deployed, like shutting down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait by utilizing the Houthis. So things could get far worse going forward. Meanwhile, the Americans have ironically diminished their missiles, their standoff munitions, because they couldn't establish air superiority over Iranian airspace. So they couldn't use their unguided and guided missiles that they could deploy over Iran and they have plenty of stockpile on their unguided and guided munitions that they could just like drop. They could drop gravity bombs by flying their planes over the Iranian airspace. But every single time they've flown planes over the Iranian airspace, the Iranian air defenses and their loitering munitions kick in, and it's far too costly for the American war effort to risk more pilots, to risk more assets. Iranians keep blowing up their MQ-9 Reaper drones, which are, $30 million a pop. And Iranians have even been able to shoot down over the Strait of Hormuz helicopters. They've been able to shoot down an F-35. And we're running through our stockpile of standoff munitions that we've been deploying from these ships that are far away from the Iranian drones. And we've diminished our stockpile of interceptors. We've reduced our stockpile of peer and near peer adversary standoff munitions that we always have to have in a manner not dissimilar to the strategic oil reserves that I was talking about. There's also a strategic reserve of stockpiled munitions that we have that we always need to keep in the tank for, God forbid, war against Russia or direct conflict against China. We've already diminished that. We've already destroyed those stockpiles. Those stockpiles are not coming back. It takes a very long time to rebuild Tomahawk missiles. Okay? It takes a long ass time. It requires a lot of effort. We're just not going to be able to get that back as fast as Iran can just build drones, as fast as Iran can build its ballistic munitions. So the reason why I'm bringing this up, what is this? You're just wrong here. There won't be. Japan's reserves have fallen from 400 barrels to 200 million. There's still months of supply. You're just wrong here. There won't be rolling blackouts in the U.S. There won't be gas lines. Gas prices will go up and there won't be blackouts. I don't know where people get this idea from. It's going to be Europe, Asia, South America that will suffer from this. U.S. will be fine. I think that's why Trump doesn't actually care about the impact. You think we still got more oil in the strategic reserves? Like, what happens when the strategic reserves go beyond the 300 million barrels of oil, go beyond the red line, and I guess like this goes on for another month? U.S. electricity depends on natural gas and oil. Fair, true, but you said there's no. You said that there's not going to be lines at the gas station. We still produce 13 million barrels of oil per day. This is in the 1973 oil crisis. We are a major exporter of oil and oil products. We will simply stop exporting. Fair. So you're saying your calculation is that America will stop exporting before it allows any sort of significant crisis to take place here. Okay. There's still, at the end of this, what you're describing is longer bandwidth. Okay. What you're describing is longer bandwidth. So it's not a month, but let's say we just stop exporting oil to Europe and in Asia, right? We're going to fuck our allies. Fine. Sure. That's a consideration, right? But in spite of that, we're still burning more than we are. We'll still inevitably burn more than we're generating, than we're refining. So ultimately, we're talking about fucking massive consequences in Europe and Asia. All of our allies are screaming bloody murder. Their grids are collapsing. Okay. Meanwhile, we are still burning more. So that means we have, past the midterms, let's say. The 3-2-1 crack spread shows what's going on with gas and diesel prices. So gas prices skyrocket. Let's say we don't get to long lines of the gas station, oil crisis style. Not 1973 any longer. Okay, fine. Not in the short term, but certainly in the long term, because we're still using more oil than we're refining. So what do? Let's say we just burn the global economy, which is not going to happen anyway, because we're the United States of America. Our position as the hegemon means that we have to maintain global stability. This is part of the reason why Iran has tremendous leverage. Like, you can't just hand wave away rolling blackouts in Europe or major oil and gas crises in Europe and Asia as though we're far removed from the impact. Donald Trump's domestic considerations aside, there is a higher priority here, which is to maintain global stability. The entire global capitalist system is interconnected. We don't just shut down Japan or shut down the Philippines without receiving any sort of blowback or without receiving any sort of penalties for it. There are a shit ton of American companies that still rely on the Asian market. Okay? Like, we're not in the post-World War II design, in the global capitalist design, where we do not get impacted and we don't see domestic issues when the Asian markets are experiencing rolling blackouts or can no longer produce certain goods, certain components that we need for American manufacturing. The United States is not independent of the global supply chain. It's perfectly dependent on the global supply chain. Do you think Trump understands any of this? Yes, I think he does. If he didn't understand any of this, he would not have done the MOU. So the MOU itself is a recognition of the fragile nature of the global supply chain. Okay? It's still 3 to 6 months before things get really dire, but yes, this is still kicking the can down the street. I think this will pressure Ukraine to surrender to Russia for oil supply. Yeah, this is not just about long lines at the gas station, by the way. This is also tremendous inflation, because a lot of the components and the parts that we need for manufacturing even products in the United States of America, whether it be car parts, whether it be, plastic components that are necessary for little things that we use at the widget factory, are still coming from the Asian markets. And if they don't have oil, they can't produce that. And if they can't produce that, then we don't have these parts. So now all of a sudden, you have a massive spike in the cost of goods and regular commodities here in the United States of America. This is before we also talk about the diesel shortages, which you also mentioned here. When you don't have, you're an animal abuser, you don't deserve. Okay. When we talk about the diesel shortages, then you have problems with trucking. When you have problems with trucking, you now have a logistics issue in the United States of America as well as everywhere else. Okay? No diesel, no food. Or rather, shortages of food, because the transport is now, the capacity to transport certain commodities is now diminished on U.S. soil as well. And when that happens, the price of food goes up. Anyway, let's take a look at what this UK guy is saying.
Iran, it was met with missiles targeting American bases in allied countries, including Kuwait, Jordan and Qatar. So is this a return to all-out war then, Michael?
I don't think so, Leah. I mean, both sides have gone quiet for the last 18 hours now, so there have been no other reciprocal strikes. So, it began with Iranian attacks on 3 ships in the Strait of Hormuz, and then the Americans responded. The Iranians responded again with attacks on American bases, and the Americans have then hit a couple of 2 extensive raids on the coastline of Iran and 1 or 2 inland places as well. So both sides are trying to have the last word militarily, but both of them now have gone quiet for the time being. It might flare up again to go back to this all-out war because the Americans have got plenty of military hardware in the area. They've still got 2 carrier battle groups there. The Lincoln is still there, the Abraham Lincoln carrier. The George W. Bush is still there. And those carriers, with their carrier battle groups, are very powerful. They've got a Marine Expeditionary Unit. They've got an assault ship. The Boxer's still there. They've got plenty of stuff to carry on the air war, but to what purpose? And the Iranians, again, they've got about 70% of their missile forces available to them from what they started with. They could carry on as we're attacking the countries in the Gulf, but to what purpose? Other than to raise the sense of loss to everyone. So both sides are more interested in carrying on negotiations, particularly the Iranians, because they know they can string out these negotiations well beyond the 60 days of the ceasefire's extension. And the Iranian calculation is that they can outlast America economically longer than America can last politically, because the Americans are getting closer and closer to the midterm elections. And the Iranians think they've won. They think the Americans will have to withdraw, and they are now, you can see in the things that they're putting out, they are articulating a new regional strategy where they'll have a lot of influence in southern Iraq. They'll have control of the Houthis in Yemen. That will give them control effectively. There you are, the Red Sea, the bottom of the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait there at the foot of the Red Sea. The Houthis can close that. They can close the Strait of Hormuz. They will have the enmity of Saudi Arabia to deal with, but they had that anyway. I mean, the Saudis and the United Arab Emirates are very hostile now. But they know that the Omanis have got more or less to go with them. Qatar has got to more or less lean towards them a bit more. Qatar is in a very difficult position. So they know that they still have influence over the other Gulf states. They could have a stranglehold over Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb.
Stop coming right now. Stop coming. Chatters, stop coming.
I'm going to come.
Stop.
Do not come. I'm going to come.
Straight, and they're still committed to the destruction of the state of Israel. So from their point of view, they have a new era, a third Islamic revolution to develop.
And all the while then, Michael, what is the situation with the Strait of Hormuz? Is it open? Is it closed? What do we know?
So it's like Schrodinger's cat. It's both open and closed simultaneously. Well, the Strait of Hormuz is interesting because the argument is all about the route. Actually, let me get up and explain. Is that all right? Let me explain this. So the route that shipping.
Oh my God. India Love couldn't believe a guy wouldn't give her his number. She even went back to ask if he had a girlfriend, but he said no. That's my homie.
That's cute. I like that. Okay. My chat said you did that because you're not single. Is that the truth?
That's actually cute. Who's that?
Oh, he said he's single. What's up?
That's literally my homie. Oh my God. Oh my God. Not India Love, dude. The dude at H. Lorenzo. The dude at H. Lorenzo. That's our guy. That's our fucking guy. That's me and Will's boy. Oh my God. Here's a long-awaited legal Chapo Trap House crossover. Wait, what? Okay, sorry. I know, bro. Come on, it's wartime. I know. Look, man. At the HasanAbi broadcast, you get to see both sides. Okay, you get to see both sides of me. Inside of you, there are 2 wolves. Inside of me, there are 2 wolves as well. Both are gay, but one is a wolf that is serious and covering news. And situation monitoring. The other gay wolf is not so serious and covering fun stuff, okay? Like our homie curving India Love at H. Lorenzo. So much so that it turns into a massive crisis. It's on Mixtapes, the foremost authority on culture since 2011. My Mixtapes with a Z. Both of the wolves are having sex with Mitch McConnell. Cat dance in the middle. And they are both very dumb. They just mentioned you at DreamCon. What did they say? Anyway, Mark said you dodged him. Wait, really? They said you were a bitch? Okay, shut up.
Normally takes is the Transport Separation Scheme, the TSS, and that is around about here, normally.
Okay.
And nobody can use that route because the Iranians say they've mined it, and they probably have. There do seem to be some mines in this area. And what the Iranians say is, OK, the strait is open if you come via Larak Island or near to Larak Island. So the shipping that they allow through the strait is taking a pretty northerly route to come out. And that means they can charge, and they're planning to exert charges. They call them marine service charges, which is a toll to you and me, but they're called marine service charges. And that's what they're going to exert in about...
Why aren't you at the basketball game? I don't know, dog. Look at what I'm doing right now, okay? Why aren't you at DreamCon doing news from the floor? I don't know. Perhaps because I'm 34 years old, about to be 35. Perhaps Unc doesn't have his Euro step locked down. Perhaps Unc can't shoot threes no more. Perhaps Unc got injured severely and I can't fucking play basketball any longer. Okay? I'm an old ass bitch. I was already one of the oldest players at DreamCon every year. And I've only gotten older. The passage of time continues. These are not excuses. This is unfortunately the reality. Okay? I wish these were simply excuses. These are not excuses. This is reality. Okay? Unc does play hoop. I just can't play hoop at that level any longer. That's my point. Dude, I'm not kidding. I might even lose the fucking Jason the Ween right now. Okay? That's how bad things are. If you want to know how bad things are, if you want to understand how bad things are, I might literally lose a game of basketball to Jason the Ween, to nephew. Okay? That's how bad it is. I'm washed. I still think I could cook them, but there is no way that I could, for example, defeat any of the people that I played against in Jesser's competitions. Okay? And here's the reality. If LeGoat James can get swept by Oklahoma City, then I can get swept by Jason the Ween potentially. Well, probably not. I still maintain the position that I could cook his ass. Like, no matter what, I could destroy him. But, you know, get that gender affirming TRT King. Yes, I will make my return to the basketball court when I start doing TRT again.
6 weeks' time. The Americans say, no, we have a route along the Omani coast that we've cleared. We've made sure it's safe, right?
Unc can't go to Texas anymore because he's afraid that he needs to check in with Jasmine Crockett is really funny. I will be going to Texas eventually. We're working on something right now.
Around the Musandam Peninsula, around the Hajar Mountains here, down towards Fujairah. And that route is where these ships were attacked in the week. So the Iranians are saying any ship using this route...
I still cook Maya. It's not even... I'll still cook Maya. That's not even a question. Don't even start with that. I'll cook Maya anytime. Not even a question.
Not safe because it's not using our route. And that's how it began. And what's interesting is that normally there's 130 odd ships going backwards and forwards day after day in normal times. In the last few days, last week, there was about 30, 40 ships going in and out. Last couple of days, it's 20 or fewer. And none of them, over the last 2 days, none of them have used the American route. Those that have gone in and out have all used the northern route. And that's the difference. So at the moment, the Iranians have got control of what is coming in and out, what little is coming in and out.
Yeah, by the way, this is basically leverage that is more consequential than enriched nuclear grade enriched uranium. Okay? So of course they're not going to give it up. Why would they? They fought for it. They bled for it. And they won it. And they showed the world how easy it is. So as long as they still have drones, as long as they can still lob, underwater drones or the regular drones that they have, it's not something that they're going to give up. America understands this, by the way. What I can't comprehend is why America thinks that they can still wait this out. Why the United States of America thinks that they could just like bomb Iran into submission this time, when last time it didn't work and they had to do a MOU for a brief moment of respite.
from the Strait of Hormuz. Nobody is using, so far, nobody is using the American route.
Okay.
That's what it's about. So are they going to go to war over a route? No. But they might go to war or back to war over who has control of the Strait of Hormuz ultimately. And what the Iranians are saying is, like it or not, we will have control in the future. The Strait of Hormuz will never go back to the way it was.
Yeah, of course, this wasn't an issue before February.
Yep.
Great stuff, Professor Michael Clark there.
Well, New York City Mayor's office is under fire after Zoran Mamdani's International Affairs Commissioner reportedly made plans to meet with Iran's UN ambassador earlier this week. The timing could not have been worse. And the New York Post reporting this, the scheduled meeting would have unfolded after Iranian troops fired missiles at 2 commercial ships traversing the Strait of Hormuz. An action Monday in direct defiance of an interim peace agreement between the U.S. and Iran. Mayor Mamdani was asked about this at a news conference today. Watch.
That meeting did not take place. It will not take place. And I did not know about it until there was a press inquiry regarding it. And when it comes to the work of our commissioner and our International Affairs Office, it's to ensure that as we are a city of the world, that we are also there to meet with leaders from across the world. The focus is always on our city and our relationship. The commissioner recognized.
They're worried Zoran's going to cook up a better deal than the MOU. They're worried. They're worried Zoran's going to make peace happen. Why is he at the gym? I just realized, what the fuck's going on here? Dude, because he's everywhere all the time and he's doing like regular mayoral shit, it's always so funny. Like they're like, hey, why was your liaison officer talking to the Ayatollah? And he's at the fucking gym and he's like, I don't know where that's coming from. Still in a suit.
Recognizes that this was made an error, and we're working on a new process in terms of new meeting requests.
Oh, because him and Lena just did the easy to cancel, one-click cancels subscription thing. Hell yeah. He's just my goats. Thanks to Mayor Mamdani's administration, businesses must now make it easy to cancel a subscription as it is to sign up for one. New Yorkers can report subscription tricks and traps by calling 311 or filing a complaint. Breaking, Zoran Mamdani announces click to cancel rule for New York City. This rule is aimed at guaranteeing New Yorkers can cancel subscriptions as easily as they sign up and stopping corporations from trapping customers. This will save New Yorkers up to $162.5 million per year. Oh my God, this guy goes, it's easy to cancel subscriptions. Log in, account, subscription, cancel. Are you sure? Yes. Oh, wow. I didn't realize this wasn't a problem at all. Thank you.
New process? What about competence? Well, this comes as the Wall Street Journal reports Israel warned the U.S. that Iran hatched a new plan to assassinate President Trump. Iran has repeatedly vowed to retaliate against ordering the killing of Iran's Revolutionary Guard General Qasem Soleimani. President Trump reiterated that this week.
They've been in trouble for 47 years, and we took out their first set of leaders. We took out their second set of leaders. They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw a thing this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists. And so far, I guess I've been a little bit lucky, but that maybe doesn't last very long.
The president told the Post today, quote, I've left instructions, if anything happens, to just literally bomb them at levels that they've never seen before. Rebecca, it's so frightening to even discuss this, and I can't even wrap my brain around it. But let's go back to New York City for a second. You have to be a pretty special form of, I'd say, incompetence and blindness to have that happen under your watch.
Well, okay, except that according to the City Journal, who saw some internal messages from this commissioner to Mamdani's internal staff, that they were to take meetings with foreign leaders who, quote, are in political alignment / leftist. And so my question is, why did they think that the Iranian regime is in political alignment or leftist with them when, yes, the Iran regime is firing on commercial shipping? They're also firing at Americans, at American warships, at American...
Dude, this is the newest version of kidnap from a tank. Okay. That's so funny. This is the American version of kidnap from a tank. How dare Iran fire at American warships? How could Iran fire at American warships if those warships were not within striking distance? How could that have happened? It's so funny, man. That's awesome. That's great. Wow, I can't believe Iran is fucking defending itself from American warships and American planes. What is this? I like shiny things, but I'd marry you with paper rings. Engaged, by the way. What? Congratulations to Cutie Cinderella. Who cares about Iran? Cutie is married? Yes. Cutie Cinderella has married coworker wig. Yes. A second MSG wedding has hit the timeline. Okay, guys, stop. Is this because of Taylor Swift? No, it's not. You guys are so stupid. Please stop. I mean, I don't know what she'll say about it, but no, it's not. Oh my God. Surely you will get a coworker invite? Yes, I will get. Yes, I will get a coworker invite. Okay, it's crazy. I don't think AT&T. I love that chatters are like, be normal and call her. Like, you think I didn't know about this until this moment. Like, what do you... Chatters, not everything is for your parasocial experience. Okay? What are you talking about? She was literally in my fucking house 10 minutes ago. I don't know if you know this, but we just shot the podcast this morning. Bro, shut the fuck up and farm a clip. Oh God, that's what I'm supposed to do. All right, let's call Cutie Cinderella. That's right. I should be farming a clip. What the fuck is wrong with me? You know what? You're right. All right, let's call Cutie Cinderella.
Hello?
You're engaged? What?
Dude, I had to tweet it today because when I went on your stream to move your chair, I realized I was wearing my ring.
You know what I
So
also
I was like, fuck.
You know what I also realized?
But
We didn't even fucking talk about it on the
that's
podcast.
because I didn't. Well, it's been secret.
I know, but now we just fucking blew our load. We should have farmed it. We're gonna farm it. We have to farm it for the podcast thumbnail.
Okay. Yeah. No, we didn't talk about it.
Yeah, but it's fine.
How about next week, all three of you wear a bridesmaid's dress?
Okay,
and then we
I
can
like
talk about it.
that. I like that. You're also on the stream, by the way. I forgot
I
this.
figured.
Okay,
I
I just
figured.
wanted to, because everyone was like, "Unc, you should farm a clip." Because I was like, "What? I can't believe it.
It's not very good at farming a clip when you
I know.
say you're farming a clip.
I know, but also at the same time, I'm 34. And also you're engaged, so we're above this. We're above this stuff. We're above this stuff. Reshoot the pod. Okay, chatter, shut the fuck up. Well, congratulations, cutie.
Thank you.
All right, and congratulations to my coworker as well. The people.
And a pleasant day to you as well. To my thank you very much.
All right, have fun, guys.
Bye.
There you go. I did it. I farmed a clip. We should have farmed it on the podcast. Oh, it's Lud? Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but they're engaged. Look at the screen. When are you getting married? You getting up there? Bro, what is happening? What are you, my dad? What the fuck? That's crazy. I already receive a level of scrutiny from my immediate relatives. I don't want 30,000 chatters to also fucking hit me with the same shit. I'm married to the motherfucking game, dog. I'm married to the motherfucking game. When are you having kids soon? I got 28,526 of them in here right now. Are you streaming at Cutie Wedding? Okay, dude. That's what I got for you. I like that this guy's just fucking locked in. He's like, what should Iran do now, in your opinion? Everyone's talking about Cutie getting engaged, except for Mahdi Toroghi. Iranian chatter's like, dude, what is... Listen, I got Galabaf on the other line. Can you tell me what you think we should be doing or what? Like I said, inside of you are two wolves. Inside of me are two wolves. Both are gay. Rage is learning the importance of blast off memes. Oh, I love this clip. Anyway, haters will say, yeah, no, that's real. Is Arakshi invited to the wedding? Sayed Abbas Arakshi? Sayed Abbas Arakshi, the foreign minister of Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran? Yes. Yes, he's my +1. Yeah. I was going to choose between him and Sayed Mohammed Marandi, also known as Zay Squirrel on Twitter. Bold to assume you are invited. That's funny. Really bold to assume you got an invite. It's true. I don't. Anyway, let's continue.
Based overseas in Kuwait and Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. And so this is outrageous that this is something that the Mamdani administration was seeking to do. And also, of course, we know that New York has been really struggling with anti-Semitism. And this is something that has been really important to Mamdani. He has been fueling this anti-Semitism and has been very anti-Israel. So the whole thing is very concerning that the Mamdani administration would have any interest in meeting with an Iran official.
Yeah. Ari, walk us through the concerns that the White House would have too with your experience.
Involved in New York in the meeting?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I totally believe Mayor Mamdani. I'm certain that his commissioner for international affairs, he was going to meet with the Iranians to help them find the best bagels in New York City. I am certain this is going to be a friendly, come to New York, we love you meeting. That's what it was about. I mean, I just can't imagine Zoran Mamdani wanted to have a meeting with people who say death to America, death to Israel, for any other reason than to be nice. I mean, what you just...
Dog, what are we talking about? First of all, it's perfectly valid for the mayor of New York, if they're hosting like foreign dignitaries, including from Iran, to meet with them. That's number one. Number two, Donald Trump has literally spent the last month meeting with them. Trump wanted a meeting with the Ayatollah directly. J.D. Vance has met with the envoys directly. There are photos of them in the same room. What are we talking about? Like, I love that there's always this principle where it's like, oh, you can do anything you want if you're on the right, but if you do it on the left, it's just like, obviously, you're an enemy of the state, okay? It's so strange. It's such a strange thing to advance, and people do believe it, by the way. I mean, look at this. This has a fucking 256,000 views in 3 hours. Is treason pure and simple. Don't know why they are not charged. Make treason punishable again. That's treason. Mamdani knew. He ain't fooling anyone. This has to stop. Our states are part of a federal union. We need to stamp this out. Arrest those traitors now. Meanwhile, half the reason why they say Zoran Mamdani is anti-Semitic is because he's not throwing ass at the Israeli ambassador every time he fucking can. Okay? They're like, if you literally don't let the Israeli ambassador butt fuck you, you're anti-Semitic. Okay? What are we talking about? What is this? What is this fucking insane double standard? The hell? What the hell? I'm sorry. M Israel High. M Israel High. M Israel emergency announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, M Israel High. Okay? Just wanted to say, M Israel High. M Israel High. I was so wrong. Yes, it is true. If Zoran doesn't let his back get blown out by the Israeli ambassador, he is the prime anti-Semite. Okay? I was wrong. Fox News is right. M Israel High. You got to let your back be blown out by the Israeli ambassador. It's actually kind of fucked up and unbelievably anti-Semitic that Zoran has not. Okay? Don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what I was thinking. Have you made space for Israel in your daily routine? I certainly have. All right, let's continue.
Sympathetic view and sympathetic ear with. This is frightening. This is not what New York should be doing. And then the mayor lies and covers up. He sounds like Graham Plattner, denying the reality that's right in front of him, which is why his staff feels they're licensed to go out and meet with the Iranians and talk to the Iranians. I wish the meeting took place. And that way we could have demanded to know what they talked about and hold the mayor to account for it. It really is too bad that they stopped it before it happened, because that is what really motivates these people.
There really seems to be this sort of like weaseling that happens here, Lisa, where the mayor gets away with things by smiling and denying. And, you know, remember it took them, what, three times to get a paycheck out to NYPD officers. And it's always, oh, I'm sorry, there was an error. Like, it seems really mealy-mouthed here. But at the end of the day, it's New Yorkers whose safety is being compromised, let alone our nation's security that's being compromised if this were to happen.
I mean, I can't be the only one asking whose side is he on in all of this, right? And you would think, wouldn't you know if your international affairs commissioner is trying to meet with Iranian officials? Isn't that something that you should know as mayor? And why would that individual be trying to meet with Iranian officials? But, you know, you go down the list. You also look at some of the tweets and the various things that his wife has liked surrounding the events of October 7th as well. Starts to paint a little bit of a picture. But even going back to the Biden administration, and Rebecca's going to know about this, you've got Robert Malley, who was the envoy for Iran for the Biden administration. He had a security clearance revoked from him, also was under FBI investigation. You had another top official who is part of the Iran Experts Initiative, which Semaphore had reported about government leaked emails where Iranian officials and government officials were coordinating with individuals in the United States that were part of this initiative to try to shape public opinion here in the United States and the West more favorably for the Iranian regime. So whose side are some of these people on? It certainly doesn't seem to be America.
Yeah, just pointing out, and you pointed this out too, Mamdani says, I wasn't informed about this meeting, and apparently she has been...
My controversial opinion on this is that it's anti-Semitic because the only foreign ambassador that the New York mayor should be meeting with is the Israeli foreign ambassador. I think that actually the only person, I take it back, sorry, the only person, not just the foreign ambassador, I'm talking just any human being in his office, any person that the New York mayor is communicating with every day should be directly out of Tel Aviv. Okay? That's what I think, and that's what I believe. And that's why I think Zoran is anti-Semitic. He should literally not even talk to like Lena Khan, okay, or anyone else in his cabinet. Every single person in his cabinet should be replaced by someone that works for Unit 8200. It's unbelievably anti-Semitic if they don't do that.
Reprimanded. But my question is, you should know what your staff is doing. If someone on your staff takes a meeting with Iran and the mayor doesn't know.
His wife? Oh, extra anti-Semitic. Are you kidding me? Zoran Mamdani should marry the nation state of Israel. Zoran Mamdani, if he wants to prove that he is not an anti-Semite, he needs to divorce his wife and marry the nation state of Israel instead. That's anti-Semitic. Any day that he continues to be married to his wife as opposed to the beautiful nation state of Israel is a day that will live in infamy. It's another day of anti-Semitism. 10 bodies. 10 bodies. Someone call up Jonathan Greenblatt. Someone ring up Jonathan Greenblatt. That's 10 bodies. That's 10 anti-Semitisms. Okay? Thank you for reminding me.
It seems like you have a lot of other problems. I thought the same as you when I saw the internal document about cozying up to leftist regimes. We've actually seen that from Mamdani. He tried to meet with the Colombian president, Petro. The State Department intervened. That didn't happen. Petro was at a rally with him at one point in September.
That was also crazy. Like the fact that he was not allowed to talk to Gustavo Petro is pretty wild. Teaching clavicular about the original Lux Maxer from the Torah. Oh my God. Clavicular in Israel is just a content nuke in and of itself.
So he does cozy up to the left. But what's interesting is the diplomatic mission that this woman was a part of says that they want an equitable and inclusive society. And when you think about Iran, it is not that. And I think about 22-year-old Mahsa Amini, who I bring up repeatedly on this show, who was arrested by the morality police, beaten, and then in Iranian custody, was a woman of many. Tens of thousands of Iranian citizens have lost their lives. So if you want to be equitable and inclusive, you're doing the exact opposite by taking a meeting with Iran. You should know better. We are the freest country in the world, the best country in the world, and you're cozying up to someone who kills young Muslim women, people you purportedly say you care about.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
Progressive. This was really funny. So Dem candidate Brad Lander had a conversation with Dana Bash in which he talks about how he's a liberal Zionist who also happens to believe that Israel is an occupation and Israel's must end, Israel's occupation must end, Israel's conducted it. And this apparently befuddles Dana Bash for understandable reasons. It is an inherently contradictory assessment, but I want to hear what Brad had to say because, like I said, he is in a very unique position. And I think he's also been victim to a lot of heinous anti-Semitic attacks, especially in this last month or so, for maintaining this position. Okay. I'm not as critical of Brad Lander as many others are. And I know that is, part of the reason why people say I'm a Zionist myself, part of the reason why people say I'm a defender of Israel myself. So let's hear what he had to say in his own words.
Challengers have.
It's very funny to hear Dana Bash also have this kind of assessment, though.
Ousted 3 incumbent Democrats in primaries just over the past.
Much love from Tehran to you and your fam. How long you think we losing our net this time? Hopefully not at all.
Last month. 2 of those happened right here in New York City. Brad Lander and Daraliza Avila Chevalier both beat Democratic incumbents and are likely to win their November elections in these deep blue districts. Brad Lander joins me now. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I want to ask, we were having these conversations earlier in the show, that there's definitely a leftward shift towards where you are philosophically. It showed up in your primary and others. But in less blue districts, still are more moderate Democrats being elected, even right here in New York 17, where Republican Mike Lawler is the congressman. Kate Connolly won the same day you did. So do you think that progressives like yourself could actually win in a place that isn't deep, deep blue?
Well, I don't think the line really so much should be thought of as progressives versus moderates. To me, it's fighters versus folders. People are fed up with the status quo. They don't feel it's working for them. And that's true for working families in more moderate or frontline districts. Look at someone like Pat Ryan in the Hudson Valley, who's been fighting on utility costs and just showing people, I'm out there fighting for working families.
CNN framing Lawler as a moderate compared to Lander? No, that's not what they did. CNN was paying attention to the primaries in the district that Lawler currently occupies. And in those primaries, obviously, a friend of the show, Effie Phillips Daly, lost to a moderate candidate. So they're using that as a counter to say, see, moderates are still winning in New York 17.
And that's what I think can unite us. Whether you use Medicare for all and the Green New Deal, or whether you say, let's go confront the utility company that's bilking us, that's the energy all Democrats need to bring this fall.
One of the big reasons you won your primary here is that you separated yourself from the incumbent Democrat Dan Goldman on Israel. You use the term "gent." He does not. You don't want to have the U.S. funding Israel.
Brad Lander funded Elbit Systems. If anyone look at Tehran Par's neighborhood in Tehran, they would not support Lander. Brad Lander is not getting the sufficient support from Tehran. That's not surprising to me.
Militarily. You call yourself a liberal Zionist. What is a liberal Zionist?
I believe in the vision of a Jewish and democratic Israel. I care about the place, but I don't think it's possible for it to be democratic while it's occupying the West Bank and Gaza. And I don't think that Israel's conduct in Gaza, which I do consider is consistent with Jewish values. So to me, it's like you stand up and you call it as you see it. I don't want to keep sending U.S. military aid to Israel while it's violating international law and Palestinian human rights. But I want it to actually honor international law and Palestinian human rights so it can be the Jewish and democratic Israel that I grew up believing in.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand. You said that you don't think it's a democratic Israel?
I want it to be a Jewish and democratic Israel. Right now, I don't think it's modeling democracy while it...
Yeah. This is kind of awesome. This is also part of the reason why I'm like, you know what? If he has this assessment, then great. Okay. I don't know how it works, but it's so awesome that it fries Dana Bash. Because what do you mean? You just said you're a Zionist, you're Jewish, and you're saying the Jewish state is not democratic? Yeah. Yeah. And here is what's important. Here's why I say he's in a very unique position. Here's why I say Brad Lander is in a very unique position as someone who is Jewish, as someone who is of a demographic that has not let go of this idealism towards what Israel could be, what Israel should be, what Israel isn't. And the last part of that is what's very important. Because he also openly recognizes that Israel isn't that. Okay? The reason why I'm saying this, the reason why I'm saying he's in a unique space right now, that he's in a very unique space that he occupies, is because, hate to do this, but I mean, this community is going to know this regardless. This is not a defense of this ideal, but Dana Bash does not respect someone like myself saying this. Okay? Dana Bash does not respect Zoran Mamdani saying this. Dana Bash might not even respect Norm Finkelstein saying this, despite the fact that Norm is Jewish. But when Dana Bash hears this from Brad Lander, who is very clearly Jewish and has also maintained this posture about, being a liberal Zionist, when she hears that from someone like that, that's a guy that she's going to see at the cocktail party. That's a guy that's rubbing shoulders with other Jews and has a level of respect from other Jews, because Dana Bash does not respect people who are, either anti-Zionist Jews or anti-Zionist in general. Okay? Certainly no respect for anti-Zionist Muslims, for example. Okay? Dana Bash, for example, does not like Bernie Sanders. Dana Bash does not have any respect for Bernie Sanders. Ironically enough, Brad Lander's perspective here, okay, very clearly Jewish. You know full well they don't see Brad as a Jew. No, I think Dana Bash does. That's why she's so shocked by this assessment. Because, he just straight up said, no, Israel's not democratic. What are we talking about? She goes, what? This moment would not happen. It's also really interesting because, ironically enough, I think Bernie Sanders, in some ways, is actually not as critical of Israel as Brad Lander is. And yet Dana hates Bernie more than Brad Lander. It's a weird situation. Look.
And you said that you don't think it's a democratic Israel?
I'm sorry. Did you just say you're a liberal Zionist and you said you don't think Israel's democratic? What?
Want it to be a Jewish and democratic Israel. Right now, I don't think it's modeling democracy while it occupies the West Bank and Gaza and half the people under its sovereignty can't vote. But I believe that when occupation ends, then it can be Jewish and democratic. And that's what I am going to be I'm fighting for.
Why are you not just a Zionist? Why do you say liberal Zionist?
This is the most confusing interview that Dana Bash has ever conducted.
What do you think the difference is?
The Declaration of Independence that founded Israel says it would be a place for the ingathering of exiles and full civil and political rights for everyone living there. But Palestinians living in the West Bank facing settler terrorism or living in refugee camps in Gaza because their schools and hospitals were destroyed, they don't have full political and civil rights. So it is not living up to its founding vision. And to me, believing in Jewish and democratic means you got to fight for the human rights of Palestinians at the same time as you fight for the safety of Jews. I guess maybe a shorthand way of saying it is, I don't think Israelis will be safe until Palestinians are free, and they both need that.
Can I just ask you point blank, do you not call yourself a Zionist because it is a term that many people...
She's like, come on, you're scared, right? You're scared. It's because there's a negative association with it. Yeah, Dana, I'm going to keep it $1.50 with you. And this is something Brad knows very well because he obviously keeps a lot of company with anti-Zionists. It doesn't matter if you say you're a liberal Zionist, okay? Let's be real. I don't think people are like, oh, you're a liberal Zionist? Oh, okay, never mind. It's seen as a negative association because it's literally what Israel is, okay? That's it. It's that simple. That's where the enmity comes from. It's not because of some hidden anti-Semitism that exists out there in the space, especially because Brad Lander is someone who's very familiar with a lot of anti-Zionists and is friends with a lot of anti-Zionists, has kept company with a lot of anti-Zionists.
On the hard left have started to use as a slur against Jews.
Well, yeah, definitely. People on the hard left that see it as a slur against Jews. Okay? Because if people on the hard left, in the way that Dana is presenting it, are using it against using it as a slur against Jews, why the f would they make a distinction between liberal Zionism? What? That doesn't actually give him any sort of tactical advantage at all. Okay? It doesn't. The irony is, I think here, to be as open-minded to what I consider to be an inherently contradictory assessment that Brad Lander is making, is that his idealism is basically living out the logical conclusion of liberal Zionism. You're just mad that he's, I guess, sincere about it. Because if you were to look at liberal Zionists as the two-state solution as like a sincere request and not just something that people say to shut people the fuck up, okay? What he's saying is correct. He's saying, look, there's going to be Palestinians living amongst Jews, but they're going to have equal rights and representation. There are going to be Jews that live among Palestinians in this two-state solution with equal rights and representation. That is literally what you want, right? I thought you wanted a two-state, Dana. What the going on? I'm so confused. I am so confused because that's the plan, right? It almost feels like Brad Lander maintaining this position as like, I'm a sincere defender of the two-state solution. I'm a sincere defender of the two-state solution. All of a sudden bricks a lot of people who would define themselves as Zionists, who have openly said that they're a two-state believer. Okay? All of a sudden you're frustrated by that. What happened? A two-stater, a fake two-stater when they meet a real two-stater, okay? That's what's going on here. Because the reality is, look, I think, like what I think is the most just solution here is an abolition of the occupation, an end to the occupation. I think that the most effective way to do that is that recognizes there's de facto one state currently that's sovereign, and you know, make it a fair democratic process, right? Make it a fair, just democratic process with equal representation, a right to return, all this stuff. Okay. However, we achieve that in a way where like the Palestinians obviously have a say and they're comfortable with is I'm fine with that. You know what I mean? That's it. That is my North Star on this conversation. In this conversation, if it's binational, that's fine. If it's a single state, that's fine, right? But what's interesting here is Brad Lander is literally exhausting the maximalist conclusion of a two-state option. He's doing something very interesting here. Okay? He's saying, look, this is idealistic. But if we're making a serious assessment, Israel's an occupation, and a real two-state would look like, if there is ever to be a Jewish majority democratic state, what that would mean is there's going to be a Jewish minority democratic state that the Palestinians occupy. Right? Like that's what a two-state would look like. And it all enough it just betrays or exposes the insincere nature of a lot of two-staters. When a lot of insincere two-staters meet someone who's saying, look, it seems impossible right now, but this is what I believe. And in order for this to happen, we have to come to the recognition that the current process is not democratic at all. When someone says the quiet part out loud, all of a sudden, a lot of these two-staters lose their fucking minds. Because if you were to ask Dana in any other moment, okay, if you were to ask Dana Fash in any other conversation, any other moment, what do you think should happen? She'd be like, oh, two states, of course. But because there's no follow-ups to how that could happen, because that is supposed to be a smoke grenade that you drop into every conversation that ends the conversation right then and there, because there's never any follow-ups on that, on how we're arriving at a two-state, what that looks like, what that means about the current predicament that Israel is in, the current occupation, because those are conversations that are never had. Someone like Brad Lander saying like, yeah, I'm a real two-stater, right? I'm a real two-stater. All of a sudden, everyone else looks like fake two-staters.
No, I mean, a liberal Zionist is a Zionist. I just want to make clear I'm not a Zionist like Ben-Gvir or Smotrich who want to eliminate Palestinians. So that's why I say it.
You can be an American and not believe in what Donald Trump believes in.
To me, that's what I am here. I believe in the vision of a Jewish and democratic Israel, but it's got to change.
That's the biggest difference, I think. From what I am seeing, the biggest difference between what Brad Lander is saying is that, look, while it's idealistic, like if you're going to be a two-stater, you have to be honest about the occupation and you have to demand the end of the occupation. If you're a two-stater, you have to be honest about the apartheid and you have to demand an end to that apartheid. Does that make sense? I'm not. I'm an anti-Zionist. Obviously, that's a big difference in opinion of like what Zionism actually has represented for the Palestinians is always mass expulsion, death, ethnic cleansing, as opposed to this like Zionist idealism that Brad Lander represents, which is something that like Einstein, for example, would have defended at the time and spoke about at the time and recognized was not being followed through on at the time. So, regardless, though, his position is a much more honest assessment of what a two-state solution would look like, which comes with the recognition of what this current singular sovereign occupying state looks like, than anybody else. So, like I said, the simply put, what this is might come across as pablum to a lot of anti-Zionists, where they're like, oh, he's like cynically presenting this position. He's just saying that because he wants to like maintain some kind of Jewish ethno state. Like he doesn't want real accountability, all this stuff. But ultimately, what he's saying is actually exposing the insincere ways in which every single Zionist says they want a fucking two-state.
Going to be that, just like, yes, this country.
Can I ask you one other question on this? Because you talked about genocide and you talked about occupying Gaza. And I've also heard you talk about the fact that Israel went too far after October 7th. What would you have wanted Israel to do when a bunch of civilians...
This is where I will probably diverge from Brad Lander's assessment completely, which is, again, end the apartheid, like literally.
About 1,200, maybe 900 civilians, also members of the military. Kibbutzniks, these were peaceniks, like you, who lived on the border with Gaza because they were desperate for Palestinian rights, and they were murdered brutally. If you were asked what would you do in response, what would you have done?
I mean, let me first clarify. I think Hamas committed an act of genocidal terrorism on October 7th.
I don't agree with this.
Be a response. I mean, priority one.
I don't think it was genocidal.
Should have been return of the hostages, getting them back to their families. And that, I think, would have been done faster with a political deal. And yes, accountability for the Hamas militants who conducted October 7th, 100%.
They claim
but not
that
killing 5,000 Palestinian kids under 5 and destroying.
When Israel says that they tried hard to avoid this. I'm just playing devil's advocate here, the civilians. But Hamas is so evil that it hid those terrorists and the weapons inside civilian population centers.
War crimes don't justify other war crimes, and destroying every single school and hospital and mosque and community center in Gaza and still occupying 70% of Gaza, in addition to being a violation of international law, is just not working. This isn't actually going to make Israelis safe.
Can I ask you about today? You endorsed Abdul al-Sayed, who's running against Haley Stevens in Michigan. They're running to be the Democratic nominee for Senate there. He was asked by my colleague Isaac Dovere if someone could be a Zionist and a progressive. Here's what he said. Every definition of a Jewish state ends up in some articulation of illiberal values, every single one.
It's true. We understand this intrinsically. We understand this in the United States of America. When someone says America's supposed to be a white state, demographic interest in maintaining whiteness is primary. It's very important. We understand what that looks like. We know what that means. When someone says America's a Christian state, we must maintain a Christian nationalist attitude here in the United States of America. We understand what that looks like. We know that to get there, we would have to do a lot of violence, okay? So how can you say that this has to be a Jewish state when there are non-Jews there? How can you say you care about the demographic concerns, okay? Now replace Jewish with vegan, not so funny now. We got to stop doing this, dude. Ethnocentrism, ethno-supremacy is not compatible with our current understanding of democracy. That's the problem. And it's ironic because there is a shit ton of Jewish literature on this. Okay? Dana would do well to read them. There are a shit ton of Jewish academics who have written extensively on this concept. And I guess the biggest irony the biggest irony is a big part of our modern understanding, our modern interpretation of like never again, a lot of that comes from Holocaust scholarship, genocide scholarship. Not to say that this is like inherently a Jewish value or anything like that. I'm not saying that at all. But in the words of, I forget who it was, that Obama lady, the envoy, the one that was in Obama's cabinet, who was like, we taught them too much about the Holocaust and they learned the wrong lesson. It literally is a part of it. Hasan is a king of performative leftism. Yes, is true. It's really funny for leftists like Hasan. For them, the deal breaker was when white American women were his victims. Why would I trust Hasan when he's capable of selling out to a Blackwater war criminal? I hand selected Graham Plattner. And this is the Graham Cracker left. The Graham Plattner left. It was Sarah Hurwitz. Yes, that was who it was. Remember when Sarah Hurwitz said, we gotta change the way we do Holocaust scholarship in this country? The one Israeli scholar who does what you say. Yeah. Omer Bartov, an Israeli professor of Holocaust and genocide studies at Brown University, argues that Zionism is an ideology of extremism, militarism, racism, and genocide. Zionism is not reformable. This is fucking huge, by the way, because guess what? This was always the case, but I'll take it. I'll take someone like Omar Bartov openly talking about like how, oh, Zionism has lost its way. The reason why I'll take it is because that is going to be far more impactful in changing the mindset of a lot of Jews than I ever could be. And now you might say, who gives a fuck, right? Well, the reality of the matter is it takes a village and it takes internal pressure as well. If this is a Jewish supremacist ideology, if Zionism is a Jewish supremacist ideology, whether you believe that it turned into that now or whether you understand that it was always that way, in its expression, in the way that it operated, in the way that it justified ethnic cleansing of the indigenous non-Jewish Palestinians, it still doesn't matter. It's important for there to be internal voices that are also chipping away at this, okay? There's no other way to break this dam. Because when you have more visible Jews coming out and speaking out against Zionism in this way, okay? When you have, Jews and Jewish institutions in America coming out, that makes it easier for us to make this argument. That makes it easier for us not to fall into the trap of leaning into anti-Semitic narratives, because anti-Semitic narratives at the end of the day, and this is not to like, place a special interest in Jews and preserve their ego or preserve their feelings or anything like that. Anti-Semitism not only is obviously heinous, is bigoted, but it also is unproductive. If you're going to just think about it like that, if you're like, I don't care, this is a Jewish problem, I don't care. If that's your attitude, if that's your assessment, you have to understand like people that feel that way are not actually invested in the end to this apartheid. People who feel that way are not invested in the dissolution of the apartheid, in the end to the occupation. They're just invested in dealing with the Jews. They just want the Jews to get the fuck out of here. They don't care if they go to Israel. They don't care if those people also don't give a shit about Muslims. They don't give a shit about even Arab Christians, right? They don't care at all. They don't give a shit. So thinking that those guys are going to be your salvation is dumb. Thinking that those people are going to be your allies is dumb. I mean, Nick Fuentes has come out and has openly now talked about, like, he used to do such a convincing narrative around the liberation of Palestinians or the crimes of Israel against Palestinians. And there are so many clips out there. And he ate good off of that. There were a lot of people who watched it. There were liberals who watched it and were like, damn, this guy's really cooking. You guys would come in here and tell me about it all the fucking time. And I couldn't, it was so goddamn annoying always. Nowadays, Nick Fuentes is very openly saying, look, those Muslims hate us. Who gives a fuck if they get destroyed? Who gives a fuck if they get killed? Okay? If you don't have a perspective that revolves around, if you don't have a perspective that starts with the recognition of the humanity of the Palestinians, okay, then you're not going to be serious about the dissolution of the apartheid. You have to have a moral conviction that revolves around recognizing the humanity of the Palestinians and also a moral conviction that centers around anti-genocide and anti-fascism. Okay? This isn't just purity politics. This is having a principled approach to an issue because you want to actually solve it. And if you don't have a principled approach to this issue, then you will never solve it. You will cast it aside. It's just a bargaining chip for you. One day you're gaining prominence amongst like anti-Zionists. The next day you could just throw them to the fucking wolves. That's what Nick Fuentes is doing right now. And that's what I suspect someone like Tucker Carlson will inevitably do as well. That's what I suspect, Marjorie Taylor Greene might do, even if they come across as far more sincere in their advocacy than even Nick Fuentes is, right? That's why principles matter. That's why moral conviction in this regard matters, okay? If your moral framework begins at supremacists for your in-group rather than liberation and solidarity for all, then all of the things that you're saying, all of your allegiances are transactional, and you will just cast them aside on a moment's notice if someone offers you a better bargain. That's it. That's it. And yeah, this is what I was talking about with respect to Holocaust education backfiring. This is a former Obama speechwriter, Sarah Hurwitz, lamenting to the Jewish Federation, another one of my favorite type of clips, my least favorite type of clips, another Jewish conference where you have prominent Zionist Jews sitting in front of, like the Jewish National Fund or the Jewish Federation and a placard that says, we're all Jews here, where you're going to hear some horrifying anti-Semitic screeds from a prominent Jewish Zionist who will sit there and be like, yeah, we control the media. Yeah, we're really fucked up on this issue, all this stuff. It's unbelievable how much this does to anti-Semitism and its growth in this country. And yet, no one seems to see it that way.
Since October 7th, but really before then, there have been huge shifts in America on how people think about Jews and Israel. And I think that is especially true of young people.
Why are only Jewish voices taken seriously in regards to Palestine? One liberal Jew says war crimes and that's enough for you. It was never a war. It's not two-sided. Brad's a bum. Buddy, I think I've made my position very clear on this issue. And I'm also not Jewish myself. I don't know if you know this or not. I'm Muslim, okay? But we're having a conversation about the way that Jews talk about this, the way that someone like Brad Lander talks about this. It's a different audience. He's speaking to a different audience. He's not speaking to you, okay? You know what's up. It's kind of like when I talk about white supremacy and anti-blackness. Some people will say it's not enough. Some people will say it's not enough. Hasan, you're white. You'll never understand it. And it's true. I won't. I won't. I can't. I will never be able to fully understand what it's like to be a black American. Okay? I won't. I can't. I'm white. Or at least I'm white passing the oath. Most I can do, at most, what I can do is identify a level of marginalization that I may have experienced at some point in my life and connect it to that. And some people can't even do that. So they have to learn what it's like. Okay? Yeah, you right. See, there you go. That's simple. So different strokes for different folks. In order to build a broad movement, a broad coalition, you're going to have people that don't fully subscribe to your worldview. You're going to have people that you don't even understand what the contradictions look like, but it doesn't matter because it's not actually speaking to you. You already know what's up. And I try to stress this to black Americans all the time, or black people in general all the time, when I say, like, look, when I talk about anti-blackness that's foundational to the American existence, I'm trying to educate white people or non-black people, okay? You're black. You already know what that looks like. You already live it every day. And the same thing goes here. I understand when an American Jew, an American Jewish person of this demographic especially, when they're talking about their complex understanding of the nation state of Israel, they're filling a void. They're filling a very important role, a very complex one. Because let's be real, what we want and what is happening in reality are two separate things. In a just world, you would have Gabor Mate on CNN destroying Dana Bash. You would have Norm Finkelstein on MSNBC destroying the host when they try to dare bring up a ridiculous idea. But that's not the world we live in. The world we live in right now requires people like Brad Lander who might confuse us at times. Okay? But as long as someone is actually moving the needle in the appropriate direction, as long as they do not present themselves as an impediment to further progress on this conversation, then what can you say? You just kick back and you watch and you hope for the best. To your point, even Israeli pundits have a strong reaction towards Lander because they hate seeing him wear the contradictions on his sleeve. Yeah, Brad Lander wants the word Zionist to keep meaning something while he does the work emptying it. He accuses Israel of genocide, campaigns to end its military aid, and now endorses Abdul al-Sayed, who says every form of Jewish statehood ends in illiberalism. Whatever that is, it is in Zionism. No, in some respects, it's supposed to be the fucking principled two-state or liberal Zionism that people claim they care about. People claim they believe. So maybe you don't believe it. And for the longest time, I think people got away with saying this shit. I said from the start, when a fake two-stater meets a real two-stater, all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. What happened? I thought you wanted a fucking two-state. I thought you wanted a two-state where there's a Jewish majority state, and then there's a Palestinian majority state where the Jews are the minority. There's a Jewish majority state where the Palestinians are a minority, and then there's a Palestinian majority state where the Jews are the minority. That's what a two-state looks like. So why are you fucking bitching? Perhaps it's because no one has ever called into question this fucking silliness. So now you got a guy who's saying, look, I'm a Jewish man. I'm a liberal Zionist. This is what a two-state would look like, definitionally. And a big part of that comes with the recognition that there is an apartheid happening right now. There's an occupation happening right now. And everybody goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. The fuck do you mean? So yes, Brad Lander, despite my disagreements with his ideology, despite my disagreements with his worldview, actually occupies a very complex role here that genuinely forces people to recognize these contradictions, recognize this hypocrisy, and it empties out the argument for what a two-state looks like. Anyway, here's Sarah Hurwitz, Obama speechwriter, talking about how the Holocaust education went too far.
I think that since October 7th, but really before then, there have been huge shifts in America on how people think about Jews and Israel. And I think that is especially true of young people. So we are now wrestling with a new, I think, generational divide here. And I think that's particularly true in that social media is now our source of media. And this, it used to be that the media you got in America was American media, and it was pretty mainstream. It generally didn't express extreme anti-Israel views. You had to go to a pretty weird bookstore to find global media and fringe media. But today, we have social media, which is a global medium, right? It is shaped, its algorithms are shaped by billions of people worldwide who don't really love Jews. And so while in the 1990s, a young person probably wasn't going to find Al Jazeera or someone like Nick Fuentes, today, those media outlets find them. They find them on their phones. It's also this increasingly post-literate media, less and less text, more and more videos. So you have TikTok just smashing our young people's brains all day long with video of carnage in Gaza. And this is why so many of us can't have a sane conversation with younger Jews, because anything that we try to say to them, they are hearing it through this wall of carnage. So I want to give data and information and facts and arguments, and they are just seeing in their minds carnage, and I sound obscene. And, I think, unfortunately, the very smart, bet that we made on Holocaust education to serve as anti-Semitism education, in this new media environment, I think that is beginning to break down a little bit. Because, Holocaust education is absolutely essential. But I think it may be confusing some of our young people about anti-Semitism because they learn about big, strong Nazis hurting weak, emaciated Jews. And they think, oh, anti-Semitism is like anti-black racism, right? Powerful white people against powerless black people. So when on TikTok all day long they see powerful Israelis hurting weak, skinny Palestinians, it's not surprising that they think, oh, I know, the lesson of the Holocaust is you fight Israel.
Wasn't there an older lady who served in the Biden admin who was even more depraved on the subject? Yes, you're talking about famous anti-Semitism star Deborah Lipstadt. Is it Lipschitz or Lipstadt? One or the other. But that is That is a fucking even more insane one. I like this one because it's very instructive. I like this. I like this statement because it's like unbelievably instructive, where she just straight up says, "We taught." This is literally like we taught them too much. You know, we really went above and beyond with the whole Holocaust education, and now it's backfiring because now we're doing it. You know, it's crazy. It is one of the most depraved statements, right? Because you only arrive at this if you genuinely believe that. You only arrive at this conclusion if you genuinely fucking believe that never again means just for Jews. You only arrive at this conclusion if you sincerely think Jews are above non-Jews. It's Jewish supremacy, and that's at the heart of Zionism. Not like the theoretical Zionism that Brad Lander wants to advance and defend, but like what Zionism looks like right now. And of course, from my perspective, what Zionism has always been. Reminds me of when Sarah Hurwitz compared Al Jazeera journalist to Nick Fuentes. This is the smear pro-Israel crowd will try to use against anyone who effectively educates people about what exactly the U.S. enables Israel to get away with: occupation, apartheid, and genocide. I also genuinely don't understand why like these kinds of conferences happen all the time, and a lot of the people that participate in these conferences, like they just haven't realized that we can see and hear what they're saying. Like, this isn't private, man. You're on a fucking stage. You're in front of like thousands of people. You're in front of cameras. Like, you didn't, like, what the fuck is happening? It's just so strange to just be like, yeah, no, this is really fucked up. We taught the Goyim too much. I'm sorry. Hello? Yeah, these are important values that people learned about. Like, never again means never again for anybody, not just never again for Jews. Like the idea that like people that haven't gotten this level of Zionist indoctrination, or the irony, of course, is it's not even people that have gotten the Zionist indoctrination, because there are a lot of younger Jews who went through this process, but then their formative experiences with Israel was genocide. So now they're not bought into it at all either. And that fucking makes these people so mad. That frustrates them endlessly. That's part of the reason why I always jokingly refer to the Jonathan Greenblatt's like singular focus, hyperfixation on someone like myself as like being a person that has convinced his nieces and nephews that, you know, Israel is not a great place, right? In order for the Zionist project to continue, you have to have loyal soldiers who are Jews as well, right? You can't just get away with it with evangelical Christians in the West and then have the biggest torture. Kaya, hey, get over here. Get over here. That's crazy. That's ever since she learned how to open this door, it's crazy. She just fucking walks up and is just like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Even at the beginning of the clip, she says, we taught the Holocaust a lesson about the dangers of anti-Semitism, such a narrow lens. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Kaya, place. Kaya, place. Did your room get smaller recently? No. I will cancel you for this. Okay. Anyway, let's hear what Brad Lander had to say about Abdul El-Sayed's comment.
How did you square what you just said about believing in the notion of a democratic Israel and what he said, which is there is no such thing?
I mean,
as
we
the
disagree on that. That's how I square it. Now, we
And
agree
it's not
on a
important
lot
enough
of.
for you that
Well,
you would say that doesn't
I
earn
met
my
Abdul
endorsement?
through our dear mutual friend Adi Barkan, this amazing activist who died of ALS, courageously championing Medicare for all. And I don't think anybody's going to fight as hard to fulfill Adi's vision of healthcare for everybody as Abdul El-Sayed.
Dude, this is okay. Can I say something? You know how there's this idea that race traitors get the first bullet? This was represented perfectly in the racist Islamophobic movie that Uwe Boll made, where Armie Hammer the cannibal goes and first kills white people before he goes on a killing spree of Muslims. Because Dana has this supremacist framework, Dana is operating off of the supremacist framework as well, that she, like, you see the ire that she has for someone like Brad, where she goes, how dare you align yourself with this Muslim who happens to have this disagreement with you? How dare you align yourself with someone who could ever say such a thing, that a Jewish state is illiberal in nature? How dare you? Like, she's looking at Brad Lander as a race traitor.
Yeah, and to fight as hard to.
Which is there is no such thing.
I mean,
as
we
the
we disagree on that. That's how I square it. Now, we
And
agree
it's not
on a
important
lot
enough
of.
for you that you
Well,
would
look,
say that doesn't
I
earn
met
my
Abdul through
endorsement?
our dear mutual friend Adi Barkan, this amazing activist who died of ALS.
Like, how are you? This is extra crazy for me because, like, from everything I know about Jewish thinkers and like Jewish culture, academics, revolutionaries, like, this kind of supremacist mentality is legitimately a newfound phenomena in the aftermath of the advent of Zionism. And not even like Zionism at its inception. There were some who believed this. Obviously, many Jews didn't. But, like, this is, not to get philo-Semitic here, but this is categorically not Jewish. In a way, it's no different than like when Stephen Miller or Josh Shapiro will be like, we'll talk about like what their faith means to them. Specifically, Josh Shapiro. Felix makes this joke all the time where it's like, there is this, the way that like Josh Shapiro will be like, oh, my faith, you know, it comes across like positively waspy, right? It's not very Jewish. And it's certainly not very Jewish unless you're talking about like Kahanis, when you have this kind of like in-group, out-group dynamic where you're like, how dare you fucking allow a non-Jew to speak this way about the Jewish state? You know what I mean?
Courageously championing Medicare for all, and I don't think anybody's going to fight.
We aren't magical beings. We have our Lumpenproll too. Dog, you think fucking Dana Bash is Lumpenproll? That's greatly... No, Dana Bash is not even a small C, but a big C capital owner, okay? That's funny to say Dana Bash is Lumpenproll. Yeah, she's a vagrant. She is a part of the dispossessed masses. No, she's just a straightforward, you know, kind of fashy member of the bourgeois.
As hard to fulfill Adi's vision of healthcare for everybody as Abdul El-Sayed and fight to get money out of politics. We disagree on this. Now, I believe that he cares about fighting for the safety of Jews in Michigan and the human rights and dignity of Israelis. He believes in a binational state with equal rights for all its people. I believe in two states, one majority of Jews with equal rights for its Palestinian minority, one a majority of Palestinians with equal rights for its minority Jews.
You're gonna have to get
That's a
Hamas for
difference. Of course we are.
Wait. What did Dana say? Fuck, I missed it. Oh, it's so awesome. It's so fucking awesome, dude. This is a clinic. Look, it's not my speed. It's not my cup of tea. It's not for me, okay? But it is This is for a very specific person. Ironically enough, probably better for the CNN audience than I ever could be. Because, like, if I were to have a conversation with Dana, like, it would not go like this, right? And the immediate CNN audience would not appreciate it. Probably a lot more people would appreciate it outside of the CNN audience. But let's be real. I don't think she'd be able to even keep her composure, which she's failing to do with Brad as well. But this is for exactly the CNN watching audience, okay?
With equal rights for its minority Jews.
You're gonna have to get
That's
Hamas
a
out for
difference. Of course we are. And a lot else is going to have to change. We're going to have to get Netanyahu out and Ben-Gvir and Smotrich out and Hamas out. It's a difference that we have. But at the base level, you don't compromise on anyone's humanity.
And you don't think by him not believing in what you believe in the notion of a Jewish state of Israel compromises your humanity?
I don't. I mean,
why would that be the case? Sometimes when I hear someone basically arrive at like the logical conclusion, their limit, okay? When I hear someone sincerely advances, I'm like, are you fucking insane? Or are you just saying this in a cynical way? Why? What the fuck does that have to do with the humanity of an American Jewish man? What are you saying? Have you ever thought of a world outside of like Israel not existing in the way that it currently does? Has this ever even factored into the equation at all? Because you only believe this if you genuinely think like literally a permanent international Holocaust will take place if Israel is not a supremacist state that is doing an apartheid at all times, numerous front wars, like constantly fucking bludgeoning its neighbors, constantly expanding in its territory. Like, what are you saying? How the fuck is there a world where Holocaust 2, Holocaust 3, Holocaust 4 is happening in real time if Israel is not a Nazi state? How is that possible? How can you genuinely believe this? These people are just like otherwise normal human beings. This is a fucking insane thing to believe. You know, you went to college. You read books. You live in the normal world. You live in New York City. How can you sincerely fucking believe this if you live in New York City? I don't get it.
And, he's been clear that he wants full and equal civil rights and human rights for Israelis and Palestinians and for Jews. We have a difference in how we approach achieving it, but I believe that there's a room to work together.
Just one other question on the question of Zionism, because...
Yeah, she's in front of living proof that New York City Jews don't think like her, which is why it's like breaking her brain.
I've been listening...
And not even... This is important, though, because this is like not even a New York Jew like norm, okay? That's what's so different, too. Because, like, look, Brad Lander goes to a synagogue that is almost entirely comprised of, liberal Zionists, ultra Zionists, some anti-Zionists potentially, but probably not a lot because I feel like anti-Zionists usually opt out of stuff like that after a certain while. Like Brad Lander is not like Norm Finkelstein in some ways, right? Brad Lander has the capacity to penetrate Dana Bash's circle of friends and social circle and actually change people's minds there, which is why she sees this as like a very visible threat. You know what I mean? Chat, stop being weird. I said penetrate. Come on. I know. Every time I say fucking penetrate, you literally have to go, huh? You're like 12, okay? Stop it.
To some of the podcast of your interviews, and you talk about how you get attacked from the left, of which you are a part, being called a Zionist baby killer, and on the right, or maybe in the Jewish world, calling you a capo, which for people who don't know, those were the Jews who were helping keep the peace, so to speak, in the Nazi concentration camps. And I
wonder which camp Dana falls into. I wonder what Dana thinks of Brad after this interview. Maybe I'm wrong, but we watched 8 minutes of this so far, and I don't know. This is like when I did that LBC interview where the guy was like, I really think the Home Secretary fucked up by banning you. And by the end of the interview, he was like, I actually agree with Shabana Mahmood. Like, this is turning out to be like, yeah, I wanted to have a conversation with you to understand where you're coming from, but also, you know.
And I ask this because this word Zionist has been turned into a slur by a lot of people. And you talk about how you have experienced that yourself. Deborah Lipstadt, who is a world-renowned scholar on these issues, I asked her, she said, I do believe that...
No, you did not bring up.
You talk about how you have experienced that yourself. Deborah Lipstadt
is who we were talking about earlier. Biden's anti-Semitism czar. Deborah Lipstadt famously sued the Holocaust denier David Irving? Or David Irving, right? The one who wrote the books about the Holocaust being fake and shit. Very famous case in the UK. She is insane. Like, fine, that was an important legal case, right? No, it wasn't David Icke. No, it's not David Icke. It was someone else. Anyway, it doesn't matter. She is an insane supremacist. Okay, straight up. She is like, they made a movie about it called Denial. Yeah, there it is. And what's wild about this is that Deborah Lipstadt is just as racist as David Irving is. Okay? That's what's so crazy. Because when you hear Deborah Lipstadt talk about Israel, when you hear her talk about Arabs, when you hear her talk about Palestinians, when you hear her talk about what Israel has done to the Lebanese population, like celebrating the Pager act of terrorism, Deborah comes across as a full tilt Nazi, right? She comes across as a full-blown Jewish supremacist. She comes across like a fucking Kahanas, no different than that. So for Dana to bring her up as a reasonable person is ridiculous. Okay? Full fash.
Who is a world-renowned scholar on these issues, I asked her, she said, I do believe that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. However, I also believe that anti-Zionism has morphed into its own kind of demonization and hatred, a prejudice all its own.
So I disagree with that also. I mean,
yeah, also, it's really funny. Yeah. Today, Deborah Lipstadt, who built a career on defending the memory of the Shoah and demanding historical justice for his victims, is amplifying a call for the New York Times editors to face a Nuremberg-style public hanging. And also highlighting Adam Lewis Klein, which is really funny. Because what Deborah Lipstadt said right there is Adam Lewis Klein's lives work, basically. That anti-Zionism is the truest version of anti-Semitism. I love that guy. He's so funny. He's so fucking stupid.
Zionist can be used as a slur, and believe me, if you look in my mentions, I hear it that way. But you know, my son, is named after this guy, Marek Edelman, who was a Bundist, a Jewish democratic socialist in the Warsaw Ghetto, who helped lead the Warsaw Ghetto uprising like that. So seriously, I take the legacy of Jews who fought. Not a Zionist. He didn't believe in a sovereign Jewish state. Even Albert Einstein, who they asked to be the president of Israel, wanted it to be safe for Jewish life in present Israel and Palestine. But he worried that Jewish sovereignty would have dangerous consequences. So there are anti-Zionists who are members of my synagogue, who I can tell you are absolutely not anti-Semitic, who care about the safety of Jews, who don't believe that the state is making Jews safer. That's not my position.
Yeah, Brad Lander is a very interesting guy for this reason. Look, found in the archives, at ritual circumcision of his son, Lander and wife declared, "We are thrilled to pronounce you a Jew without the right to return. Your name contains our deep hope that you will explore and celebrate your Jewish identity without confusing it with nationalism." By the way, HasanAbi head, just saying. But also, again, like, this is maybe not our cup of tea, right? But it serves a different purpose. Now, people will say, who cares, right? Who cares? The situation is a crisis, is a genocide. But that's precisely the reason why I have a different approach to this kind of stuff, where it's like if someone is not an impediment to progress, and as a matter of fact is filling a different role that I would never be able to fill, I'm not going to cast away potential allies of the future. And by that I don't even mean Brad Lander. I mean I'm talking about people that Brad Lander could convince, because it's important. We need everyone we can get. Okay? And if American Jews did not play a critical role in this process, then the Zionist advocacy organizations wouldn't spend a good deal of time and effort trying to make sure that every American Jew born on U.S. soil is not learning from birth a critical supply of pro-Israel sentiment, is not being indoctrinated as aggressively as possible. Okay? That's it.
But I don't think it's anti-Semitic.
Let's look ahead to 2028. What do you expect and want from a Democratic candidate for president?
First and foremost, a vision of an economy that works for working people, a vision for healthcare and housing and childcare that people can afford. Folks are desperate. They feel the system is rigged against them. Now they see like AI data centers poisoning their water and taking their jobs. A vision that works for working people. A vision for political reform. We're going to have to do something about the Supreme Court, about gerrymandering, about money in politics. And also a hopeful energy, I have to tell you, like what's been moving in New York since the Knicks won and we have the World Cup. There's a hopeful energy that Mayor Mamdani's been able to tap into. I wanted something like that for our country as a whole.
Going back to our discussion before, there are, I think, at least a trio, maybe more, of potential candidates in 2028 who are Jewish. You have Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania, J.B. Pritzker, Illinois, Senator Ossoff, senator from Georgia, and Rahm Emanuel. They're all critical of Prime Minister Netanyahu, but they all believe in Israel's right to exist and have stopped short of calling what's happening in Gaza genocide. Do you think that somebody with those views and that religion could be the nominee for president in the Democratic Party?
I do. I think clarity that we need a reset in the U.S. relationship with Israel. I think saying we're not going to continue to provide the 2,000-pound bombs that destroyed Gaza, that we're going to insist on human rights and international law compliance, and we're going to stop aid until that happens, and that Israel has to step up to recognizing that what's necessary is self-determination for Palestinians and
Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, what the fuck? Does he have a Twitch account now?
Israelis' horizon of political mutual recognition and peace. Look, and I'm happy to explain to any of them why I think Raphael Lemkin, the Polish Jew and Holocaust survivor who developed the term genocide, the Lemkin Institute considers what's happening there a genocide, like Omar Bartov.
Dude, I swear to God, it literally is. Bro, it's just straight up. This is like saying the quiet part out loud. As long as no one ever addressed this kind of thing, as long as no one ever turned around and was like, this is what the two-state is supposed to look like, then it was fine. Okay? Then it was fine. It was a great, fun little experiment that we had. You know? It was a great and fun experiment that we had. You can bracket off the anti-Zionist Jews as bad Jews. You never have them on. You just tell them to shut the fuck up. Or you don't even have to call them capos if you just don't ever have them on your platforms, which, by the way, again, never. Norm Finkelstein, never been invited to a show like this. Completely blacklisted. Gabor Mate. Like, there are plenty of anti-Zionist Jews who just never get this time of day. So even if someone is like a two-stater, the only way to talk about a two-state is just by saying, oh, of course, I'm in support of a two-state, and then move on. Right? When you actually hear from someone who's like, yeah, a two-state, I think is currently not very realistic, but like this is what it would look like. And of course, a big part of that recognition also stems from a big part of that stems from the initial recognition of what the current one state looks like, an apartheid that has conducted a genocide and a permanent occupation that's very violent. All of a sudden, it kind of breaks this illusion. It destroys the illusion.
Is that a litmus test?
I don't think it's a litmus test. I think it's something useful for people to look at and grapple and reckon with. We've spent thousands of years as the victims, It's a rough grappling with what it means in some ways to be a perpetrator. I think it's a useful dialogue for American Jews to have, but I don't think it's a litmus test in the presidential race. I do think a reset in the U.S.-Israel relationship is.
Brad Lander, thanks for sticking around. Thank you for coming in.
And obtained video of emergency responders taking Senator Mitch McConnell.
Updates on Mitchy Mitch. Updates on Mitchy Poo. Not defending this yet. They keep on keeping it on in the DL and only a couple people a month, and this will be normalized. Just like, yeah, it's up to us to make sure that we don't normalize it. Does ICE have a right to exist? Fuck no. Absolutely not. Did Mitch deny the affair? No, this is day 3. This is day 3 of Mitchy Poo. Day 3 of Mitchy Poo refusing to deny the affair. It's a real scandal. I know there's a lot of shippers, okay? Husich shippers out there, Mitch Son shippers, whatever you want to call it. I know you guys want clarity. You won't get it. Okay? I cracked this little turtle shell too hard, and that's where we're at. Yeah, Mitch McConnell has been hospitalized for 26 days as of today. 26 days.
To an ambulance. The neighbor who shot the video told CNN the Capitol Police blocked the street and other neighbors reported seeing McConnell's face. This was a month ago, and it comes nearly a month after a spokesperson for McConnell first reported that the senator has been hospitalized, but few other details have been released. Let's get to Andy Greer, who helped break this story. So talk to us about this video and how it fills in the pieces of the puzzle.
So, John, what I heard from a neighbor.
The panel, which I hope, they're going to get to. The panel talk on this is some of CNN's finest work, I will say. Congratulations. They always find a way to up the ante, okay? They always find a way to just like, they always find a way. My expectations are low, and these guys always find a way to lower my already low expectations. They cannot clear any bars on this one. It's fantastic.
Of McConnell's around 8:30 in the morning on June 14th, this neighbor opened their door to commotion on the street. They saw 2 ambulances, a fire truck, and Capitol Police had blocked off the entire road. So this neighbor stayed on the street to try and figure out what was going on. And about half an hour later, at around 9 o'clock in the morning, this neighbor saw a person from McConnell's home being carried on a stretcher into an ambulance and said that they saw this person was wrapped in a blanket and that their feet was exposed, and that another neighbor standing next to them identified McConnell's face and saw that McConnell wasn't wearing an oxygen mask. So the firsthand witness that I spoke to said that they tried to ask Capitol Police.
Yeah, he's dead, bro. Yeah, he's dead. Straight up. He dead as fuck. I mean, is what I would say. If I too were trying to hide that we had a relationship and have a relationship, and continue to have a relationship, we do phone sex still.
What was going on, and all they were told was it was a medical emergency. They wouldn't confirm who it was for. And these new details come as we know very little about Senator McConnell's condition, why he was brought to the hospital on June 14th, and why he remains there.
Joining us right now is emergency physician, Dean of the Yale School of Public Health, Dr. Megan Ranney. It's great to see you, Dr. Ranney. Clearly, Mitch McConnell is not your patient. So having said that, the neighbor sees that he's taken out on a stretcher. There's EMS audio of emergency responders being called to the home for an unconscious person for cardiac arrest. Someone is heard saying CPR in progress. How serious is this case if this comes into your hospital?
You know, it's difficult to reconcile the video that
I'm gonna keep it $150. Technically, the morgue is also in the hospital, so they're not lying when they say Mitch McConnell's in the hospital. He's just not. He's in the morgue, or at best, if he's not in the fucking morgue, he's definitely on life support, and he's a vegetable. Okay, if we're gonna get sincere for a moment, and I hate to talk about my boyfriend like this, but you know,
that you've just shown with the story that we'd heard earlier about there being CPR in progress. So let's start from the beginning. You get a call to EMS about someone being unconscious. We send an ambulance crew out to assess. The causes of unconsciousness are myriad, ranging from seizures, which I and others have speculated that Senator McConnell may be having based off of those episodes where he freezes on camera. Could be that. It could be that he fell and hit his head. It could be a cardiac arrest with your heart stopping. So you get the call, the ambulance, the EMS specialists go. When they arrive at the house, they assess the patient. They say, do they have a pulse? Are they breathing? Are they talking? That's the point, it sounds like, where someone was in progress. Now, that CPR could have been initiated by the ambulance folks, by the paramedics or medics, or it could have been initiated by someone in the house. And for viewers, knowing CPR is great, but just because you initiate CPR as an untrained professional doesn't mean someone had a heart attack. Okay, that's as much as we've known up until now, is that there was CPR in progress and the ambulance did respond. Now you have this video. The thing that struck me about the video, Kate, is that nobody seems to be in a rush. Right. If there really had been CPR in progress, if Senator...
Yeah, because he's dead. The sense of urgency has gone away because he has passed.
Senator McConnell had truly been in a cardiac arrest, you would expect that they would be rushing, not taking their time, loading the patient into the ambulance. So that's the big additional piece of information that I think we got today. Beyond that, it is largely speculative, and I think we're all wishing Senator McConnell the best.
Absolutely. And as you're kind of noting, you know, Senator McConnell obviously has been in public life for decades, and he has had a lot of health issues in the past. We know that he had polio as a child. He's been hospitalized for falling in recent years. He has had those episodes of freezing up in public that you're noting. He spent a week in the hospital this year. His office said it was for flu-like symptoms. He's 84 years old. If you have a patient with a profile like this, what questions, concerns do you have at this point?
Well, to me, one of the biggest questions is around the fact that he's been in the hospital for 3 weeks. For an average person, for you, for me, for viewers or their parents, a 3-week stay in the hospital means that you're pretty seriously ill. We try to get folks out of the hospital pretty quickly these days. Now, that may be a little bit different for Senator McConnell, given that he is a VIP. But it makes me concerned that he did have some time in critical care or has some elements of his stay that are requiring continued hospitalization rather than home care. And then on top of it, I would...
Why won't you ask the question? Just ask the question, please. Like, everyone wants to know the answer to one question. Nobody cares about all this other shit. Just ask, is there a likelihood that he's dead? That's it. Why is that so tough? Just be like, I know you are a medical professional who's not overseeing this process at all. What's the likelihood that he's dead?
Want to, make sure that all of his systems are working as best as they can. His mind, his heart, his lungs. As you noted, he did have polio as a child. It's one of the reasons why he's been such an active advocate appropriately for childhood vaccination. But that can have long-term effects as well. And then the biggest thing before I send him home is I want to make sure he's stable, he's not at risk of falling or having another event, and that he's properly cared for. And I would imagine that the folks in the hospital are doing that right now.
Many Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill say they've been kept in the dark.
We haven't spoken directly. I've texted with him, and I've talked to people with his office and his staff, and I don't know much more than what the public knows.
I have not had any conversations with him. I understand that some of my colleagues have. We wish him a speedy recovery.
Yeah, no, I have not heard from him, and I think it's a question that Republicans should be asking.
Do you know that he's alive?
I don't. Just the things that I've heard and seen from some friends is that he's obviously not doing well, but don't know if he's alive or has passed away.
There we go. What are we doing? That's what I'm talking about. I mean, that's it. That's what people want to know. Nobody gives a shit about anything else.
One of the reasons why people are talking about this, political people are talking about this in a kind of ghoulish way, frankly, is that
in a ghoulish way? There's only one ghoul in the story, and he's a dead ghoul. His name is Mitch McConnell. The fuck do you mean they're talking in a ghoulish way?
Kentucky Senate vacancy law, meaning what do you have to do if suddenly a Senate seat is open, well, there's a special election. The governor has to call for it, and the seat has to be empty until a winner is certified. So the idea is that the clock is somehow ticking on if suddenly there's an open seat in Kentucky, whether it can be filled. What I don't know is why Republicans are kind of leading the charge online talking about this. This is Nancy Mace in a social media post. If McConnell is in as bad a shape as
I think you do know, and I think that's the reason why you called it ghoulish. There's a reason why some Republicans are talking about this, because this would open up an opportunity for Thomas Massie to run in the special election and would give a 4-month window to Thomas Massie to be a Republican senator. That's it. That's the only reason why people are looking at this, right?
as Biden ever was, or worse. He needs to step aside. This charade can't continue. We can't demand of others what we won't demand of ourselves.
I think this is all getting kind of crazy, frankly. I can speak a little bit to this personally. When my dad was running for Congress in Iowa, Western Iowa, in 2020.
He died. He was dead. And we just, put him on a gurney, put him on a chair and just moved him around. Oh my God. Mitch McConnell's wife just fled to China while husband unconscious. Mitch McConnell's brain dead. Oh my God. Benny Johnson, Jesus Christ. Bro, if I did this shit low key, CNN would be talking about how unbearable I am. How the fuck does the right get away with everything, including on other right wingers? Yes, we got to do these insane AI thumbos going forward. That's what we got to do. It's a dog eat dog world out there, man. Jesus Christ. Clearly, this AI thumbo worked. You got 500,000 on a day. Oh.
He was diagnosed with stage 4 intestinal cancer, and we made the decision that since it was an ongoing to come public and disclose everything. I think McConnell is doing fine. Scott Jennings has backed up that he's completely fine and he's coherent.
Don't skip over that. You said we made the decision to be public.
Because there was a pending election that voters were going to make a decision on. But you look at what's happening in the Senate right now, they're not doing anything of substance.
Dude, that's awesome. This is my favorite fucking line of argument. They're all old. They don't do shit anyway. Dude, you're not supposed to admit that. You're a fucking demon. What is this, man? Why? Why are these guys royalty? What the fuck is this shit? These guys don't do anything anyway. Have you seen the Senate? Okay, yeah. That's kind of a problem, don't you think? That's actually the problem. Yes, chatter, I'm moving in with him. I had to send the renovators in ahead of time, okay? Yes, the floor was ugly. I'm putting in tile. Sorry, I meant rugs. I'm putting in a new rug. Are you why his wife left? Yes. Yes. She couldn't handle the sex that we were having, and she had to escape to China. And now, because I'm in the will, I'm selling the home. I'm flipping it.
Substance. There's not going to be a Save Vote Act, it looks like. They don't need his vote right now. He's announced his retirement. He's being replaced by most likely Andy Barr in Kentucky. It'll be exciting to see. But I think this is much ado about nothing. I think we should give him the grace and give him some privacy. He'll come out when he is, when he feels comfortable.
Dude, what are you talking? This is a senator, bro. This isn't, dude. This isn't like Taylor Swift. Okay, this is an American senator. What do you mean he'll come out when he feels like it? It's in the public's interest to know his whereabouts at all times.
Can I ask a question? If you're a resident of the state of Kentucky and need help getting a passport with the State Department, who do you call?
Law, he's in the hospital? No, he's not. He's in the fucking morgue. He's dead. I mean, the fact that they haven't released a statement up until now after 26 days of being in the hospital, Come on, man. They're trying to fucking figure out how to go about this. But what do you mean, dude? You think 84-year-old Mitch McConnell's in the hospital for 26 fucking days? Even the doctor that they interviewed earlier was like, yeah, it's pretty unlikely.
You call Senator Mitch McConnell's office? Oh, well, please. The Senate staff, everyone knows that the Senate staff is really where the magic happens and does all the work.
Well, no, but
I hate this shit, bro. Like openly flexing. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with white privilege in the colonies. Wait, what? I can't stand this motherfucker just straight up being like, dude, don't worry. It's the staffers that have been doing the work anyway. Look at him. He's a skeleton. Okay, thanks, man. Hey, it kind of feels like you're defending this unjustifiable system, and it's very strange. You should probably be critical of this, right? Because like that's what the average American, that's how the average American feels. We hear this shit and we go, that's disgusting.
That because there is not a major piece of
fighting legislation.
Well, fighting legislation that's priority to Republicans, that somehow the residents of the state of Kentucky aren't entitled to know, number one, what the health status is of one of the most senior senators in the United States. And two, that the fact that there isn't an election somehow obviates the senator from one, transparency, or two, doing his job.
There's probably a trust issue too, because I think during when McConnell was a leader, he was someone
kind of crazy. You're against HIPAA now? Yes. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fucking dead senator. I think that is, again, in the public interest. Is a joke, please. Oh, okay.
Who manipulated the calendar a lot. Somebody who would delay votes for this reason or that reason, most famously when it came to the Supreme Court. Meghan McCain weighed in as well, another child of a Politico, saying, I also have a lot of regrets, almost a decade since my dad's passing. My family should have forced him to step down the second he was diagnosed, which is why I'm now an advocate of age and term limits in politics. I also sincerely hope Senator McConnell okay. What struck me there was the word
Yes, this is two things, and you have the experience of having it be both a political matter and a personal matter. Everyone as a personal matter has had to deal with aging parents who you have to take their car keys away and have that difficult conversation. They have to decide what they're going to do.
We're talking about a senator. Oh my God, we're talking about one of the most powerful people in American society right now. We are talking about a senator. Oh my God, our gerontocracy has to change, man. It is so fucking insane. Holy shit.
And they, if they're going to go into special facilities, et cetera, et cetera. When it becomes more than that, it's when it's a political matter and not just about the election, but
the funniest part about this is that Senator Mitch McConnell is going out the way he lived, in exactly the way he would want to go out, delaying a procedural issue by filibustering. Okay. Like that's straight up, that's his life. Like he's going out an obstructionist. That was his claim to fame, and he's doing it.
About transparency. And I do take the point that at this point, if Mitch McConnell is well enough to be gabbing to Scott Jennings, he should be well enough to call in to CNN or to the New York Times or to Fox News or whatever to show that he's okay. And the fact that he hasn't done that is quite frankly, leading to these conspiracies.
If I could, because again, I think there's a charitable way to read this, especially if you know Mitch McConnell. He is a very strong man. He does not like being told what to do, especially by public pressure. Yeah. He works on his own time frame, and so I think you got to give it to him. Give him a few days.
Let me play for someone you pointed out this week who you could describe very similarly, the former Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. When he went to the hospital for his treatment, it became quite the scandal for Republicans, and in the end he came out, more or less kind of apologized, and I want to play for you the lesson that he took away from that moment.
I don't think it's news that I'm a pretty private guy. I never liked burdening others with my problems. It's just not my way. But I've learned from this experience.
Yeah, he was also not 8,700 years old. Why are you talking about him like he's alive? I mean, I know.
So taking this kind of job means losing some of the privacy that most of us expect. The American people have a right to know if their leaders are facing health challenges that might affect their ability to perform their duties, even temporarily.
even temporarily. Also notice he said the loss of privacy is part of the gig. And I just want to put up some images here in memoriam. These are lawmakers who have died while they were holding office since 2024. And you pointed out many of these names, a lot of Ds.
Well, it's a lot of old people. I mean, I think let's just, we should all
I still ride, but slowly so he doesn't go into cardiac arrest. Yeah, I lied.
discuss the fact the United States Senate is a gerontocracy. It is. Well, it is.
I think the reason why people are discussing it is because the Biden thing was this like big wake-up call where everybody was questioning, and Republicans
we talk about the
still
Trump
questioning.
thing. I mean, this is the other thing. We don't know what President Trump actually is suffering from. What are his swelling?
We have done many segments on the rumors about various health issues.
Various health issues where doctors speculate his swollen ankles, the continued bruising on his arms, on his hands. I mean, there are lots of questions about when people get to a certain age. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, he's 80. Mitch McConnell is, how old is Mitch McConnell now?
He's in his 80s. I don't think.
Yeah, he's in his 80s. I mean, obviously Biden was also in his 80s. I mean, you start to have serious health concerns. And my point about this, more broadly, is I think the more general point, which is about transparency. What do you owe the voting public about?
What do you owe?
What do you owe the voting public about your health
And here's a fact I owe all of you. He's 84.
He's the Norwegian striker turned internet sensation.
Dude, my mom loves Erling Haaland. Video of Mitch McConnell's wife arriving in China. Wow. China's Long March 10B has successfully completed its maiden flight and recovered its first stage via a sea-based net. This marks the country's first ever controlled rocket recovery, a major leap towards reusable launch capabilities. Tweet at Elon showing him this if you want to get banned. Has Elon seen this? Hasbara has finally made its way into the HasanAbi household. Wait, what? For Erling Haaland? My mom loves him. She has said he is cute, like a child. And when I look at Erling Haaland, I see an entirely separate thing. I see a monster. I see the ancient Viking that is running full speed in the direction of a priest, bashing its skull with the hard side of the axe. I don't see like a cute child.
Breakout star, both on and off the pitch. Erling Haaland, leading Norway to its first ever World Cup quarterfinal. Millions falling in love, not just with his impressive soccer skills, but his playful, unapologetic personality. From leading the iconic Viking row after a win.
She doesn't want to admit he's hot. Dude, there are many things you can say about Erling Haaland. Hot is not one of them. Okay? There are many things you can say. He is objectively whatever is the opposite of hot. Okay? You can say he's goofy. You can say he's scary. But man, he's legit smoking hot and I'm straight. Wait, really? You can say he's baby girl. I think he is baby girl.
To his signature meditation pose every time he scores. Now, it's his Viking diet that's having a moment. The 6'4" player eats roughly 6,000 calories per day, nearly double what the average active.
He kind of looks like if Jinxie was on steroids and was 6'5". At least in this photo, after he shaved his eyebrows. Am I crazy? How many do you eat? Not 6,000. 6,000 is like 3 days worth of food for me.
Man needs, and more than most pro athletes. So what's on the menu? Whole foods like steak.
Oh, I love this one. This one's so funny. The way he just smacks him on the shoulder. Haaland! Did you see the Viking row drama? Oh, I did, yeah. A Norway fan has gone viral for refusing to participate in the Viking row after victories because it's factually wrong, saying the Vikings didn't row over the Atlantic, they sailed.
First of all, I just find it...
He's just autistic, bro. That's it. He is they found the most Redditor autist in Norway. That's it. That's literally what's going on here.
Really stupid. That's the thing I thought when they came up with it, that it was stupid and annoying and I didn't want to do it. And then...
This is a joke, right? Like he's doing it from his rowing room. Bro's got rows in the back. Are you kidding me? This is a joke. Also, why do so many Norwegians just look like Lost Between Borders? This is now like the third Norwegian. You had Matt Iglesias, you had the other guy in India, and now this guy. They all sound like Canute, but look like the Lost Between Border guy. Those are oars, idiot. Okay, you don't row them?
It copies a lot of what Iceland were doing, and it's factually wrong. They didn't row, they sailed over the Atlantic.
Very good. I'm glad you clarified this for the stupid Americans. The last thing an English soldier in 850 ADCs before taking 2 axes to the face. Danelaw! As someone who, according to 23andMe, has 90% Anglo-Celtic ancestry, when I look at Erling Haaland, I feel like I have epigenetic memories of someone like him putting an axe through my skull. Yes. Exactly why the Viking road chant shouldn't be allowed at the Cup. It's a threat of violence against monasteries and strongholds everywhere. I agree. My Anglo friend saw a sign that said Holland and panicked that it said Holland. The Anglos are tired. Oh my God. Have you seen the girl that looks like Holland? Dude, I've never seen a guy like him before. What is this, bro? Who is like this? There ain't nobody else like this. I don't even understand. That's AI? Is that AI, bro? Walking around like this? Yeah, when I see a guy like this, instantly, the Ottoman mentality kicks in. Ottoman mindset kicks in, and I'm like, that's a Janissary. Okay? That's a Janissary through and through. A nice, homely Balkan boy. Same size would be the perfect Janissary. And son of Uhtred, I will take over Danelaw. Please look at Holland's YouTube. He vlogs, I beg of you. Isn't he like a huge KSI fan too?
If Norway get to the quarterfinals, I'll go on the River Mersey and I'll roll down it.
Wayne Rooney, I expect you to go out on a rowing trip.
Brazil is a football nation, which is almost maybe the first football nation you kind of get to know because of all the legendary players that played there. Just the jersey, the country, the passion. Even 2014 with Neymar and, you know, with all them big players they had and they have, it's just like, it's a bit unrealistic to play against them. No matter where you go, you kind of see a Brazil shirt. And yeah, that's why I have so much respect for Brazil as a country, but especially as a football nation.
So nice, man. Beautiful.
You remember I played against you in 1997?
Yeah, a nightmare, no?
I thought you were
for him.
More party in Oslo afterwards instead.
Yeah, we remember now.
It's only a friendly game.
After match, better memories.
Yeah.
The match.
I mean, Ronaldo is a special player as well. We all know El Fenomeno. I think Zlatan said it like he is the inspiration to everyone that starts with football because the way he was dribbling, the way he was just enjoying football and everything.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Not
we'll see.
A lot of luck, but
2 or 3 goals is okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. You will score 4, you think?
He's amazing. He's so fast, strong, and with Gabriel, then they know each other.
It's going to be a good battle.
Okay, my
Thank
bro.
you. Well, obviously, it's a big game for Norway. You know, mighty Brazil. I think Norway is sort of.
Holland is a Nepo baby dog. He is literally a genetic specimen. Like, at that point, you can tell he has ancient human traits.
Happy to be where we are. If we win, it's fantastic. But if we lose, it'll still be a good World Cup for Norway.
And you know,
what is this? Omega who can't control his pheromones? These edits are getting out of hand. Alpha who scent marks him in front of everyone? Are they, what is this? They got soccer yaoi, bro? Hasan, no, stay away from Omegaverse.
One geezer, another geezer, another geezer.
He's so scary looking, bro. I don't know why. I don't know how else to explain it. When Holland scores, make it 1-0 against England, look across the pitch, sees Jude drop to his knees in tears, so he runs over, pulls him into a hug, and says, I don't want history if you're not standing beside me, before kissing him in front of the entire stadium. Love wins. Right? Cleated rivalry. June is over. Yeah, but love is forever, dude. He got a bit of a Neanderthal vibe to him. Have you seen what he did to the Israeli team? Yeah, unbelievable anti-Semitism. A hat trick? There's nothing more anti-Semitic. Doesn't he know Israel has a right to win that game? You know you would like hanging out with Holland? Yeah, I'm sure I would. He seems dope. He seems like a very nice dude. A very fun guy to be around.
That we never won against Norway. I played twice and I lost both matches. Yeah.
Pessoal, jogar na Copa do Mundo é que você tem a oportunidade de enfrentar os maiores, melhores jogadores do mundo, as maiores seleções do mundo. Copa do Mundo é algo fascinante. Eu tive a oportunidade de jogar 4 Copas do Mundo, 3 finais.
All right, bro, where the fuck is Holland?
Early, I love it so much, but today I'm Brazil.
It's funny because MAGA Twitter wants this guy to be a white supremacist so bad. Oh yeah, that's true. I forget that like MAGA Twitter always takes white celebrity or white viral thing and immediately turn it into like, oh, this guy's actually a huge white supremacist, you know? He posted the Palestinian flag on his Insta story after he beat Israel. Anyway, all right. Yeah, we did some Holland memes. Let's watch his diet now. I know he eats like a fucking animal. He eats crazy style, right? And then we're going to do clavicular in Israel too.
Sourdough, eggs, fish, honey, and milk.
I expected only milk, and we went out with a lot of steak, milk, and honey.
Plus coffee.
Coffee is a superfood.
And before home games, his dad's famous hat trick lasagna.
Make lasagna, hat trick. Okay, I have to eat the rest of my life lasagna day before game.
We don't need to follow his exact menu, but his mindset about nutrition is really where it's at. So what this means is whole foods, not the ultra processed stuff, anchoring all the meals with protein, having a well-balanced fitness routine.
The diet even trending on social media. But who's in charge of fueling Holland and his teammates on their quest for the cup? Meet Aaron Espeland, one of the Norwegian football team's chefs.
As a chef, it's really your task to just bring the produce that is good and just prepare it with love and serve
The fuck is that? Whale?
it basically as it is. So really simple and not so complex cooking.
For Holland, the man they call the robot, discipline extends beyond the plate.
He is so dedicated to do what he has to do to perform best on the pitch. He's very strict with his diet and to eat enough.
I love food. I live to eat food.
So while I may not be piling my plate with 6,000 calories a day, exactly like Holland, I think we can all get behind some of his food choices that we have here. Salmon, steak, eggs, there's sourdough, there's lots of things here, honey. And if eating like one of the best soccer players in the world earns us even a...
I feel like this type of news coverage is literally from a bygone era. You know what I mean?
Yalla.
Let's go.
Let's go. Yalla.
Dude, this is terrifying. Actually terrifying. That motherfucker sprinting at you. That motherfucker sprinting at you is a terrifying prospect.
Do I want to do this? No, I don't.
Better advice in this one clip than 10,000 self-help books, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, these are all the fucking Nazis that are trying to take ownership over this like woke-ass Norwegian dude.
Will I do it? Yeah. I'm not doing it, yeah. Because why not? It's good for my body. It's good for my mind.
I feel I'm tired, but then I tell my body I'm not tired. And then I think it's a psychological thing that...
How is this better than any other fucking workout advice video? Like, no, seriously. How is this better than 1,000 fitness videos? Explain that to me, please. Imagine being a monk in Anglia and seeing that specimen come up the hill with an axe. Yeah, you're done. You're dead. It's over.
Telling yourself, okay, I'm not so tired. It's okay. We keep going. If you tell yourself you're tired, you're going to be tired. If you tell yourself, I'm not that tired, it's okay. You're not that tired. Simple as that. So it's also a really psychological thing because our bodies can handle so much more than we think.
Wow. Let's get to where we left off in the Cuba story. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know if you guys like really cared about the Gideon situation. I don't know. Nope. Okay.
Our boats kind of suck, right? Like we either had to salvage like an old shit boat or pay a business an exorbitant amount of money to, make up for the fact that, their company will practically cease to exist after they do business with us. And we got a taste of that bureaucratic issue while we were fixing up these ships and
For the record, this is the first 30 minutes was just like boy who's about to go to Cuba, basically literally and figuratively shitting his pants. And flying to Canada, then to fly to Mexico so they can get on a boat. And then he trespassed and said to the cops, "I'm a millionaire." That's it. Okay.
The ship that we were meant to be on never arrived. Right? It turns out all this pressure from the US and their sanctions meant that our boat was being held up all the way over here in Progreso, 300 kilometers in the wrong direction. So Dan and I had to get a last-minute bus across Yucatan and gear up for a much longer sea voyage, if we were actually going to be allowed to set sail at all. Which is a pretty annoying situation to be in, but it was only exacerbated by the fact that the Mexican bus company chose the worst possible movies to play.
There are so many movies in the world. Why did the Mexican bus have to play the one of everyone dying at sea? What is this? I hate this. Also, these boats are so much better than ours.
And if that wasn't spooky enough, we got another call from Alex to scare us even more.
Trump's comments this morning where Trump was just saying, yeah, I can take it.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of making Cuba. I think I can do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth. They're a very weakened nation.
Oh, I hate it. It actually changes the way I look at Twitter now because everything I read scares the crap out of me. Like, hearing just like everyone's opinions on this thing is so upsetting. I'm just like, just shut up. Just don't talk about it. Just leave me alone.
But we finally arrived to Progreso Harbour and it was time to see our boat.
I've not seen our boat. I've heard some horrible things about it, but I haven't seen it.
What's the best case scenario?
I don't know. Well, that's the thing. I don't even know what a good boat looks like.
What are you looking for here?
I want to see a local walk past and go, good boat.
But we finally arrived to Progreso Harbour and it was time to see our boat.
You can smell the fresh boat.
Me, the person, like, everyone has to take care of.
Don't worry, that'll be me.
I didn't know he traveled without Alex. Yeah, Alex got cold feet. He got like actually scared and he didn't want to do it, which makes sense, especially considering the dangers of going on such a journey to begin with. There are numerous dangers for it.
I'm super excited. So much improved from yesterday.
Oh, really? I like the smell of the paint. It's really overpowering the smell of the fish. Put like a fresh coat of paint on a fishing boat. You don't know what the actual offensive smell is, it's good.
Whoa. The aid hadn't arrived yet, so we were getting busy, cleaning up and washing the boat, and I thought I was doing a pretty good job and, making myself useful, but I'd barely been on the boat for 15 minutes, and I managed to secure my position as the most useless crew member. Now, pay attention to this rusty metal shaft that goes down 2 meters into the engine room. Even though I'm filming it right now, in about 3 minutes, I'm about to forget all about it and walk into the boat with my head held high and just plummet straight down that hole.
I heard the sound and everybody yell out. I said, that's definitely Alexis falling down the hole. There's like 30 people here. What happened, Alexa?
I walked straight through the hole.
You gotta watch out for that. Oh, man. You gotta be careful. You get really hurt doing that. Yeah. Oh, man. Just like split your head open.
Yeah. That's crazy. That should not have happened.
While we're in this fishing village, watching all these fishermen trying to help us reverse park our fishing boat, something dawned on me.
I've been shitting myself for a week about the US, all these fishing boats. I didn't realize we're like exactly on a fishing boat. Like this is the worst kind of boat for it, isn't it?
This is where the tuna go.
Yeah, there's a little fish hatch.
Shut the up. Hold on. Sorry. Breaking news. Scoop o'clock from MS Now on the FBI beat, on the Kash Patel beat. FBI Director Kash summoned to the White House by frustrated Trump advisors today. He had to cancel his jet trip to see his girlfriend play at a country music festival in Chicago from the tarmac. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Come back to Valhalla, brother. And by Valhalla, I mean podcasting. It's time. It's time to get back to podcasting. You know it to be true. You know this is the right thing to do. Hayvan ya. Hayvan.
What I also didn't take into account is that the fishermen here all around us live with...
My brother is knocking on the door like he's the goddamn police, okay?
The constant fear of getting bombed every time they set sail to do their jobs.
Murat! Hayvan gibi açıyorsun lan. Öyle kapı, öyle vurulur mu kapıya?
El mar, o sea, para mí el mar. Se queda apoderado de todo ahorita. Tienen a Cuba restringido y qué drástico es que qué mal los tratan. No deberían.
¿Y qué piensan ustedes de esa flotila?
De esta ayuda muy bueno, muy bonito. La verdad, la verdad. Ojalá lleguen. Ojalá y porque pues he escuchado noticieros y todo que todo les quitan. No llega esa ayuda humanitaria. Ya ha enviado muchos países. Lo ves a los pobres como los tienen.
It was actually horrifying thinking that these people risk getting blown up just for doing their jobs. And, you know, I felt awful until the fishermen started flexing on us about like how much...
Hasan, if it were still Ottoman times and your dad was Sultan, would you take out Murat in a heartbeat? Not even a question.
Better his boat was than our boat. And then I don't know, I felt kind of neutral about it after that.
Sí, no sabemos dónde dormir.
Hay como 10 para 25. Wow, todo madera, Sí,
así es, muy bonito.
Vamos con ustedes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we had to end our tour of this guy's much more comfortable and sturdier boat because our aid truck started coming in and it was time to somehow get 30 tons of food and medicine onto this.
You wish you did the boat? Fuck no. No, dude.
Sources tell MS Now embattled FBI Director Kash Patel canceled a trip to see his girlfriend in Chicago this weekend after top administration officials, frustrated with Patel, summoned him to the White House. MS Now senior investigative correspondent Carol Lennick will join us now. Carol, what else are your sources telling you? And can we just, Luke is always noting that we should highlight the reporting. And to be very clear, the reporting from our Carol Lennick and Ken Delanian says... Exclusive. Yes. It says the second misstep that people said was that extensive reports by MS Now and other news outlets about taxpayers footing the bill for Patel's globetrotting ultimately spurred formal questions from Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley, a critical ally of President Trump.
Dude, the boat is sinking. Okay? That's it. And the rats are trying to escape. Ben de bunu getirdim sana. Ya evet. Al. Hey Hasan, I like your tie-dye. Thanks, it's my dad's.
It's one of the... Okay. No, you learn something new about yourself all the time.
What are you learning?
I realised that when I'm actually scared, I need a poo.
You're like an octopus.
I don't understand. I thought it was like a turn of phrase, like shitting myself.
No. Oh, there you go.
I can't stop pooping.
This is a journey of self-discovery.
I don't want to know that. It's so inconvenient. Imagine if I have to do something important in the future.
Yeah.
I would just have to poo myself.
Yeah, no, you can prepare for the scenario. Your low-fiber diet.
I'm about to have a baby. I gotta shit. I go to my parents' funeral. I'm shitting. I'm not there. What am I going to do on the boat? I'm just going to be pooping the entire time.
Yeah, better the devil we know, hey?
I've never had an anxiety shit in my life. Fear of the food / water. Who could tell this boy? No, dude. He's afraid of getting lasered out of existence by an American naval asset. But yeah, that's what he's afraid of. He made it very clear. Because at this point, the Trump administration is just straight up blowing up boats in the Caribbean nonstop. And they still haven't really stopped doing it, but they were certainly doing it at its peak back then. So from his perspective, he's like, what if we're next?
Well, there you go. I'm stuck on the boat now and whatever happens, happens. So I guess now's a good time to find out what the actual chances are I'll get blown up out here. Now, you might think the US is blowing up narco traffickers in the Caribbean, or you might think they're just killing random fishermen, and that depends a lot on what kind of media you consume. Now, if you're watching this from a boat in the Caribbean and you want to work out if a missile is heading your way, you could read through like every single news article ever written and sift through the bias to find out if you're being targeted, but time is of the essence in this scenario. So thankfully, today's sponsor, Ground News, has you covered. Ground News is a website and app designed to sift through political bias and make the news more transparent.
Ethical
so let's say
react.
I want to look up the US bombing boats in the Caribbean. You can see that 244 sources reported on this, with 28% of them leaning left and 19% leaning right. You can also see how reliable these sources are and who owns them. And if you click on one of the left-wing articles, they'll say that an overwhelming consensus of experts call it a crime against humanity and highlight the fact that the relatives claim the victims are just fishermen. But on the right, they'll report that the victims are narco-terrorists and console you that not a single drone operator was harmed when they pressed the kill button. My favorite part of the app is the blind spot feature, which shows you stories only reported by one side of the political spectrum. Without this feature, I'd have no idea that consumers of right-wing media receive nationwide updates when a random transgender teenager wins a race at a local Californian sporting event. As you know, I comb through thousands of sources to make these videos, and Ground News is the perfect tool to simplify this process and keep me informed. And you could be as well informed as me, right? You just need to subscribe today. So go to ground.news/boyboy, click the link in the video description, or use the QR code to get 40% off the unlimited access Vantage plan, the same one I'm using. So subscribe today and stay informed. Okay, now back to the video. Everyone was so excited to finally set sail, and for some reason, as soon as the boat left, I wasn't that scared anymore. It's kind of like the possibility of going home kept me in a state of panic, and now that I knew I had no choice, my mind just tried to shut off all the, unhelpful negative stuff.
I was pooping my pants out of fear like half an hour ago, and now I feel like I've never pooed before in my life. It's perfect. I feel really, really good.
Quietly confident, eh?
Yeah, I reckon. I'm not the kind of person that dies. No.
Never.
Hasn't happened before.
What do you reckon is sailing like for you?
For now, in the harbour, the 5 minutes of sailing we've done,
stop coming.
I reckon I could do this the rest of my life.
Now, I knew we had a bunch of activists and journalists on board from around the world, but I felt...
Stop coming, chat. Stop coming.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
a bit out of place seeing the caliber of journalism on this boat.
I should have brought a suit.
Yeah, you'd be much more legitimate.
That's fucking awesome. Is he gonna wear it the whole time?
But as we left the harbour, it got harder and harder to hold the camera straight. And eventually it got hard to just stand straight. And I realise now that I'm editing it, it's surprisingly hard to capture how unstable the boat was on camera because, you know, the cameraman is essentially being a human gimbal. Like here's an example. If you do this to a chicken, notice how its head always stays upright. You're watching this video through the chicken's head and everything looks much, much better from the perspective of the chicken.
It's hard to walk around, man.
No few legs.
Yeah. Are we gonna get used to it? I don't know.
No, I don't know. I need to hold onto a wall.
Apparently this is the easy bit.
No.
Yeah. I think the waves are gonna get fucked.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
At this point, I realized there was something I needed to do that I should have done while the boat was stationary.
Gotta put this on top of the boat.
You're gonna fall off.
I can barely walk down here. There we go.
Uh-oh.
I was pretty scared of flying overboard when I went to set up this satellite on the roof, but now that I'm editing the video, I'm actually much more scared about the fact that my dick was hanging out of my pants the entire time. Going through the footage is so bad because there's just like so many clips. Just so many clips of just my balls on the screen. And before we set sail, we got all our luggage. We ratcheted it up like down in the hull so it wouldn't fly around everywhere. But that meant that all I could really wear was what I had on, you know? And it was really stupid. So if anyone on the flotilla was watching this, I'm so sorry you had to stare at my balls for like an entire week. Like I actually had no idea that they were just hanging out the whole time.
Crazy. Of course, dude. Of course the motherfucker did not have any briefs on and just straight up was giving full scrot to everyone that's trying to do a humanitarian aid mission.
I don't know.
Yeah, longest shorts in Australia, by the way. I mean, straight up, that is the longest shorts I've ever seen him wear. Honestly.
Getting seasick and worried about getting bombed is bad enough without having to stare at my balls. Sorry, but back to the satellite. I got up on the roof and the waves were pretty nuts. Like I tried to keep my body, you know, close to the ground, but the ground wasn't particularly stable either.
Fucking try these shorts.
Very slippery. If we get intercepted by the US Navy,
yeah.
If I can get internet on this ship,
yeah,
then I can back everything up.
Yeah.
And then they take us, they imprison us, whatever. But the footage, what you're watching right now, is going to be on the internet.
Yeah.
All because of what we're doing right now.
Okay.
So if you're watching this, if you can see this video, it means the internet worked and we got it through. If you're not watching this, it means it didn't work.
Haas tasty, bet they stank good as hell. Bro, you need Allah right now. You need a copy of the Quran. You need to read the Quran. Wow, that is crazy. That is crazy.
But I had no choice, right? You slowly get used to the movement of the boat and
Nasty
learn to
little
stay low.
pervert.
And we set the internet up in no time, and I could get back to work backing up our footage.
What are you doing?
Just backing everything up, making sure it's everywhere. Everywhere. This one.
So where's that going?
My ass.
Okay.
Look how small it is.
Oh, it's teeny tiny.
Straight in my ass.
Go and notice a thing.
This one. On the front, in my penis. Got all these different options.
Oh, right, yeah. For your satisfaction.
I can have a good trip.
Now, the next challenge of the day, which is actually quite linked to me being scared on the roof, is needing to use this thing. Now, since the boat is constantly rocking back and forth, you need to secure the door while you're hovering over this seatless toilet. And if you're a socially minded person, you're probably going to want to flush when you're done. So you have to get this bucket and lower it over the side of the boat and fill it up with seawater before you even go in. Now, I used this toilet exactly once, like only on the first day. It was actually impossible to stay still, right? You're squatting over this thing, shaking back and forth, you're shitting everywhere, and it took me like 20 minutes to just clean up the mess that I made. And at that point, I made a vow that I just wouldn't poo ever again. And I just go mind over matter and just like hold it in for the next week. And it's not even about the sheer difficulty of like pooping. It's also the fact that you're just in this like stinky, confined plywood box. And
yeah, to answer Chatter's question one more time, I'm glad that I flew in as opposed to doing this.
It just makes you seasick immediately. So
how much of this humanitarian mission documentary is just shitting? Come on, man. Of course, it's boy. Of course, it's like all of it. I suspect that when he arrives at Cuba, there's going to be a lot more shitting, perhaps maybe even some puking, but mostly a lot of shitting. He's going to talk about how his shit's changed dramatically when he started, eating the Cuban food.
Feeling constipated is way better than that. But it also became increasingly difficult to be inside the boat at all. Because it turns out the Alexeyevich Memorial shaft was left constantly open to stop the engine room from overheating, which meant that the kitchen and the bunk beds were just dense with this like noxious diesel fume. So when the sun started going down, most people tried to find some space to sleep on the floor outside, which was harder than we originally thought because, we loaded multiple pallets of solar panels on the deck. So it wasn't a lot of space for sleeping. If you're lucky, you'd get a hold of one of the few gym mats that were lying around and, find a spare spot. Or you'd make really good friends with someone who managed to secure a spot themselves. Now, it got surprisingly cold at night on the high seas, which is something I didn't know about and I didn't really plan for since, all our luggage was in the hull. So I was just stuck in short shorts and apparently with my dick hanging out, so I was very cold. Now, there was obviously a lot of water lapping up onto the deck and any smart person would have quickly claimed, the few dry spots on the ground, but I'm an idiot and instead I focused on doing this. At this point, it was getting really cold and all the good sleeping spots had been taken, but I managed to get creative and realized I could sleep on the edge of this wooden pallet if I just kind of squeezed myself under the ropes that were holding the stack of solar panels in place. And after a night of sliding back and forth and like constantly waking up to my head hitting the edge of the boat, the sun was shining and it was our turn to cook for everyone and I love cooking. Honestly, I felt pretty great. For a couple of minutes. It turns out what I was tasting in that moment was stomach bile, and I'd completely emptied my insides. Now, it had been about 24 hours on the boat at this point, and I somehow convinced myself that I had some kind of like genetic immunity to seasickness, but obviously I was wrong. Either that or like the stress of the trip had cultivated some kind of reverse bulimia where I had to vomit everything out before I could eat a meal.
So hungry, I vomited everything.
Just in time, hey?
But I couldn't keep any food down. Once the seasickness set in, it was actually horrible. Like, it was so bad. It felt like you were hungover and like super dizzy, but you're also forced to be on like this 600-kilometer long roller coaster. And it's not like one of those cool roller coasters where you get to have fun and kiss. It's like a roller coaster where you also have to do chores the whole time. Like even just getting a cup of water is so hard. Like it involves like tightrope walking and like washing dishes and squats. It was actually fucked. Like I was just counting down the 72 hours until we landed, just praying it would all stop. And I guess my wish kind of came true because it was that moment that the engine died. It turns out it was probably a faulty alternator. So everyone was scrambling for solutions, right? Like some people were trying to jerry-rig one of the solar batteries that we were taking to Cuba, while other people tried to set up an old generator to power the battery. And I was trying to address the issue by just continuously vomiting over the edge of the boat, but none of that fixed the alternator. So we were all out of ideas. We were just stuck there, just floating aimlessly in the middle of the ocean for hours and not getting any closer to Cuba. But it was kind of nice. I mean, without the deafening noise of the engine, it was a little bit easier to just lie perfectly still and ignore the seasickness. I kind of feel like I reached a level of zen in that moment because I didn't realize at all that we were about to be boarded by the military. I woke up, tried to work out what was happening, but everyone I spoke to was confused. I went to my laptop and realized that my very special strategy of uploading everything online was a complete failure. I had like half a terabyte of footage and literally none of it was uploaded. I should have guessed by the fact that it took about an hour to just like check the news every day. But yeah, my footage wasn't backed up anywhere. And obviously you are watching the footage right now, so I guess I managed to save it somehow. But in the moment, I thought it was game over. So for the sake of immersion, I need you to pretend that you're not watching this video right now. You're thinking about this happening.
Hope it's one of the nice Navy ships. What do you reckon? It'll look friendly? I think it's smiling.
I don't understand what's happening. He's like a shark. He came from that side, and now he's coming around there, and it looks like he's going to turn around this way as well. Just circling us until we get hungry and beg for mercy.
Thankfully, it was a false alarm.
Wait. You think any of the Cubans watched this and threw away the beans and stuff Pooh Boy brought? They were like, yuck. Pooh Boy brought this.
It turns out the captain had sent out a distress signal when the motor broke, and since we were in Mexican waters, a Mexican Navy ship came by to help us out, and after an hour or so, the engine was back on. Now, this would have been a relief because it meant we were back on track to arrive in Cuba in 3 days, but I had a chat with one of the Mexican Navy guys, and he said something completely different.
The Navy man just said if we need 5 days to get to Cuba, and our crew says we need 3, and we have like half a alternator.
So it might be 3 days, but it also might be 5, and also it might be even longer depending on...
There's something really funny about this because like a plane ride would have sufficed. Because you can put a lot more cargo in a plane.
How many times we break down and whether we can fix the problem at all. And the entire time I'll either be vomiting or worrying about dying or going to jail. Like, I kind of felt like I was in hell.
So on the day before interception came, the boat I was on Sumut Flotilla broke 4 times. It was 4 times engine failures. And when the engine stopped, it would be a noise like beep.
You have a plane? I mean, I don't know the logistics. I guess it's like, this is probably much cheaper than a plane, let's be real.
Easy.
So this is easy.
It's not easy, but it's something like you kind of get used to. And if you want the mission to keep on moving, you just gotta take a light mood and work with it, make it work again.
Then why are all the ships stuck in the strait instead of flying? Really? You just compared like a ton of cargo to like millions of barrels of oil? That's what you this is a dinghy, dude. Like 30 tons of cargo.
That's it.
But look, whatever I'd been doing for the whole trip obviously wasn't working. So I thought, I might try this like weird new South American thing called being happy. Out surprisingly well until nighttime, because it was my turn on the roster to stay up and stand guard as the night watchman. You see, on the Gaza flotilla, they'd get attacked by drones at night, dropping bombs, starting fires, or even spraying weird, like harsh chemicals. It was up to me to wake everyone up if we were being attacked. But here's the problem, right? You look at this light in the sky, and you tell me whether that's a star or a passenger plane or a drone about to bomb us. Like, the sky is full of these things, and there's no decision that I can make here that isn't incredibly embarrassing, right? Either I'm the idiot who woke everyone up because he saw a star, or I'm the idiot who didn't warn everyone that we were about to get bombed. It was kind of shit either way, but I guess maybe it didn't matter. Like, I realize if I do get hit by a drone strike, I won't even know what happens. You know, I'll just be gone. It kind of made me wonder if any of the fishermen over the past year have been in this exact same spot, thinking the exact same thing, like thinking they might be seconds away from being hit. You know, they're thinking about their family and all the things they've done in their life, and just, you know, praying that God will accept them into the crystal clear waters and sunny skies of fisherman's heaven. Like, it's funny to look back at it now, but I honestly thought I was going to die and end up here.
Like, it's fucking crazy. Like, this video was such a massive risk. Like, not just for my own life, which, you know, I'm very attached to, but even just the fact that, you know, chances are we'd get intercepted and I wouldn't even have any of this footage at the end anyway. And the only way I can actually take these risks is thanks to our supporters on our Patreon. Thanks to you guys, I can take these bigger risks and make more important videos, right? And because I know the community is going to have my back if anything goes wrong. And outside of that, this is by far the most expensive video I've ever filmed. It costs a stupid amount of money to pull this off. So if you want to help us out with future videos like this, jump on the link in the description, and just for $5 a month, you can get a full-length exclusive video every month. Even if you hate me, it's worth $5 a month just to convince me to, you know, keep trying to kill myself. So it's a win-win for everyone. Like, you should just do it. Now, the rest of the days on the boat all jiggled together into one long haze. The sun comes up, it's on one side of the boat, and then a little while later it comes down and it's on the other. You wake up sleeping on a pile of ropes, wearing the same clothes you wore for the past 3 days. You try to distract yourself from the fear by, you know, filling up your day reading, playing Uno. The boat keeps rocking. Your mate Claudio, the 80-year-old Italian journalist, burns himself on the chimney, so you have to make a warning sign. You cook, you eat, you sing. You try to work out if that new ship on the horizon is going to board you. You wash yourself with the dangly exhaust hose that cools the engine. And then you're told we'll be arriving in Cuba tomorrow morning. The sun goes down on one side of the boat, and then it comes up on the other. And you wake up on a soggy gym mat in the same clothes you've been wearing for 4 days. And then you're told you're arriving in Cuba tomorrow morning. And the same thing happens the next morning. I honestly started to think maybe we had already been drone struck and we didn't even realize it, right? We were now in purgatory, and this was just our life for all eternity. Then one night, a bunch of tiny islands pop up on the radar, and in the morning, they pop up on the actual horizon. But, you know, I've been in purgatory for days, so I don't fully believe my eyes.
According to this, not in Cuba yet. No land. I don't trust it. I think the Americans are going to intercept us.
Some kind of hologram.
It's too exciting.
Dude.
Don't sail towards it. It's a trap.
We decided to climb up on the roof and make sure these...
Why did it take so long to get there? Isn't Cuba like only 90 miles out the U.S. shore? Genuine question. They're going from Mexico.
Gonna happen because we just got news that a US ship had just moved to the outskirts of Havana.
You heard about the US ship outside of Havana?
Yeah, I'm telling you, if those Americans stop us, I will lose my mind. They could have stopped us at any point in this trip. They could have stopped us before we all threw up. They could have stopped us before we all spent 3 days in our own sweat and piss.
Sleeping outside on a wet floor.
But it turns out Cuba is a really, really long country. So that US ship in Havana will have to wait while we just sail along the coast for another 2 days. Until one night at 3 a.m., we saw some lights. It was so weird looking at Havana, like after staring at the sea for days. It dawned on me that we were actually going to make it now, which was a relief, but it was also incredibly sad because Havana's enormous, right? Looking at the size of this city spanning the entire coastline up to the horizon, I couldn't help but be terrified by the concept that there are millions of people in there that are living without the basic necessities. I guess at least we made it. This Coast Guard was the first Cuban I spoke to. He asked if I'd been to Cuba before, and when I told him I came 14 years ago, he immediately told me I probably have a 13-year-old kid here. And I was honestly a little bit embarrassed to know that my kid's first impression of me will be this, a guy that looks like absolute shit, but whatever. We made it back to experience this brutal communist dictatorship once again.
They have a giant statue of Jesus.
Well, maybe it's all going to be okay after all.
Yeah.
We need to look for the things we have in common.
Yeah, we all love Jesus.
Hasan, you would have jumped if you were there, if you were on there. Oh my God. Wait, what do you mean?
There's a lot of people there.
Like kill myself? Is that what you mean?
You had your doubts, hey?
Yeah, I was so sure I was getting on a boat to nowhere. Oh, what a horrible thought. Just lying there the first time, be like, I'm gonna die. Oh, llegamos.
I was so excited to finally end the seasickness, but no one told me about the land sickness.
I was so fucking dizzy, man.
It's a wobbly land. This is what happens with a destabilized country.
I was so disorientated and thirsty and confused, but one thing I knew for sure is that these Cuban delegates were about to shake hands with the stinkiest people they've ever met.
Gracias por invitarnos. As soon as I got off the boat, I feel how disgusting and sticky I am. It's like this is like a different sense of stickiness. But just like 10 seconds ago, I was like, oh, this is normal. As soon as I get on land, I'm like,
part of the marine
I'm covered in
ecosystem.
gel. I'm like a fucking slug.
I feel more like a shell.
Oh, yours is crispy?
Yeah, mine's
wet.
right off.
Mine's
If you're going salamander.
Yeah. Crazy how much your mind ignores when you're on the boat. I got on land, I need a shit so bad. Like my whole body's just fucking...
Dude, this entire video is literally one collective journey about pooing. It's crazy. I wonder how many times he mentions the fact that he has to shit, he has shit. Wow.
My body hates me right now.
But it turns out we'd have to wait a few more hours before we could do any of that because all these people had come down at sunrise to welcome us.
When do I get to do a poo? I need to do a poo.
Now, I didn't realize at this point, but we also needed to unload the 30 tons we'd loaded up in Mexico before we could get any relief. But it was done, and we finally checked into our hotel room. We were staying at Hotel Presidente, one of the many kind of affordable state-run hotels in Havana. Now, the special thing about this place is that the US government won't let you stay here if you're a US citizen. You have to go to a private hotel, or else you could face up to a penalty of 10 years in prison and $1 million fine. But I'm Aussie, so I don't have to worry about that. All I need to worry about now is having a shit and a shower. And even though the energy crisis meant that there was no hot water and occasionally there was no water at all, it was still 1,000,000 times better than the boat, and I felt relaxed for like the first time in a week, until I checked my phone.
You know what the Pentagon's new operation for Latin America is called? Operation Total Extermination.
What the fuck?
Operation Doing What the Devil Says. Why would you call it that?
Totally, it's not very diplomatic.
Makes me a little bit scared being here. I'm like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Total extermination, but I'm here.
It's just so lame, hey? It's just so obviously just a computer game playing kid.
Yeah.
Has suddenly too much power, you know.
But if I thought the news on my phone was bad, it was even worse on Dan's phone when he tried to access his bank account.
You're blocked from online services because you're in a sanctioned country or region. And then, I need to buy a sandwich. See details. We are obliged to manage our international sanctions risk, so you cannot buy a sandwich.
That's so nuts that a random fucking Australian bank will just like...
Yeah, this is a part of the reality of the sanctions, is that you can be a country, you can be the bank of a country that has nothing to do with America at all. You could be an Australian bank who will refuse to allow you to operate in Cuba because it's a sanctioned country, because Australia, the bank is worried that America will punish them.
Like get rid of your account.
Yeah.
If you do anything here.
You cannot do anything. And then I'm like, okay, cool. Well, I'll go and get a VPN thing. And then look, like I try to download this one. The App Store is unavailable in the country.
Oh, you got fucked.
Yeah, I can't even VPN. All I want is a sandwich. I'm sanctioned.
That sucks for you, dude.
Why don't you spot me something? Come on.
I got my VPN on time.
Come on, just a little bit.
You gotta look at
You're
it.
complicit in this.
Cuba's a communist country. That's why things are so bad right now. I'm going to learn from Cuba's mistakes.
You're just sanctioning me as well.
No, you know what? I think the value...
I don't know how the fuck he even had... You don't really need a VPN, but I don't really know how the fuck he even had internet at all when he was there. I'll be honest with you. That shit was impossible. Like, It was genuinely impossible.
The value of money to you is actually so much more than it is to me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna loan you the money.
Hotel Wi-Fi, dog. I was in a hotel too. I'm telling you, the hotel Wi-Fi was always out.
If you want $5 now, you have to give me $50 in a month.
Right. It's like a World Bank loan.
Yeah. You have to change. You have to restructure some of this stuff.
A little bit of changes. I'd like you to organize your wallet.
Yeah.
A little bit of financial management.
Now, to be fair, even if Dan was allowed to access his bank account, pretty much all the ATMs are down because of the energy shortages. So since I'm the guy who, took out money before the trip and, I need Dan to hold the camera and not be dead, I decided I won't let him starve for now. But anyway, the rest time was over and we had to find our way to the hospital to hand off all the aid that we brought. So the problem was that the hospital was like 10 kilometers away and it's incredibly difficult to get a taxi with barely any fuel in the country. But luckily, with the help of a world famous soccer player called Xi Jinping, Cuba set up a factory just outside of Havana pumping out thousands of these electric tuk-tuks, in response to the US cutting off all fuel from the country. It was pretty strange getting our first actual glimpse of Cuba. The streets were so empty compared to 14 years ago, and because the fuel blockade made driving nearly impossible, you had to go for all these weaker vehicles that used renewable energy, like, these 2 horsepower tuk-tuks or this 1 horsepower horse. But we finally arrived to this children's hospital that specializes in cardiovascular care, and it honestly felt surreal seeing all this aid reach its destination. And something tells me the nurses couldn't believe it either. For the past couple of months, all I could think about was this flotilla, but somehow the only thing I actually thought about was the flotilla as a political stunt, right? Getting on the boat and exposing to the world that the US is killing people through their blockade of Cuba, and hopefully, inspiring people and governments around the world to take action. But I didn't actually think about the real people that are going to receive the aid that we're bringing. Like, there are children in this hospital whose lives are going to be dramatically affected by this, 30 tons of food, medicine, and solar panels that we filled our little boat with. And honestly, I hadn't thought about the real world impact.
Nos hacía falta. Ay Dios, ahora nada. Y me despertó.
Gracias a ustedes por venir. Ustedes están haciendo una cosa. Miren, no es solo lo que ustedes aporten. Están arriesgando, se vienen aquí a que después lleguen allá y lo puedan crear problemas, lo quieran meter. Eso es una cosa que no tiene y nos da un estímulo para seguir que ustedes no se pueden imaginar.
It was actually so nice seeing where all our aid was going, but it felt like a drop in the water. The hospital was running out of everything, from like medications to medical machines to simple things like gauze and bandages.
En un hospital del país, donde un país hacen un reporte o dicen se rompió este equipo y no obstante viene el privado, dice bueno esta pieza cuesta tanto y al momento se lo pone. En el caso de nosotros no es tan así. Nosotros tenemos que hacer una contratación, ver si no nos está prohibido vendernos al país por el tema del bloqueo. Entonces se encarece todo y se demora mucho más que lo que aquí hacemos.
Yeah, there are entire fucking graveyards of perfectly fixable equipment in Cuba that simply will never be repaired because one tiny component was broken. And it's a proprietary piece of technology. And the company that they purchased it from has decided now that they're worried about American sanctions, so they won't send the components necessary to fix it. It's horrifying.
Estoy seguro que si no tuviéramos ese bloqueo fuera lo más rápido posible.
Tenemos dinero a veces en los bancos y no podemos utilizarlo porque hay bancos en algunos países que no aceptan transacciones con Cuba.
Like, one of the most insane aspects of this, someone say your country deserves the Israel treatment for this. Yes, it's true. And if in a just world, we would be a pariah state in the same way that Israel is. I mean, after all, half of Israel's crimes is because we allow them to do it. And the other half is because we give them the weapons to do it. Now, one of the most insane aspects of this is that it's totally unnecessary. Okay? This kind of cruelty is unbelievably unnecessary. And as a matter of fact, there's an argument to be made about removing these setbacks and actually allowing Cuba to thrive, which could be beneficial for America as well. We just choose to be cruel to these people. Genuinely. And no, it's not Trump. This is every president, with the exception of Barack Obama, has continued this in some way, shape, or form. Barack Obama was the first American president that actually eased and allowed Cuba room to breathe, room to develop. It was actually a tremendously positive moment for Cuba's future. So as much as I shit on Obama, and I don't think he went hard enough, I've told you guys this already. I spoke to the Cubans, like, government officials. And they literally, I was like, so why do you think Obama did this? And they're like, we have no idea. Okay. They don't even know why Obama did it. Like they couldn't even believe it.
Tracking supplies and equipment is just like one of the many issues that they have to deal with here.
Man, he did that shit for his legacy on his way out the door. He didn't give a fuck. What are you talking about? That's not true. No, it was Ben Hamas Rhodes, for the record. And it was the only, and it was not, you're thinking of Biden. Oh, Biden.
Simplemente el hecho de no tener combustible para poder bombear agua en una ciudad y tener abastecimiento de agua en un hospital, y sabemos lo que implica eso, es un gran problema de salud, de higiene.
Hay que estar muy atentos al uso de combustible. Por ejemplo, hay un área que no es posible que esté encendida, que es la parte de las consultas y demás, porque el combustible hay que ahorrarlo para la forma general, porque tenemos una terapia intensiva donde hay pacientes.
Did Austinox edit this one too? Does it say? Because I feel like he's using the same exact subtitles that I use.
Gravemente.
And also the same soundtrack. Motherfucker, did you reuse the same soundtrack, Austinox? You son of a bitch.
Su estado crítico y es necesario que se mantenga el hospital funcionando para la atención de estos pacientes.
La asfixia del bloqueo no solamente obviamente que trabaja personal, tengan dificultades inmensas que vienen y que lo hacen a conciencia porque en gran medida lo que les remunera en estos momentos su trabajo no es suficiente dado la crisis que hay para poder garantizar todo lo que necesitan y también va siendo escaso. Realmente se trabaja como si estuviera un país en guerra pero sin bombas.
Ella es de provincia y el transporte está difícil, a veces no hay combustible para que se traslade ese paciente.
After seeing it in person, I really don't understand how anyone's surviving it. I mean, the blackouts mean that the doctors have to operate the respirators by hand throughout the night. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I can't actually see how they're going to keep this going over the next few days, like let alone months.
No, I did think didn't go.
But the wild part is, even in the middle of this...
No, I did think was too scared to go.
Crisis.
No,
Cuba's still dedicated to making life-saving care available to everyone.
Ayıp lan ayıp. Hareket çekilir mi abi? Ulan abi olan benim. O benim küçük kardeşim lan. Ama aramızda 2 yaş var sadece. O yüzden yani hani pek bir fark yok amına koyayım artık. 30 ben 35'im, o da 33 yani. Olacak.
Y la atención de los doctores.
Don't reveal editor secrets.
Que compensa el mal rato que uno está pasando por la situación de los niños.
I mean, the fact that they still managed to keep healthcare free during this humanitarian crisis made me feel a little bit hopeful, right? Until I stepped outside and got a taste of reality.
Your video and his video should have voiceover for translations. Dog, I literally did that. My video has voiceover for translations. The fuck are you talking about? We did do that.
It turned out that one of the members of our flotilla, Tiago, had been arrested while flying home on his connecting flight in Panama.
I think the interrogation is so funny when like the entire thing is broadcast almost live, you know? Like, what were you doing? It's like, well, there's documented the entire time. Yeah.
Right after that, we heard that the other 2 boats from earlier in the video were meant to arrive today, but they had completely vanished on the high seas.
Just on the phone with the Mexican authorities, they're launching like a search and rescue thing because no one knows where the 2 sailboats went.
Holy shit.
So they are trying to find them.
But is there a worry that something happened?
We just don't know.
It might just be taking
don't know.
some time.
But there was literally nothing we could do about either of those things but, you know, sit and be scared. So we decided to walk around the hospital and we bumped into this nice Swiss man, Franco Caval. He happens to be one of the best oncologists in the world. Like this man wrote the textbook on medical oncology. No, it was him. I checked. He's the guy who wrote it. As a world-renowned oncologist, he's particularly upset that Cuba is, you know, blocked off from accessing vital cancer medications that he helped create, right? So he spends much of his free time visiting Cuba and trying to help, but he struggles to find any European company that dares to do business with Cuba because they're so scared of the Americans.
Actinomycin is an important drug in the treatment of many cancers in children. Cuba was buying that in the past. There were worldwide 3 companies producing that. 2 of the companies were bought by the third one, which is an American company. So for years, children with cancer in Cuba didn't have that drug because the US company didn't sell that. So that's one example, but there are very many.
But it's not just humanitarian doctors like Franco that visit Cuba. Apparently, Western big pharma CEOs are coming here too.
They were a little bit interested because Cuba has an important research part.
Yeah.
And they have developed also a couple of interesting drugs.
DFP mentioned you in their poll. Bro, they mentioned me in a negative messaging. Look at this. It's crazy. Data for progress. Next, voters were provided with likely attacks against each candidate asked to rate each statement's convincingness. El-Sayed's statements attacked him for being a far-left radical with ties to Hasan Piker, being a candidate who would make headlines for the wrong reasons, not achieving results. Stevens showcased her as an establishment politician with ties to AIPAC, and Rogers showcased his affiliation with Donald Trump, branding him a MAGA Republican. Majority of voters found Stevens, 53, and Rogers, 53 statements on very somewhat convincing reasons to vote against each. Negative messaging against Abdul El-Sayed, meanwhile, is viewed less convincing by a majority of voters as a reason to vote against him. Yeah, because ties to Hasan Piker is an incredibly stupid line of attack. That's why. I could have told you that. A majority of Michigan voters view opponents' messaging against El-Sayed as unconvincing. Finally, voters were provided with a final set of horse race questions and asked which candidate they would vote for. After attacks, El-Sayed maintains his lead over Rogers and continues to outperform Stevens in a head-to-head against Rogers overall, with independents 51-39, El-Sayed 45-41 Stevens. Young voters 61-35 El-Sayed, 52-34 with Stevens, and black voters 71-23 El-Sayed, 70-22 Stevens. El-Sayed maintains lead over Rogers after negative messaging. Yeah, the biographies were, the negative statement was, El-Sayed is too radical to be trusted as senator. Backed by another leftist radical, Bernie Sanders, El-Sayed has touted his relationship with Hasan Piker, a left-wing political commentator, throughout the campaign trail, even after Hasan Piker was accused of anti-Semitism and saying America deserved 9/11. He has also pushed for extreme policies like abolishing ICE and Medicare for all. We need someone who will be focused on results, not making headlines for the wrong reason. Haley Stevens is an established politician who won't listen to the needs of everyday Michiganders, but will instead listen to corporate and foreign interests who are funding her Senate campaign. She's taken money from the pro-Israel lobby, AIPAC, and has received thousands of dollars in campaign donations to run advertisements across the state, something we've seen time and time again from politicians who want our vote, yet will do nothing for us while in office. I got this survey. Okay, how did you respond? You better have been like, I love Hasan Piker. I'm voting extra hard for Abdul. Mike Rogers is just another MAGA candidate who's advocating for a policy that will hurt our state. He's endorsed by Trump, and if elected to office, Rogers will continue the president's awful policies that have pushed the affordability crisis to another level. I mean, it's data for progress, so like the negative slant is, speaking of, here's a Trump Abdul voter.
All right, what's your name?
Ahmed Al-Riyashi.
Ahmed, what do you like about Abdul? You told me that you voted for Trump in 2024. We got Abdul supporters right here in Chandler Park. What separates him from other Democrats for you?
Well, one, for the Trump one, I'm not saying I'm proud of it, but there was reasons behind it.
All right, let's continue with the video.
Were then bought by Western companies. I know from a very important CEO of a very important pharmaceutical company who came incognito to Cuba. Nobody was allowed to tell that he was going to see what they are searching for.
So I'm standing there on the street talking to a world-renowned cancer researcher, and he's telling me that, you know, big pharma executives are entering Cuba secretly to like collaborate on research projects without the US government knowing. But it's all just kind of like difficult to believe, right? How does a Caribbean country, you know, it's blocked off from trading with the world, how do they become a biomedical?
Cuba sounds like an amazing place. You can walk around the street, just bump into the world-renowned doctors, top-viewed streamers, and Jeremy Corbyn, all while just trying to find a place to poo.
They start bombing, I'm dead. A lot of people are aware that this is a real possibility, and those who are thinking it like that would be like, there's not a single one that would say, hey, yeah, sure, they should bomb Havana. Like, you know, that's not a thing. Like, sure, I hope the government changes, right? But bombs and bullets, they have no names. You know, once the shooting starts, no one's, you know, stopping to say, oh, let's see if this guy was a communist.
After that fun chat in the taxi, we finally got to the Neuroscience Institute to meet up with Dr. Mitchell Valdez Sosa.
Don't panic if there's a power cut.
That's my guy.
The elevator will have no...
That's my goat. Dr. Mitch. This guy is fucking incredible.
Problem, and we're just waiting.
We can do the interview.
He's not my guy. He's the guy. Oh my God, that is sick merch.
All right, yeah.
Perfect.
This was the very first medical equipment manufactured in Cuba. A Cuban computer.
It turns out Cuba became a research hub thanks to this computer and a guy called Irwin Roy John, the father of
to harm a country. But you're also harming your own people. It's absurd. It's absurd.
This US policy of suffocation only really has one explanation.
They don't like the Cuban example. This is fractions of a cent.
Yeah.
We provide our people with medicines at extremely low prices. In the US, the whole pharmaceutical industry is profit-driven. And this is the gigantic lobby. So this example of socialized medicine and preventive medicine, it doesn't fit into their profit-driven ideas. And
I love this man so much.
The US has been doing this for the past 60 years, and it's crazy to think that these doctors and researchers are still making scientific advancements with like an economic blockade and rolling blackouts. And we were about to experience a really big one that night while we were having beers with our 80-year-old friend Claudio at the hotel.
¿Y cómo subimos a la habitación al 10º piso?
It was pretty freaky, but sadly this was business as usual for the Cubans, and everyone was ready with emergency torches and emergency orchestral instruments.
Is someone just playing the flute outside in the middle of the blackout?
Yeah, Cubans get down. Fucking JBL speakers, blasting music in the street. No electricity. Everything is pitch black darkness.
Oh, there's a car coming. Someone's got a light. This would be so creepy if it wasn't for the flautist.
It turns out some people are even more prepared than the flute player, and they have their own backup generators.
Will our key cards... Oh, there we go. Hey, nice. I was wondering if our key cards will open the lock to the door.
Now, we've never been in a citywide blackout before, so we took this opportunity to scope it out. Occasionally, you'll stumble upon a private business that managed to get a backup generator going, but generally it was just pitch black. Like, I can't imagine going through this multiple days a week. I mean, we barely found our way home in the dark. But we woke up to some even worse news the next morning. Our 2 boats were still missing.
It's quite scary. And then you think of all those songs we were singing.
About dying at sea. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, I hope they're okay.
Yeah, and I think the thing that kind of got me today is that they did a search and there was no one. Oh, there's nothing we can really do.
Yeah.
Just wait and see, and hopefully they come down to that harbour over there, to the end of this street, and we go give them big hugs.
Now, to get our mind off of our potentially dead friends, we decided to, talk to some people whose lives were comparatively worse to make us feel better. So we went to Centro Havana, one of the poorest parts of the city, to see how everyday people were living under the blockade. We thought the best place to start was at the Community Medical Center to speak to Dr. Roxana. She agreed to chat with us about how the community was dealing with the blockade, but I also realized I had an opportunity to get free healthcare, so I wanted to get that sorted first.
Usted pregunte y aquí estamos para aclarar todas sus dudas y...
Primero tengo una tos.
Roxana, dile la verdad. Dile que tiempo le queda.
So apparently there's one of these community clinics every couple of blocks in Cuba, and they're actually community doctors, right? They spend half their day in the clinic like a normal GP, then they spend the rest of their day going around doing
you have deadly IBS.
routine checkups at people's houses. So your average Cuban will have a GP visit them every 2 when they're sick, but like all the time. In Australia, we got so much money and resources, but you'll never, ever get that amount of attention from a doctor. I'm lucky if I get 5 minutes with a GP when I'm sick, let alone if I feel perfectly fine.
Yo tuve un problema en Australia hace 20 años. Yo fui enfermo cada vez y no sé por qué. Y fui al doctor y hacemos muchos... el tema fue que yo no he parado de tomar por 1 año. Y por eso fue enfermo cada vez. Pero el doctor no ha visitado mi casa y por eso no sabe que yo soy tan sucio.
Por eso es fundamental, tienes que ver al paciente íntegramente con todo. Lo tienes que ver con todo, porque hay enfermedades psicológicas que te afectan orgánicamente, hay parte psicológica, la higiene es fundamental para todas las demás enfermedades, entonces todo tú lo tienes que ver todo en conjunto, que es la base de todo el Sistema Nacional de Salud.
I was honestly amazed by the Cuban health system, and frankly I found it embarrassing that a country with nothing can offer their citizens much more than a rich country like Australia. But this phone call that interrupted us was an instant reminder of the reality of what they're going through under the blockade. Just like the hospitals, there were barely any medical supplies left.
Yeah, Americans also unironically think that the Cuban government is just like refusing to give people medicine. Like this is with how little they have, I am confident in saying like this is one of the greatest medical systems on the entire planet. Okay? And the saddest state of affairs is that because there's no diesel, there's no fuel for logistics, and no electricity to keep medicine in cold storage as is necessary, they can't even move this product around. They have some of the precursory chemicals. They can't make the medicine in factories because they just don't have oil. And on top of that, they just can't ship out medicine in general. This is, of course, stuff that they have to make on the island regardless, because it's very difficult to also purchase medicine from other countries.
Left in the country. And everyone's just trying their best to get a hold of something. We decided to follow Roxana around that day while she did a house visit. So we...
They could, but they want to be hostile. Attention doesn't equal treatment. They could, but they want to be hostile. Cuba wants to be hostile. To who? They're just hostile by existing? Is that what it is? There's one country that's hostile in this scenario. It's the United States of America. How can you look at this stuff and just be like, yeah, they're hostile, so they deserve it? Some of y'all are Amer-Israeli, you know? I wish you a faith far worse than the one you're comfortable wishing upon others.
Get a better feel of how regular Cubans are dealing with the unfolding humanitarian crisis. The first patient...
I hope you suffer alone. You know he's already suffering alone. No one who isn't suffering alone would come evil thing to say.
Was Glenda, a 79-year-old woman who was diagnosed with diabetes. And after her checkup, she agreed to chat with us about, how she's been dealing with the blackouts.
¿Es posible saber cuándo no vas a tener
hay veces sí, hay veces. La mayor parte de las veces la empresa eléctrica no puede pronosticar porque no sabe.
Sí. Pero para mí es muy difícil aprender cómo funciona esto.
No, lo difícil es saber por qué no reímos todavía.
Pero sería difícil todo, por ejemplo, si no hay corriente, ¿cómo se cocina la cena?
Exactamente. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hacemos nosotros? Cuando viene la corriente, hay que levantarse a resolver ese problema. Hacer los frijoles, esto, lo otro, para que sea nada más.
Y eso puede ser a las 3 por la noche.
A las 3 de la mañana.
Sí.
Puede ser cuando sea.
Pero dice, a eso le suma el agua. Tienen que entonces, esa es otra.
Por ejemplo, para lavar hay que tener en cuenta, uno, que haya agua. Porque aunque haya agua en la cisterna, si no hay electricidad para poder impulsarla. Dos, que el motor sirva, porque esa es la otra historia. Y tres, que hay electricidad. Hay que conjugar las tres cosas. Y a veces no. El otro día estuve 2 días con la lavadora de ropa sin poder lavar.
It turns out Glenda was 13 years old when the revolution happened, and because she knew how to read and write, as a teenager, she volunteered to go teach in the countryside as part of this, sudden nationwide push to eliminate illiteracy. And what she saw in the Cuban countryside in 1960 broke her.
Y ahí me di cuenta qué cosa era realmente el capitalismo. Por los campesinos sin ropa, los niños con las barrigas llenas de parásitos. La situación tan grave que había es donde yo alfabeticé, que ahí la situación era morirse de hambre, era la realidad que se vivía en ese momento. A mí se me murió en los brazos un niño de 2 años por asma. Eso fue un golpe para mí tremendo. O sea, yo tengo eso grabado en mi mente. A mí no hay que me haga cuento de que cubanos son los americanos, ¿no? Ni el capitalismo, mentira. Eso es cuento.
I noticed this weird souvenir clock she had on her wall as well, and it turns out she's experienced capitalism more than once. In 2009, the South African government was giving out flights to people who wanted to volunteer in local communities, and she obviously jumped at the rare opportunity to, see the world that she'd been locked out of.
Pero date cuenta que en Sudáfrica yo fui a una comunidad que tenía 500,000 personas viviendo en casucha. con las mínimas condiciones. Increíble eso, era algo. Y uno de los problemas que tenían ellos más complicados era que no sabían cómo enterrar a los muertos, porque era muy caro. Y entonces las comunidades tenían un consejo que tú tenías que pagar todos los meses para cuando te murieras, te pagaban el entierro. Y entonces cuando yo dije allí, ay, pero si el entierro en mi país es gratis, dice, ¿cómo que es gratis? No, aquí no.
That they had no idea either. It's crazy. Like a couple of days later, we found out that our friends weren't dead, which is, you know, it's a massive relief. And the rest of our humanitarian aid made it to Cuba. And obviously the Cubans were ecstatic that, you know, someone out there cares about what's going on. But the reality is that what's on those tiny little boats can only go so far. Like things are getting really, really bad in Cuba. Like people are dying and everyone else is just living on borrowed time. And this was the point of the blockade for the past 60 years. When enough people starve to death, the Cubans won't have many options left, right? They'll get desperate and they'll eventually dismantle the socialist system they've built. I mean, unless the US gets bored of waiting and invades them first. But either way, you know, the mafia will get their cities back, the plantation owners will get their slaves back, and the US will get their sugar companies back. And the people of Cuba, they can look forward to becoming just like all the other capitalist third world countries around them, like Haiti and Dominica, or even Puerto Rico, right? Which is actually part of the US, but they haven't had a functioning electricity grid for the past 9 years anyway. Like, these countries experience some of the worst living standards in the world, and their lives are about to get much worse because the US recently kicked all the Cuban doctors out of the third world as part of the blockade. So I guess Haiti doesn't have any healthcare now either. And it made me think about all these places from, you know, Haiti to Somalia where, you know, people can't afford food and everyone's slowly starving to death. In all these places, it's kind of really hard to even work out where to start, right? Like, how do you fix this? Who's going to invest? What would they even build there? Is it going to go to the right people, right? But the tragedy of Cuba is that they've already set everything up on their own. You know, they got world-class healthcare, they've got the infrastructure and the know-how. Like, the only thing we need to do is just stop fucking with them, you know? Like, literally the only thing the world needs to do is just treat them how we treat any other country in the world, right? Let them buy food, let them buy fuel, let them buy medicine. Just let them sell stuff. I don't know, we just need to be normal. At this point in the video, you know, I'd usually provide a link, right? Like, I want to share a fundraiser for Progressive International that's planning to bring more aid boats to Cuba, but the US has sanctioned them too. So honestly, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't usually say this, but I'm completely out of ideas. It's up to you guys. Like, you need to do everything you can to stop your governments from killing these people.